In that case, others seatbelts. Yeah. Oh, good morning and welcome to the Thursday, July 9th, 2026 meeting of the San Miguel County Planning Commission. And we are pleased to welcome the Board of County Commissioners to join us for this day of work sessions. We are hereby called to order at 9:35. And as is the practice of the commission, we'd like to observe a moment of silence. Think about those that we've recently or at some point lost or missed. If we could do so. Okay, thanks, guys. I certainly need that. All right, we have a healthy agenda today of conversations and contemplation about land use code changes. Let me start by saying kudos to the team. It's a heck of a lot of work. We'll do our best to rise to the occasion. Our first item will be the approval of minutes and planning commission staff comments.
Actually,
Shall we skip that?
we're gonna skip minutes because we notice this is a work session instead of regular business.
Right. Okay.
And staff comments, we have a Wednesday, July 29th will be our next planning commission BACC work session on the housing code updates. So, and
What was that
then
date? Sorry.
July 29th. So you guys had a fifth meeting, a fifth Wednesday, and we took advantage of it.
So,
On the last month's notes, it was miswritten that I was going to be missing the August meeting. I will be here.
Okay.
Leading to that.
Okay, cool. Good to know. Cause yeah, we've got at least one item on the August agenda, so. Good to know. Oh, and I see Commissioner Bama is on the Zoom. And yeah, we do expect Commissioner Gleason at some point.
We all comfortable with proceeding?
yes.
All
Is that,
right,
sorry, is the 29th, what are we doing that? That's a work session?
work
It's a
session.
work session for the House of Put update, and you can find the current report draft on our website if you want to start reading.
That's 9 o'clock or 9:30 start time.
Probably 9:30, since it's a VOCC day.
And there's a, is there a meeting of the steering group?
Yes, that is
Next
the
Thursday.
16th.
Okay,
So do you anticipate any changes to the materials after that meeting?
I don't think we'd have time. But we'll have a report out of what we've got, but no, there's just. From the 16th to the 29th really isn't enough time to do new edits, so it'd be rather, this is the report and here's recommendations.
but there will be two of us and one or two of you guys at that steering group meeting, so we'll come to our meeting fully informed with what we've heard.
Well, and I would just say, even though we won't have a complete redo of red lines, right? What Kay's point is, we will have whatever recommendations come from that group. And we'll be thinking about how they can either be easily amended in or considered. And again, that's just a work session still.
Yeah.
So we're still kind of workshopping these things as we move through the
I
month of
understand.
July.
It's tricky when you get sort of layers of materials to review as
Mhm.
opposed to like actually where the current thinking is. So I mean, maybe we should just postpone that joint work session.
No,
Until we
we-
can get actually those,
the-
I'm still talking, so we can get actually those still, those recommendations incorporated. It's just, I mean, the way this packet came out with. More comments and then, you know, ECMC stuff, it's just like, whoa.
And I mean, that's the nature of why we do the work sessions is because we are in an evolving position. But we want to get timely comments. And the draft packet for the housing code update does have actual red lines in them. So I think we can be very clear as to what we're doing as we move from one phase to the other.
I would fully support what Miss Ann is suggesting. Miss Ann, I don't know what to call you, Commissioner Ann. What Ann is saying, simply because I'm worried about the public perception as well. We created the SSR. The feeling on the SSR is very much that we haven't finished our job. And I think next Thursday, we're really hoping to dive into the meat from the people I've talked to on that SSR committee. There's work to be done on Thursday. And if that work is then not incorporated into the next round of workshopping with these fine folks, I think it'll feel like, what was the point of Thursday anyway? Why did we even do that if we're not then presenting them with what the SSR thinks should be happening next?
We will definitely present what the SSR is thinking to you. We're just not necessarily going to be going back and revising the report and the appendix with all the draft amendments yet at that time and issuing a new report prior to that meeting. So, you know, you'll definitely get the SSR report out. And then, you know, we'll be synthesizing all of that for you. It's just not necessarily turning around a whole new draft. You'll
Why
see-
wouldn't we pause and take the extra 2 or 3 weeks to do that?
I think one of the advantages of keeping the timing as it is might be that we'll be able to take the SSR report, we'll have the existing where we sit now, and we can discuss the differences, if there are any, at this upcoming meeting and determine what we'd like staff to include in the new synthesis or not.
Mm.
So in my mind, this isn't a problem of information coming in at different times. It's actually where we sit. The SSR gives us either a thumbs up or slight adjustments or large adjustments. We discuss those options and then the staff has time to incorporate whatever this next work session decides. So I actually think it stacks up pretty well.
Will there be an opportunity? We were speaking of an SSR report. Is that coming from the consultants? Or are we doing that as attendees?
Could be both. We haven't figured that out yet.
What I'd suggest is that we commit to submitting the feedback from SSR and into the public record for the purposes of everybody being able to review it before the 29th.
Which means
That
we need
would
to
absolutely, yeah, I never expect anything different than that. Okay.
that gives staff about 4 days to get it issued to us before the work session.
Actually, it gives us a week.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right, 4 working days, maybe 5 if you send it out late on Wednesday. No, that's still 4.
Yeah, packets go out on Thursdays.
Well, if those of us representing the two bodies that are on the SSR for the public's purposes, Hallie and myself for the planning commission
And
and Lance for county commissioners, and Jared is also there. If it suits the purpose and helps, I'm sure we could schedule a meeting of us to contribute to that report substantially.
And if I may,
You may.
I think if we can proceed with this plan and we find ourselves in more questions than answers on the 29th, we can then extend that conversation at that point in time as well.
That's true.
And so I think, you know, we can push or pull this as quickly or as slowly as we would like. It's just a matter of I would like to attempt to pull this together. I know we have an active portal right now for SSR members to be writing down their comments. And we'll be piling those, synthesizing the points. And if we can come to the meeting on the 29th with kind of what we have today. And, those red lines that exist that are being reviewed and the suggested changes, I think that hopefully, to Commissioner Waring's point, will be informative of, hey, we think this is a good idea. I think it also gives us a little bit of a path to respond to the SSR's suggestions. But also, we know sometimes there are differences of opinion between the SSR and the Planning Commission or the Board of Commissioners. And ideally, we can get that next draft with something that is collectively the right path.
And I'm thinking too, I'm reminded that the SSR obviously makes recommendations, but doesn't, we have to decide which of those to accept or reject. So that makes me actually feel a little bit better about this process. But just hoping that we don't, and I think we won't, get the recap of what happened at the SSR like on Tuesday. So we can really digest it.
No, as always, we commit to giving the packets by the end of the day, Thursday prior to the meeting, so.
Thanks.
Okay, a point about mechanics of today's meetings. If it's acceptable to all, I would like to suggest that those of us who have read through the copy and that have what might be called editorial comments, wordings, oil and gas mentioned in the wrong place, that kind of thing. If you've got markup like that, send it to Kay and let's make sure we spend our time on the substantive stuff today. We all agree with that.
Chances are we've already found those.
I would be willing to bet.
And autocorrect has a bad habit of changing wildlife to wildfire and vice versa.
Yeah.
Well, they're so closely linked.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
that's it.
Yeah.
Our first item on the agenda. Back to my agenda. Is the land use code amendment work session regarding a discussion of land use code amendments, section 6.4 forestry practices. 6, I guess we're gonna do these one at a time.
yeah,
Yeah.
what I've got here is, 3 PowerPoints in one. So I'll do forestry and then pause for questions, discussion, public. We've got, for forestry, we've got people available from, other agencies and organizations that can give us some good input. And then I saw that we had somebody from ECMC on for oil and gas and deep geothermal. Parts of my presentation are actually quite repetitive. So as I move on through all the subjects, I may just kind of move back past some of my slides, but.
Okay.
So by way of background, the BOCC requested natural resource regulations be updated in 2019. And we began that in 2023. It took us a little while to get there. We had an October community open house. At the time, the big focus was solar, but we also asked about forestry and oil and gas at that point, and mining. And then since then, geothermal has become more important as well. So that's in there. So when we adopted the solar regulations, we also adopted section 6-1 general, and that applies to all natural resource topics. Of course, adopted the solar and mining regulations, and we had a forestry practices work session back in March. So in the 80s and 90s, logging was primarily a commercial activity, and our code shows that. The land use code section 5-17 logging emphasizes mitigation of environmental impacts in areas of local and state interest, as well as floodplain, geologic hazards, historic resources, wildfire, and wildlife. But it sets it based on board feet hauled. So it's not looking at the area of disturbance and what's actually happening on the site. It, you know, then becomes more concerned about how much timber is going down the road. And you know, you see here, we've got the F zone and the Wrights Mesa zone have different thresholds of what's by right, administrative review, and BOCC one step. For both of those kicks in at 300,000 board feet. And depending on the stand, a spruce fir forest would be 10 to 20 acres of land disturbance to produce that 300,000 board feet. In terms of recent projects, we've seen a real shift from primarily commercial activity and forest health projects, wildfire mitigation. The Forest Service has had their SPEDMAR projects, which is the spruce beetle eradication and aspen decline management response. Those projects do include saleable timber. And they begin at a landscape level NEPA review, and then permits are issued to contractors within identified areas. Colorado State Forest Service provides assistance to property owners in developing their forestry projects as well. And West Region Wildfire Council has been working with a lot of property owners on vegetation management projects focused on wildfire mitigation, fuel reduction, and fuel breaks. We also have the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, or CWPP, and that identifies projects such as roadside fuel reduction. And then, of course, we have the Wildfire Resiliency Building Code, which was recently adopted, and that has requirements for you know, vegetation clearance around development. So all of these different things have been coming together. In terms of these forestry regulations, much like our other natural resources topics, we're taking a regulatory approach where our intent is to mitigate the impacts of the proposed activity. So an applicant will be required to provide all the reports, plans, and studies that are appropriate for the scale of the project, and analyze the impacts and show us how they're going to be mitigating those impacts. If appropriate, as with any application type, requirements may be waived or modified based on the scope and expected impacts. And we absolutely welcome providing materials prepared for federal and state permits so as to avoid duplicate studies and reports. And then ultimately conditions may be included based on the needs of the referral agencies. So we're adding a new section, 6-4 forestry practices. It lists where all zone districts may be permitted, contains the application requirements, the review standards. And as with all of our natural resources topics, the application requirement corresponds to a specific review standard. And then we have limited cross references to other sections of the land use code, so we avoid errors and omissions, and also simplify it and, you know, let people just look at one section of the code instead of 8. The focus is on areas of site disturbance rather than amount of timber production. We try to right size our regulations and processes so wildfire mitigation efforts aren't hindered. With West Region Wildfire Council projects, we deal with everything from individual properties to landscape scale. Individual property owners also do their own mitigation without working through the Wildfire Council. And then we have the CWPP mitigation or implementation going on. But we really want to support forest health through the removal of dead and dying trees.
Hey, Kay, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Tori.
Yeah, hi, everybody. Kay and I were trying to coordinate and decided probably it's easiest for me just to interrupt her, but
Sorry,
So we see.
I'm just kind of on a roll here.
yeah. Well, that's fine. Hi, everyone. This is Tori Jarvis with Sullivan Green CV Jarvis. So we are the firm that's under contract to work on your behalf drafting these regulations, along with Kay and your staff that we've been working with. So good to see you. Sorry I can't be there in person. I think this is a good place, Kay, just to say a couple of short pieces that are discussed in a little bit more detail in the memo you have from us in your packet. But just just to remind everybody, the state does not regulate, forestry practices in any way. The Colorado State Forest Service provides technical assistance to landowners, and then they do a lot of general guidance documents that we've referenced and utilized their expertise throughout your regulations. But so especially on private land, there's not another regulatory oversight agency. And that will be in contrast to when we discuss oil and gas and geothermal later. So want to point that out to you all. On the federal level, on Forest Service land, the regulations are essentially built into the leasing and sale process for the Forest Service and BLM land. And so we did do a refresh on legal considerations if there are concerns for preemption of your ability to regulate private activities on federal land. We didn't find anything generally. And so proceeded as we've done with your other regulations in drafting regulations that would fit hand in hand with federal processes because they're looking at the impacts of private activities on federal land, which is where the case law tells you is the sweet spot for your regulations. So just a little bit of background on the other folks that may be regulating.
Thank you. So the contents in section 6-4 are very similar. We have the general provisions, we have, requirements that apply to all forestry practices. We have the application materials review criteria for major forestry. Then we have the minor forestry, financial security, and then enforcement and penalties. Zone districts where forestry practices may be allowed. Major forestry practices may be allowed in the F. Rangeland grazing rights may sit WMRA, West End and High Country area. Minor forestry practices can be in all zones. Qualifying wildfire mitigation practices can be in all zones. And forestry practices permitted on all federal lands. So in terms of permit level of review, major forestry practices are two-step CPC and BOCC review. Minor forestry is administrative. Qualifying wildfire mitigation practices are a general permit. And then forestry practices conducted by federal and state agencies on public lands are allowed, and an activity notice is requested. And I'll get into a little more detail because this is a bit of a departure in some of this from what we've done on other activities. So the general permit, these are for qualifying wildfire mitigation practices. And they cover from 1/2 acre to 40 acres. They're conducted in association with West Region Wildfire Council or the State Forest Service, and they're authorized to proceed without county notification. If they're in the 20 to 40 acre range, we do ask for a notice of coverage. And then non-qualifying wildfire mitigation practices would be something less than 40 acres, but not meeting the criteria of the, for example, they're not working under West Region Wildfire Council or the State Forest Service. And that would be a minor forestry practice, which is administrative review. 40 to 100 acres, regardless of who's performing it, is a minor forestry practice. And then everything over 100 acres is major forestry practice, and that's two-step review.
Hey, can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
Are there requirements in place for notification of basically the fire and emergency authorities? Not just the
So-
county, but those guys.
Yeah, so there's best management practices for performing work and based on whether or not there's a red flag warning, stage 1, stage 2, all of that. And all people are expected to follow that. They but no notification, directly. If we get, an administrative or, a minor or a major practice, we send it to our review agencies.
Yeah, I was thinking about that qualifying wildfire mitigation practices. The
Yeah.
small ones, do they notify anybody? We don't know.
They don't have to notify anybody. It's, they're familiar with all the best practices. And there's, they might have to, if there's doing a lot of hauling, notify Road and Bridge and possibly get an excess haul permit.
Right.
But a lot of those projects don't have that associated with them.
But if they're doing like a prescribed burn, is it part of the good
Prescribed burn?
practices? to
Yeah,
notify?
prescribed burns aren't covered in this because that's regulated through the other areas. Prescribed burns, there is a notificate requirement already to notify the fire district and probably the sheriff. And there's also some air quality requirements there. So like our environmental health department might get notified
Right.
Of that. So those are already covered.
Where's
Okay.
that covered?
Under, I think under state regulations. And statute, it's not ours, but, our land use code does not cover prescribed burns.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what about, wildfire mitigation under half acre? I noticed that in the.
I'll get to that in a minute.
Okay, but can I just finish my? I noticed that on page 5, we say that half acre is not forestry practices, but we don't actually say what it is, so I'm just. People looking at this might wonder, I think we need to make a reference to
It's
that,
like 2 slides later.
okay?
And
Um,
if I may, we do have an ordinance for burning, small scale burning that requires notice to the county. That tends to go to the sheriff. So some of those small scale efforts and some burning is kind of identified under that ordinance that exists, but it is not, as Kay mentioned, part of the land use code as and controlled in that manner. So.
Okay.
So the next section is activity notice for state and federal forestry practices. So there, state and federal agencies are asked to provide an activity notice. They allow time to advise contractors of permits will need, like the excess haul permit. The county does permit it, participate at the NEPA level when they're planning a project. So that's when we give our more substantive feedback on the proposal. I will add that leases issued by the state land board generally require local land use approval, and that's the same with any activity, not just forestry. For that. So in the definitions, so we define forestry practice, it's any activity conducted on or directly pertaining to forest land and related to growing, harvesting, processing, or removing woody biomass, etc. And then we list specific exclusions. So less than a half acre surface disturbance is excluded. That's where that comes in. We define it and say, if it's under a half acre, this isn't a forestry practice, therefore it's not subject to any permits.
Any permit at all,
Right,
okay, I wasn't sure if maybe it has something to do with small scale forestry practice, which is mentioned in the memo.
yeah.
We can get to that later.
Yeah, and yeah, it's all covered here in one slide or another, but also, property maintenance. If a project is happening along a road, a right of way, or utility easements, that's not a forestry practice. Generally, the land use code does not apply to roads. Secondary accessory to other activities. So if they're having to clear some trees to do building construction and meet the wildfire resiliency code, that would not be forestry practice. Harvest of incidental vegetation, tree farms, landscaping and nurseries, firewood collection, and Christmas tree harvesting under federal permits. Those are all exempt or exclusions, so they don't need a land use approval from us for that.
I'll let you.
Yeah, Kay, real quick on that last slide, we talk about half acre of surface disturbance, and at our last work session, we danced around surface disturbance. Is that the butt of the tree where it goes in the ground? Is that the road I have to build to get to it? Is that?
It's all of it. I mean, so, you know, where they're running equipment, any part of the site that they're affected.
That's just me with my chainsaw.
If it's just you with your chainsaw, and you're working on more than a half acre, more power to you.
I have. I've felled trees and cut branches and stuff across acreage, but I haven't clear cut any acreage. So,
You haven't really disturbed the land. Is that what you're
exactly,
saying?
exactly. So anyway,
Yeah.
I have more questions along that same
Yeah.
line of thought.
It sounds like what you're describing might go under property maintenance.
It might, but it gets fuzzy around the half acre because I own more than half an acre.
But you're not logging commercially.
No, but it doesn't say you have to be.
No, yeah, you're probably falling under the property maintenance, where you're going through and saying, you know. That juniper should go, or, that spruce tree, not the healthiest, or, just, kind of clearing, like keeping things clear along your driveway. Stuff like that, that's gonna fall under the property maintenance.
Okay.
And just one more piece, these are not cumulative, so it's not under a half acre and property maintenance, they're separate. So anything under half an acre, as you know, as drafted right now. And then property maintenance is a standalone. If you're doing property maintenance on your own property, there isn't a size limitation on that if you meet the definition that is
Yeah.
made also.
Yeah, where I'm struggling with that is wildfire mitigation and property maintenance are one and the same for me on my 8 acres. And that's significantly more than a half acre of property that I have to maintain, but I'm not clear cutting my property. I'm not logging my property. I'm cutting down dead or dying trees. But it's absolutely more than a half acre of disturbance, so
Could
I'm
understand those
struggling
are-
with that distinction.
Yeah, those are two different criteria.
I kind of hear what Kelly's saying. I'm thinking about the permit we just issued on Wilson Mesa for major acreage of wildfire mitigation. I think the property owner could easily say, I'm maintaining my property.
Yeah.
So.
The only distinction I see in the text is using the wildfire, WRWC, the Western Regional Wildfire Council. That's the only distinction between what is considered the general permit for minor forestry and not the general permit for minor forestry. So to my reading of it, everything I've ever done would require an administrative permit, and that's where I'm concerned. That's how I read it.
Yeah, that. Really isn't the intent.
Yeah.
And we just need to define property maintenance better.
I was thinking even, and I think we'll get there, I'll let you get through your slides, but I was concerned about the half acre being the bottom end of what requires an administrative permit. I was thinking of increasing that.
They're saying no matter how many acres it is, if it's just property maintenance, it doesn't need a permit.
So we get into, the next one, so. Major forestry practice, any practice, it's not a minor forestry practice, so as you're going through here, it's like. Does it meet this, so it's an exclusion practice. And, if you finally get there and say, it didn't meet anything under the exclusions, it didn't meet any of the minor, therefore it's major. So,
Lance had a question.
I actually don't know if it's a question or more of an attempt to clarify Hallie's question. Maybe the word that we need to key on is disturbance. And it doesn't sound like you are creating a disturbance on your property. You're simply limbing trees, felling dead ones, and leaving them in place, as much as I can tell, maybe bucking them up, but you're not building a road, you're not trying to drive them out, you're not creating any real impact on the land. You're just changing the height and size of some trees.
That's one level of it, yes. I think when we talk
So-
about minor forestry, I'll have the next level question, which
Okay.
is
yeah.
a little
And we have
more.
a definition in here of property maintenance.
Um,
I didn't put everything in the PowerPoint slide because
Yeah.
I'd have 150 slides.
Here a week.
But routine activities undertaken by a property owner or occupant to preserve the safety, appearance, and functionality of developed or actively used land, including the removal, trimming, or clearing of trees, shrubs, brush, and other vegetation that poses a hazard to structures, utility to persons, and encroaches on buildings, fences, driveways, sidewalks, or other improvements, or is necessary to maintain established landscaping lawns, orchard pastures, agricultural operation, or irrigation infrastructure. does not include the clearing of native or naturally occurring vegetation for the period purpose of land conservation, new development, grading, or significant expansion of disturbed area beyond what's reasonably necessary to maintain existing improvements. So, and we, like I said, we got that.
I still think that the Wilson Mesa project could argue that they're property maintenance.
Absolutely. I mean, the tree that is 1,000 feet down the hillside from my house poses a hazard to my structure because it could catch on fire. It's not gonna fall on my house. So I think we're just walking a fine line here. We're trying to distinguish between like stuff I'm gonna do, stuff I'm gonna pay someone to do, and stuff someone's gonna pay to make money off of.
Yeah.
And that's where we're just in that conflict zone right there.
And
Let's just work through it.
Yeah.
Keep going. I think we'll work through it.
so, minor forestry practice, this is what the area where it kind of starts to, affect your head a little bit.
Yeah.
But selective removal, less than 40 acres, or less than 10% of the average volume of woody biomass per acre is harvested or removed. And I think those are, key words there. So you're on less than 40 acres, you're removing less than the average, but it's for harvesting and removal. And then wildfire mitigation practice of less than 100 acres of surface disturbance. Restoration practice of less than 100 acres of surface disturbance. And then practices to remove diseased trees of less than 100 acres. And then we have the 1.5 to 5 acres not otherwise listed as a minor forestry practice or as an excluded activity. As with any land use situation, we cannot write every possible scenario into it. We've been pretty thorough here. And then, so those are the selected definitions. Definitely look at all the definitions that we have. And then minor forestry practices, they're supposed to be administrative review. The application materials are simpler, more prescriptive, criteria is more objective. And that is to requires compliant with the best management practices that we have in section 6404. Avoiding sensitive wildlife areas, times and seasons, prohibited within 100 feet of wetlands, floodplains, bends, riparian areas. Minimize the creation of new roads, and also notification of helicopter transport will be used. But I had a slide in here about the best management practices, specifically references the Colorado State Forest Service BMPs. So it's a reference document that people can look at. Major forestry practices are covered in 6405 and 406. Most of the materials are very similar to what we developed for mining and solar. Some of the specific items are timeline and phasing, technical feasibility, surface disturbance, so avoiding wet soils and sensitive areas. Management techniques that might be used, such as chemical applications, prescribed burns, chipping and mulching. The roads, which mean the haul roads, existing roads, any new roads that are being built. And design and maintenance of stream crossings. Again, helicopter usage and referencing the CSFS forestry best management practices to protect water quality in Colorado. And then asking for a revegetation plan as appropriate. So that was it for all that I had for forestry.
Okay, then we are turn to the text. Work our way through. One sort of generic suggestion that I have is that we rephrase helicopter to airborne, so that it covers drones, which are becoming much more industrial in strength and power, so we just call them airborne resources. Hey,
Forward.
hang gliders even.
You never know what you could pull off in this town.
Enough lift.
So.
Let's give it your turn.
Yeah, I've also just got a quick question, wondering, is there anything that we're talking about adding language about that is under, like, smaller than minor? Because the major says anything that's not considered minor. But I almost wonder if we would say that it's anything more impactful than minor? Any practice?
So, you know, we've kind of got, five levels. There's the wildfire mitigation, which is under the general permit. There's the Forest Service, federal projects, which are under an activity notice. There's all the exclusions, which means no permit. And then there's minor, and then there's.
So the exclusions, I guess, is what I'm thinking about. So we've already said that, and I just wonder if it's worth. I think maybe the next slide said that a major forestry practice was any practice that is not minor. Or otherwise excluded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you also look at the definition of forestry practice.
Right, okay.
And so, you know, it definitely has layers.
It's covered.
Yeah, I just checked the regulations do say any forestry practice, case shortening it. So it says any forestry practice that's not minor. And so then, you know, it would have to qualify as a forestry practice. So that's where the exclusions kick in, where it's not a forestry practice even.
Oh, because that's under the definition of forestry practice.
Mhm.
Okay, great.
Definitely
Hopefully that helps.
small scale, minor.
Yeah, me too. Small scale was mentioned in the memo, but not in the regs.
I'm sorry, I probably made a mistake when writing my memo. Small scale is a holdover from the previous version.
Okay, so
We got rid of that term. So,
And is there anything in section 3-101 anymore that has to do with cutting down wood?
nope,
No, so we can just take out that bullet point. Small scale bullet point.
uh,
On page 3 of the memo, it says small scale forestry practices require issuance of development permit for section 3-101.
So I think that is left over from the first draft you all saw before the previous work session had an additional layer. It had like an administrative review, a minor, and then a major. And I think that we must have called that small. Sorry, it's been long enough that I don't remember. But after our last work session, we got rid of that layer and made the exemptions broader. And so it might not feel like it, but in some ways it is simpler. So we got rid of like this administrative layer that's small, and then it's minor and major, plus a couple of other off ramps like Kay mentioned for the
So
qualifying.
is there anything in section 3-101 of the land use code that talks about any kind of forestry practice?
no,
Okay.
that in the related amendments, everything will get eliminated.
Clean up.
Go ahead, John.
One thing that really stood out to me, and I will say I wasn't able to go into the best practices references, but I'm not an expert. The little bit I know from maintaining our own property is that at least when you're dealing with some kinds of beetles, like the Ips beetles that are around Red Mesa, there's a lot of sensitivity to when during the year you're supposed to cut, and that you're not supposed to ever leave like standing cut or cut trees through the spring and the summer. And I don't see any references to that. So if we're trying to guide even property owners who may not be working with these organizations that know best practices, I just don't know if we should have something in there about that. I think it's like October to March that you're supposed to cut, and then you have to remove the infested material.
I think that would be better served as a more of an informational outreach approach rather than a regulatory approach.
It's super serious though, like if you cut a tree in the wrong time of the year, it actually increases the
spread of the beetle
Yeah,
kill.
because
Right.
the
Releases,
Yeah.
yeah. It's a really good point, Alice.
I believe it's October 15th, March 5th. So deal with that, it's plain.
So what we're sort of grasping towards is some kind of best practices baseline for private cutting.
Yeah, and maybe even where there's that definition about removing dead trees, these trees. I mean, maybe in there we put a sentence like.
I'm
That's
just,
it.
I'm just a little reluctant to add, having to enforce. Someone cutting
Yeah.
a diseased tree outside of that period.
Who would be a source for that kind of information? Would they get it from state forestry? They wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's all over, Colorado State Forestry, Forest Service. It's. Yeah, there's numerous sources.
Wildlife Council also.
I mean, right now, it's largely managed by the fact that for anything under 40 acres, you have to go through the Western Regional Wildfire Council. Or you have to get an administrative permit.
I think, Tim Pino would like to contribute.
Would you like to invite Tim?
Tim can sit up here.
Would be so kind to identify yourself, sir.
I'm Tim Pennell. I'm the CEO of West Region Wildfire Council. To help you a little bit on this, you are correct that it's March 15th through October 15th. We don't cut pinyon. However, that is not a hard and fast deadline. So what ends up happening is the Colorado State Forest Service will tell us, hey, the Ips beetles in San Miguel County or the Ips beetles in Montrose County are starting to become active. So it would be very difficult to place exact dates on it. This year, you might imagine they were active late February with no winter. So again, this would be a really hard one to regulate in terms of exact dates.
Suppose we had a statement that simply said, activities, homeowners, or how we stated, the persons who are initiating excluded activities are encouraged to contact the Wildfire Council for guidance.
We don't usually put encouragements or
I know.
things like that in a code.
Yeah.
Well, that's true, but we've
That's
just
the-
absolutely said that there's a general permit open for anyone under 40 acres who's working with the Western Regional Wildfire Council.
Yeah.
That's actually one of my concerns is that we're funneling everyone to them at the expense of private arborists, but we're absolutely endorsing.
Yeah, I
Working
wanted
with
to
them.
talk about that too. Yeah.
So it's
Let's
disingenuous
stick
to
to
say
this
we can't.
conversation, I think, for a second about whether we should put something in here about not cutting in times that are sensitive. And I think that is a best practice, and I recognize that it changes each year. But I can't imagine allowing a huge forestry practice that's cutting trees that's gonna make the problem worse. So I do feel like we need to address it in some way.
Is it your experience that most property owners understand that?
No,
That's right. Yeah, so, things like that, I think, there's, the land use code is not the be all end all of this. There's a lot of public outreach, a lot of public education. This is something I think belongs in that public outreach and education arm, rather than in a land use code.
I'm not sure we agree tonight. I'm hearing a lot of people say that we need to make some kind of reference to this.
We have an
But-
entire section called BMPs. Why wouldn't we just
Yeah.
plug it in there?
Well, because it talks about forestry practices and then promptly excludes the smaller efforts from forestry practices.
Shall apply to all permittees subject to a general permit issued in section 6-401I and applicants for a permit for minor forestry practices. So that's everyone,
Except for
basically.
half an acre.
Nope, read 2A,
Notify the county planning department. 3A?
2A. Forestry practices shall not include an activity that causes less than 1/2 acre purpose.
Right.
Okay, I suggest for the purposes of progress that we recognize that we may have a shortfall and that there's a tension between, it's not a regulation, do we really want to put it in the land use code? It's a communication question, or it should be mentioned. But I don't think we're going to resolve it here.
Yeah, I could, we have, I could see putting it in the, operational BMPs. Maybe,
Where's that, Carrie?
it's page 13 of the, draft.
6-404.
Um,
Oh, there you go.
We could even just reframe these BMPs. They're for everyone. The BMPs exist for anyone cutting down anything. Is there a reason not to make BMPs? I mean, the 100-foot buffer from a high water mark of floodplains, wetlands, and riparian areas is tricky if you need to cut down the one tree that's gonna fall on your house inside the riparian zone. That's tricky. But otherwise, BMPs are kind of BMPs.
Yeah, but I don't think we're trying to influence what happens on a half an acre here. I mean, this is just section 6.6404 is just for this permitting process. I mean, we could, in communication for those doing smaller projects, share this information. But I don't think we want to suddenly make one section of here applicable to anybody cutting down a tree in the county.
Well, then we should absolutely put it in here. I mean, there's
Yeah.
really no reason not to, because we have a section about don't impact wildlife range from December 1 to April 15. I mean,
Exactly.
again, the wildlife were active in February also because it was a warmer year. So like, we have a precedent for including something like that in here.
yeah, I'll work with Tori, and I think, we'll, we can look at putting in the operational BMPs that, it'll be the word avoid, though, so, it's not in the, it's not in the regulatory part, and if somebody happens to remove some, trees outside of that period, it's not a code enforcement problem.
Okay,
And removing the trees they've cut.
Yeah.
right.
I think it should parallel the way we handle the wildlife concerns.
All right.
What happens if you're building a new home in April or May? I mean, I assume you just cut down the trees, right?
It's part of that permit. Obviously, if they've got bee infestation, they're hopefully thinking ahead of time and doing it right.
But there's nothing to manage that or stop that.
Yeah.
That would be consideration for a development permit. Okey doke.
If we want to go there.
We continue our page by page.
Yeah, we can.
Well, let's see if anybody else has a markup reading. Okay, good.
I have something on page 1.
Well, let's start there.
It looks like section 2, actually, maybe it's not new, but it refers to non-conforming lots. And obviously, these two boards are addressing special use permits on non-conforming lots. Is this at all related? And if so, can you tell me how?
So yeah, next week you guys will be the planning commission has already heard and given your recommendation. Next week, the board of county commissioners are going to consider how to deal with non-conforming lots and uses. We see the non-conforming lots relative to natural resources as being a somewhat separate topic from that. People with less than, with non-conforming lots, so less than 35 acres in the Wrights Mesa or the F zone, may need to undertake forestry activities. But do we want to prohibit them because they're less than 40 acres or 35 acres, excuse me? And then also for anything with a mineral rights, so mining, oil and gas, and geothermal, those need to be, the mineral right trumps our code in that regard. So we need to allow those activities on non-conforming lots, subject to meeting all of our criteria. that's still there.
Hmm.
And then, solar, we've got a lot of great examples of solar already existing on non-conforming lots. So that's why we felt that putting it in here, obviously, whatever you guys decide next week might inform this. Remember, we're still in a work session. This won't be coming to the planning commission until probably September. So,
Is this section in all the other natural resources regulations
so-
or just this one?
Section
beginning of the whole
dash
thing.
one was originally adopted when we did the solar, but it's been evolving
Sure.
as we've moved through everything.
Oh, God.
So we had been looking, I think as we were going through mining, we looked at adding an applicability section. So that's here. Just kind of clarifying as we go through. And then also here on page 1 and 2, definitions, those have been evolving, definitions that apply to all.
Okay, so let me ask
Yeah.
you this, Kate, if the BOCC does not approve the change to special use permits on non-conforming lots, how would that impact section 2 here? I don't want to
Yeah.
lose this. If they're related.
Yeah, they're not necessarily tied to each other, they're parallel is what I think of. And, for the reasons that I just, outlined, I think that it is absolutely necessary to acknowledge that these natural resource uses can occur on non-conforming lots. With the mineral rights and, simply because there is a demonstrated necessity on the forestry. Solar, we've shown that solar, can be on a small parcel without impacts, so.
So if the BOCC determines not to allow special uses on non-conforming lots, I think that the language needs to recognize except for those provided under natural resources.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, that helps a lot, thank you.
I
Yeah, thanks.
understand for mineral rights and solar and forestry, I guess I don't quite understand for oil and gas.
Oil and gas is a mineral right. Yeah, and so is geothermal. I
Okay,
looked that up yesterday.
so what I'm taking away from that is this provision stays regardless of what the BOCC decides about other special use permits.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
It reflects what's on the ground
Yeah,
or under.
yeah.
This case maybe.
Geothermal is a mineral resource, for sure.
It's a mineral right.
Is it regulated by MSHA?
CEC.
I don't remember that, but yesterday I asked the great powerful Google, is geothermal a mineral right? And it said yes.
There's a,
I did not rely on the AI summary. I found it.
Oh, good.
I went to the ECMC, I think.
there's an indication in here somewhere that I think it's the CEMC that regulates oil and gas, also regulates geothermal.
That's just a state commission.
Oh, we have
Not a mineral right in the state of Colorado except for on federal lands.
okay, yes, that's what I was finding.
Okay,
Thank you.
interesting.
Even better than Google. Yes, ma'am.
Another kind of general question. And this has to do with like not always totally understanding what we can regulate, what we can't, which Tori was talking about. When I was reading about like the large scale operations, I definitely felt a little concerned about the idea that the county's wildfire restrictions don't apply to federal land. Is that correct? Like if we're in stage 2, that doesn't apply federal lands. Is there anything we can put in here that basically says if they have a permit to do these large scale operations on federal lands, they have to abide by the county's fire levels? Restricted levels?
No, we really can't. However, keep in mind that fire restrictions are also the forest and BLM also enter in their own fire restrictions, and usually there's coordination between the public lands managers and the counties, to, try and be coordinated. So, they're equally concerned, with, fire restrictions, and I think that.
I think we've even seen in your county that feds are a little more restrictive than the county was. In terms of stages, at certain points.
Yeah.
But to Jocelyn's point, our county went into stage 2 at least a week before the federal lands
Yeah.
did in this county. So it's not always, it's definitely coordinated, but it's not always dovetailed.
Yeah.
You're right, but we're not gonna be able to
Yeah.
change that.
I think that's what Kate just answered, right?
Voting has consequences. As they say.
Are we going page by page?
We are, I still have one in section 1.
Yeah.
And I know this is a given, but, do we need to include any kind of mechanism for the suspension of regulations under wildfire conditions?
I don't think so. I mean, if, it's kind of a standard condition for us that, they must obey all, wildfire, red flag warnings and fire restrictions. So,
It's not, I didn't mean it for it to be an empty question, but it just occurred to me. I'm sure they have powers, legislative powers, because they take over roads or whatever else they need to take over. Okay, yeah. All right.
And just to clarify on that piece, if it was the Forest Service undertaking activities, they aren't required to get any sort of permit. We ask for notice. And I was almost thinking that there was even, there is in asking for an activity notice from the federal agencies, there is a provision that's like, if you're undertaking something for emergency purposes, please let the county know afterwards, basically. So that if they are dropping, we've had this in other places where if they are dropping chemical, the water provider would like to know, or if there are new roads put in, just to keep track of them, but not to say whether you can or can't do it, because it's their activity and management on their land.
Okay. Other page crawl points? Page 3 going once. We'll move faster. Page 4.
I'm, what's page 4?
I'm
I'm in so many different documents right now.
I'm referring to the draft or regulation. 4 of 32.
Okay, I'm
In the
on
footer.
page 3 of 32, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
So section 401 G 3 C. The
So,
proposed
yes.
transferee can provide an adequate guarantee of financial security. My only question was, is that an adequate description of what financial security means? Or do we need
Yes.
to be specific
yeah, it's consistent with what we've got in the,
in other places?
throughout our code.
Okay, cool, thanks.
So Lee, this is probably where I would jump back in.
Please
My
do.
question.
Yes.
So I don't know what this is. Section 401E, permit level overview, item 2, minor forestry practices are subject to administrative review. Qualifying wildfire mitigation practices comply with the county issued general permit. So that's where what I see is the only distinction between items 2 and 3 is the alignment with the Western Regional Wildfire Council or the state. And my concern there is that we're name dropping an organization and an agency at the expense of private arborists. Is there a reason or is there a problem we're trying to fix that a certified arborist, professional arborist couldn't go in and do the same work under the general permit?
So Tori and I looked into this a lot. What would be the qualification? That we would say, yes, this person is vested with the ability to not get a land use approval from us and just go for it. And we really weren't there's nothing uniform. So by having this, and Tori, feel free to dive in if you want to help explain this, but those were the 2 entities that we know have very specific procedures to, we know what they're going to do and what they're going to follow. With individual foresters, there's a lot of variety. I mean, I just looked at 4 different proposals for mitigation at my house. And the price range was from $2,000 to $17,000. And there was a lot of difference in the description of what they were going to do.
And we feel that the county is the appropriate entity to make that administrative review decision for us? I mean, that's how reviewing a bid works, but I guess, so what? What problem are we trying to fix here?
Yeah,
Do you want?
Saying that there's no certification process for arborists or foresters, so we'd have to come up with our own.
there's nothing uniform.
Right.
Whereas West Region Wildfire Council is a known entity with very specific standards, programs. They're vetting the, in many ways, the arborists who are participating in their program. And
Yeah, Kay, if you don't mind if I jump
Sure.
in too, but we did look into all sorts of arborist certifications to see if there was a threshold. We didn't find one that was an appropriate, what am I trying to say? Appropriately aligned with wildfire mitigation best practices. A lot of them are like arborist certifications for landscaping and how to manage large trees and taking off limbs and this sort of thing. We did check with the Wildfire Council and the Colorado Forest Service to see if they had any recommendations. They maintain lists of contractors, but those aren't recommended and they're not based on, they're potential lists and they're not based on a particular qualification. We also did ask ourselves, well, it is possible, this is a direction, do we want to allow for general permits for certain consultants or contractors, and that would necessitate creating a county way of judging that. And we thought that was not the appropriate role for the county. It would be burdensome and not the streamlining goals that we heard from the last work session. So that was the search for bringing in private contractors, and we just did not find anything that fit. And so we left general permits for the ones that we knew fit, which is if you're working through the Forest Service or the Wildfire Council. The only other piece I'll mention about this is the reason that we broke these apart, and I do think this is a policy decision for you all to discuss, is that we did hear at the last work session that there is a concern about private actors undertaking their own clearing and under the guise of wildfire practice. And so the idea was a very streamlined administrative permit that at least, the county was keeping an eye on who's doing it. It is very much streamlined compared to the work session, but that's what we're talking about, is the difference between you do the activity and you're covered at the general permit, or you submit what should be a very basic when you can make an application for an administrative permit. So it's not the difference between you can or can't do this work on your property. It's really the difference between you have to give an application to Kay or not.
Thanks, Tori. Yes.
And then, Hallie, maybe it will help me to understand your concern if I made sure I understood what you said earlier about at the expense of private contractors. Because I don't think that Tim's outfit has its own contracting arm. It will be distributing work to any private contractor who agrees to the parameters that his outfit organization is set up for each property.
I'm happy to speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah. It adds a significant layer of bureaucracy. So for example, where I live up on Wilson Mesa, there are, we'll say 100 lots. I don't know the exact number, but we'll say there's 100 lots in my HOA. Almost every single one has forestry on it. we all, not all of us, but a significant number of us work with a private contractor who will come up, he will spray my lot for beetles. He'll spray the next lot for beetles. He'll spray the next lot for beetles. He'll put up pheromone packets. And then in the fall, he'll come and clear my 10 or 15 dead trees. And then the next lot and the next lot. And what we're suggesting here is that either every single one of us needs to go through a planning stage with the WRWC, or we need to have this contractor submit an application for every single lot for the application of the chemical and the cutting of the trees every single year. And that is a significant administrative burden for the contractor and for county staff to
That really helps me understand.
Work with the wildfire council to establish best practices within the whole HOA.
Perhaps we could.
Individuals can hire whomever they want to work within those parameters.
Perhaps we could. We haven't explored that, but that is an example of what is currently happening. And it just adds a significant level of bureaucracy. Like I said, now
Yeah.
let's get to the scenario where it's not an HOA. My neighbors at the Schmid Ranch and up on Wilson Mesa, who are private property owners, face the same issue. Every single lot up there that's not in the HOA still has to face the same question, which still brings applications in the door every single day for staff to review before they can cut a single tree down.
This may be too vague, but I think my concern is also, you know, the logistics that Hallie's speaking to. But it also feels very kind of like government picking people who can do this work kind of, which it makes me uncomfortable. So is it possible that we could put something in here? I'm already doubting myself, but maybe someone can build on this. Or other organizations, you know, add to this, or other organizations as determined to be qualified by the.
Executing organizations. So maybe the language can be worked a little bit. I think we're talking about 6041, section 2B is the one we're talking about. Can that be, would it make sense to be reworked to something like is conducted in accordance with standards, guidelines?
I guess I'm trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve. I completely understand the need to regulate major forestry. I understand the need to not want someone to clear cut 20 acres. But on these smaller lots where we're doing wildfire mitigation, I feel like any barrier to that right now is just poor form and bad taste.
Well, I like to think that the planning department, whoever receives an application for one of those treatments would say, it's a whole lot simpler if you bring me all three at once. Or group.
But homeowners don't do that. Homeowners say, oh, I'm gonna need this done. Oh, I've got some dead trees for you to cut. Like homeowners aren't all calling the contractor in March to tee up their summer.
What if we beefed up the property maintenance piece of it so that it's clear that what you're talking about would be covered under that and not require a permit?
I think that's exactly the way to go. Either beef up what is excluded or shift the acreage or shift the, you know, we used to say 300,000 board feet, which Kay said was pretty significant acreage. I feel like there's gotta be some room in here for the smaller lots who are just doing like, you're never gonna log my property. You're just not.
Right.
But there's absolutely minor forestry practices happening on it for wildfire mitigation, specifically for wildfire mitigation. That's what we're doing here.
Well, as one of the referral agencies we're talking about, Tim, what do you think?
You know, there are some groups that operate in this county that are really, really good at wildfire mitigation. And so I don't take anything I say to discount that. But though the two problems you have is those groups do not have to operate at the same level we do, because we have to operate according to Colorado State Forest Service standards. So that's one piece in which Lee mentioned with the standards organization. The other thing is, in the example that you presented, I would not call what is happening on your property with that private contractor wildfire mitigation. I would call that disease mitigation. Okay. Because wildfire, and it's one of the places where homeowners we don't have enough education out there. I'll put it that way. simply cutting out your dead trees, does it help with wildfire mitigation? Yes. But can you say your property has been mitigated for wildfire at that point? You can't. That's something that requires, and here's one of the differences between an arborist and a forester. So an arborist looks at individual trees. Often they work on what we call technical trees, the one next to your house that needs to be taken down in a certain way. They are experts in that. Some foresters are arborists. There's a few arborists I know of who are also foresters. But foresters look at the health of the whole stand of trees. And so the forester then looks at the whole stand and says, this is what the fire behavior is likely to be. This is how we need to mitigate this whole property. And so there's a difference in approach there. I don't have any, I think it's a great thing that you're working with the contractor that you're working with, but I would not call that wildfire mitigation. I would call that, it really is sort of property maintenance with dead and dying trees.
Sure.
So I don't know if that helps any at all, but
If anything, it adds a layer of gray, because I think,
Yeah.
so then what do we do with that?
I think I was thinking about this when I was sitting in the back. I think the word that you are missing several times is talking about the primary purpose of something. Because you're right, someone could claim, well, I'm just doing property maintenance, and
There go 10 acres of trees.
you're right, I clear cut 10 acres, right? And so I think the word primary purpose is probably a better one, or that phrasing. I don't know that that works, but as I was sitting back there, that's something.
Well, at least gives us something to hang a discussion on, should there be a.
Yeah. So I would like to pose a question to you all, if it's okay, because I can think of a much simpler way to do this. We had heard a concern about, private actors, even at the small scale, doing their own clearing and having that be under the guise of wildfire mitigation. But I'm curious, in the balance of streamlining and making sure we're efficient, I'm curious what you all think about one thing that seems simple to me, and I think this might be what other folks are thinking, but would you want to issue a general permit for anyone in the county doing wildfire mitigation under those thresholds?
Under 40 acres?
Under 40 acres, the same thresholds as the general permit right now. So under 40 acres, but you have to give notice to the county if it's between 10 and 40 acres. I think you could do that. And I think you guys were going in a direction that makes sense to me also with, beefing up and addressing the exclusions for forestry practice also. But to me, we debated about what the right scale was of who to exempt very heavily at the general permit, who qualifies for a general permit, who doesn't. And you definitely could broaden who qualifies for a general permit. And I think that so the reason a general permit's useful is because you allow folks to just move forward. They don't really have to come into the county. So it's efficient. And then what you're reserving is the right to enforce when problems happen in the future. That's what a general permit allows you to do. And so if you wanted to broaden who falls under that general permit umbrella, I think, that this is our attempt to reconcile a few different things that we had heard that I think in some ways are conflicting, but you could open that up. And then the other way that you would be allowing more folks to move forward and you could enforce is if they are claiming that they are a wildfire mitigation practice, the county could also, would have an opportunity to question that when problems arise. So basically, instead of bringing people into the system ahead of time, you're reserving the right to address these problems when they actually pop up later. So that's the benefit of like this general permit process versus exempting people. When you exempt people, they don't apply to the regulation. The regulations don't apply to them at all. So it's much harder to go in and correct a problem later. So that would be the difference between looking at the exclusions versus this general permit concept.
If I may interject with an operational question and then Jocelyn. Does our county's online presence, would it support an online application for a general permit that would allow them to check boxes and say, yes, I'm hiring a forester, or no, I'm not, or, you know, whatever it is we think we have to ask?
Yeah, I think,
I would think so.
I think
but-
we could, yeah.
Okay.
Would the general permit be, could that be issued to individuals or they would be
I think so.
issued to arborists and foresters?
Well, right now, general permit is,
Just for the two?
it's any activity undertaken by the two, and without notification to us.
It just allows it because the permit
an
is
umbrella.
open and
Right.
standing.
I don't think we would want an individual to be able to apply for a general permit. I think it should be a professional, right?
They wouldn't apply. There's no application.
It's
Yeah.
actually, it's the activity that would have the general permit, so there's no distinguishment of who the person is that's doing it, it's not the actor, it's the activity right now, so there isn't, so we would wanna like affirmatively distinguish that you're hiring a contractor to do it, the work or not, I think that is possible, but right now, there's not.
A general permit, is it actually a thing?
First of all, I think, leaving it until there are problems is really problematic, because once you cut trees down, you can't do anything about it. And I think we really do risk letting people run wild. I know a lot of conflicts come up with people trying to clear trees to improve their views and conflicts with neighbors and stuff. Secondly, something that we haven't touched on, but I think might reassure you a little bit, is that I know that as a property owner, our most stringent kind of bar that we're trying to clear comes from our homeowner insurance, not from the county. So I think anybody who is trying to keep their home insured in this region is probably already taking that step towards what we have currently here. And the standards that the Wildfire Council is recommending, so. I mean, I just can't imagine that there are hundreds of properties in the county where people aren't coming up against that.
Which to my mind supports what Tori just said, because then, again, I don't think we want county regulations to limit what you might have to do for your insurance. So again, if there's a general permit, maybe 40 is too big, maybe it's 35 or 30. I mean, 35 has a nice ring to it because that's the standard parcel size for Colorado, but I like what Tori just said, because it basically opens up anyone on a typical lot or a smaller lot to be able to engage in these activities without bureaucracy, without a permit, without, you know, you still have to follow BMPs. It would just be the general permit for minor forestry on anything less than what's currently 40 acres. I mean, I love that, but
Yeah, I guess I don't see it as bureaucracy, I see it as like a necessary way of trying to maintain best practice standards with a lot of people who don't understand maybe how to care for the land. I understand that it's like, it feels like bureaucracy, but to me, I actually think we as a population have not gotten to the point yet where everybody's just prepared to do it without guidance.
Let me make an administrative point. I see that Megan Eno from the Forest Service has raised her hand. I'm going to make a distinction. We will have public comment at the end of our conversation, but for the purposes of our discussion, we do want to be able to invite in expert opinion as we go along. So Megan, you have the floor.
Hi there. Yeah, thank you for letting me chime in at this stage, and I can certainly save additional thoughts towards the end when it's more appropriate. I was just thinking about this discussion that you're having around what is the threshold for wildfire mitigation practices that we want to establish in our community. And I just wanted to acknowledge, right, the position that we're in right now, where there's likely going to be an increased desire to do this work and to do it quickly, and that people absolutely are going to want to understand what the best management practices for implementing that work is. And I want to put ourselves in a position where people have the right tools to do that work, they understand how to do it, and that there aren't too many additional hoops that are difficult to understand to get that work done. It's a time where we want to really be setting people up to do that work efficiently. And I was just sitting here listening to the conversation going, wow, this could be really confusing when people are trying to do the right thing. And we want to support them in getting this fire mitigation work done on private lands. And a second thought that I had is and it's coming from my lens as a Forest Service employee, where when we evaluate proposals, we know what those upper thresholds are that we're trying to achieve on Forest Service system lands. And I'm curious, when you get to a place of evaluating proposals of a larger scale, what is it that the threshold that you're trying to meet within your county in terms of, is there a certain percentage of a forested landscape you're trying to maintain? How is it that you're going to evaluate these proposals and decide which ones you do or don't support? Or is the only standard you're trying to achieve is that their implementation meets best management practices? So that may not be timely now, but I know it was a thought I was having in terms of how you would evaluate this work on private lands and how different that work ultimately is than on federal lands where we have desired conditions for that forested landscape. And I'm not sure what the desired condition is for forested landscape on private lands and how you'll decide which projects you do or don't want to move forward. So yeah, now that I recognize it's probably more timely for my comments to be interjected at the end, I will save them.
Okay, well, no, that's a perspective that helps. I guess I would just respond in terms of how do we decide when we get to the segments of the land use code where we're talking about what the application requirements are and what the decision criteria are. That's where we express that. It may not be in the terms that you're describing, but from our perspective, particularly for state and forest land, federal lands, we're looking at water quality impacts, road quality impacts, and that sort of thing.
I think she's saying, do you have sort of a target characteristics of a forest you're trying to achieve? And I don't think that these regulations address that. You kind of leave it up to the property owner to figure out
Right.
what is
Well,
gonna make their forest the most healthy.
sure.
And-
And an application for a major permit would also be referred to the Forest Service.
But for minor, the really only thing we're doing is we've talked about making it a very simple, straightforward administrative review. Really, it's a check the box to make sure, are they following DMPs? We're not going to tell them no, basically. So what that tells me is that a general permit would serve the same purpose. A general permit allows us to say, you have to follow BMPs, and if you're not, we can come in and do something. But you don't have to apply for a permit to be told that you can follow the BMPs. You see what I mean? And that's where Tori was saying it's kind of the ass backwards approach. You have a general permit that says you have to follow the rules, and then we can go in and slap your hand if you're not.
Well, I get hung up. I mean, if there's a thing called a permit, then I have to apply for it.
Yeah, and
Do you have to apply for a general permit? I thought you didn't.
no, so the
That's
general
why I
permit,
was
because you're working with pre-vetted, entities with known standards. That's why, that's why they get the general permit and they can proceed. Whereas individuals, we hear, across all application types, very broad opinions of what does and doesn't meet our standards. And we've had some notable cases where people have significantly impacted the forested areas of their properties, and they claim it's under us, they never needed a permit from us. And the reality is we've got a, permanent loss of, one notable case, I'm thinking of permanent loss of very healthy aspen stands. And in fact, those aspen trees to this day are just laying off ground. They claimed that they didn't need a permit. And therefore they just went and did what is very much not DMPs. So this is kind of our trying to, do some gatekeeping on, and giving us the opportunity to tell people, okay, but here's your BMPs.
Can you define what a general permit is for me? Because that was a question I had here. Does that mean, can you just say what that is? And is it something someone applies for, or it just exists if you meet the qualification?
So a general, do you want me to jump in, Kay? Sorry.
Yeah,
Did you?
absolutely.
Okay. A general permit is a standing issued permit. The county, I think the language at the beginning says all qualifying wildfire mitigation practices are automatically authorized to proceed in compliance with the below requirements. So you do not have to apply. There isn't a permit process. we do think that it's appropriate to give, we call it a note, like you give the county notice. And so there could be a form involved there, or you could just ask them to email you. I don't know. That is an administrative process later, but it is already issued there. We've borrowed this model. We've done it a couple of other places for certain activities occurring, like on Forest Service land. We've kind of borrowed this concept. So we have drafted it other places. It's borrowed on the way, there's a couple of other examples of general permits that are issued in the water quality world. So stormwater permits for construction activities before the Water Quality Control Division have a standing general permit as long as the applicant provides a stormwater management plan. So that one does have a little bit of an application process. Also, when there are certain types of dredging and filling of materials in water bodies that would normally require a permit under the Clean Water Act, basically. Sometimes those are federal, sometimes those are state now, but where was I going with that? Certain activities, like certain maintenance activities that involve dredging and filling of water bodies, if you stay below certain thresholds, you just have a standing general permit to do that. And it seemed comparable to us, especially to that type of work. So it's like, some of the examples are like you're a municipality and you're doing general maintenance that has to do with your water, wastewater systems. Those are always going to like be near water bodies, or almost always. And so the idea is like, what's something efficient that they can get in and out of? So there are examples out there.
That makes sense, but I just don't understand still, is a general permit something that the West Region Wildfire Council and the Colorado State Forest Service have to apply for? Or they automatically are permitted to do the work because they meet the requirements of the general permit as outlined in 6-401?
So if they're within the one half to 40 acres, they can automatically go and do the work. If they're in the 20 to 40 acres, they would submit a notice of coverage. And if they're in the 40 to 100 acres, they go through the minor forestry practice, and over 100 would come to two-step.
Yeah. And again, the language and the regs is the practice. So the forestry practice is what has the general permit, not these particular actors. And so the language is the practice is conducted in association with the Wildfire Council or the Colorado State Forest Service. So I understand there's a lot of landowners that will use their own consultants, but they will also work through especially the State Forest Service to basically consult with them and get advice and still use their own private contractor. Those folks, the intention is that those folks would also fit under this general permit because they're conducting work in association with the State Forest Service.
So Tori, what would that threshold be? Because the State Forest Service has come out, done a half-hour site walk on my property, given me some recommendations, and then I hired a contractor. Does that check that box? I mean, I don't have any documentation of that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what you're talking, I still don't see how the scale that you're talking about is it all fits under these regulations. So I'm having trouble because the scale that you're talking about is so informal that it shouldn't fit under these regulations anyway, and I don't see how.
Well, that's exactly the problem. I've had 20 trees cut down across 5 acres of my property. It shouldn't fit under these regs, but it does the way it's written. That's exactly my concern.
It does though, because if you look at the definition of property maintenance, it includes the removal, trimming, or clearing of trees, shrubs, brush, and other vegetation that poses a hazard to structures, utilities, or persons. I mean,
they're nowhere near my house.
And I seriously doubt that you are
well,
impacting half an
you don't have a
acre
big
of
fire
surface
that's actually
disturbance.
against your house, right? I mean, it is property maintenance, so.
Yeah.
Or
That's
we could just
very-
say it poses a hazard. I mean.
As you said, that's
I mean,
very gray.
But I think if we do what Tim suggested, which is talk about wildfire mitigation as the primary purpose or something like that, so that your practice could be excluded from this. It must be. There's no
I would
question.
think it should be, but it sounds like my practice is actually more beetle kill management and infestation management. It's
Right.
not even what he would call wildfire mitigation. It's maintenance. It's absolutely property maintenance. But that's, I mean, what if I owned 20 acres and I cut down 40 trees? You know what I mean? Like, where do we draw that line of what is minor forestry and what's not? If it's genuinely minor compared to my land, but it's not as defined in this text.
Yeah, and I guess, if you look at the property maintenance definition, start with the first sentence, because there's a whole lot of stuff in there that, trying to explain what is and what isn't, but to preserve the safety, appearance, and functionality of developed or actively used land. You just stop there, without a doubt, that's exactly what you're doing.
So why would anyone apply for a minor forestry permit? Who do you expect to see?
While she's thinking of her answer, I'll just note that Commissioner Gleason has joined us.
So I think maybe one thing you all could talk about is this half-acre surface disturbance, if that's too low. Because I would think there is a window of a minor forestry practice that could go all the way up to 100 acres. So maybe the bottom threshold's too low, but I would think that, if we're talking about where we have like areas of agreement, I would think that when you get into those higher acreage, the county would think you still at least want to, on an administrative level, see those applications. That might be something everybody agrees on, but the lower threshold is what we haven't hit yet. And I'll just say our only rationale for picking the half acre is because it matches with like solar and some of the other thresholds, but there's not really any other, it seems like totally fine if we had missed the mark to change that threshold.
Okay,
And that's a problem.
yes, Tim.
Just in terms of the acreage size, we typically think of defensible space as 100 feet around the outside of the structure, the envelope of the structure. In most cases, obviously, it depends on the size of the home, but in most cases, that's talking somewhere around an acre to an acre and a half. When you have to factor in things like slope that may make you go greater than 100 feet. So generally, when we do defensible space, usually we look at about an acre and a half, if that's helpful.
So right there, that tells me we should bring up the minimum to at least an acre or two. Just to say like, defend your house, just do it. I don't care what you do, just do it. The upper end, the 40 acres, I could see it being 35 to align with parcel sizes as a standard, but I don't particularly have a strong feeling on that. But I would love to hear the answer of who do you think will apply for a minor forestry permit if it's not homeowners like me?
And is there an additional fee for that application that will probably drive a lot of people away?
So minor forestry would be 300, 330, $30 for an administrative permit.
Could you say that louder, please?
Administrative permits, the fee is $330. Yeah, I mean, if we want to increase the threshold of exempt to an acre and a half or
20?
we've seen a lot of abuses.
Have we?
At
I
the
mean, that's
20
the question.
acre.
What problem are we trying to solve?
Yeah.
I think the problem, I'm sorry to interject, but I think the problem is what Kay described, where somebody either clear cut a large stand of trees, or the problem that Josh described, where there's a view desire, and so a clear cut happens, and it's under the guise of either mitigation for fire or beetle kill, but it's actually because those trees are in the way of the mountains from the picture window.
I mean, that could happen on half an acre.
I mean, to what Megan said, I think our larger goal, I think, is to get property owners to do fire mitigation, disease mitigation, and preserve forested lands in the county.
Right.
And one of the elements here, when it comes to regulation versus overregulation, is that there's an analogy to, dare I say it, vaccinations. In that what you do on your property, it has an impact on properties around you, or what you don't do.
But you don't do. I mean, again, there's a $300 permit just to get the county's buy-off that you're gonna follow BMPs, which we could solve right now with a general permit. And if I don't cut down my diseased trees, you can see the properties all around mine have dead and dying trees all across them. My trees are intact because I've been spraying and putting up pheromones and cutting down dead. what you don't do is more impactful than what you do in a lot of cases.
I'm not sure that we can regulate our way to people practicing good management practices on
True.
their private
But we
property.
can decrease barriers.
Well, where I was going was that we can certainly regulate on the matter of fire safety because of the impacts of that.
Commissioner Gleason has her hand up.
Commissioner Gleason, welcome aboard.
Hi, thanks. Sorry for my tardiness. I'm curious about, this qualifying factor of having West Region Wildfire Council or the Colorado State Forest Service. Could we create some sort of a more formal process for those agencies being involved, and if that's the case, then increase this threshold number we're talking about? Because to me that seems like that's a very straight line and a definitive way that the landowner is utilizing forestry for defensible space and wildfire mitigation purposes, and that would be checked out. I would think those two entities would sniff out if somebody is trying to clear a corridor for a view shed rather than actually doing defensible space work. Is there a way that we could kind of massage this out so that that is very clear, and then the threshold for acreage size could be at that 1.5 or 2 acre starting point?
Certainly food for thought, obviously.
I didn't track that.
I would note that for a minor or as a matter of practice, for a minor or a major application process, I would anticipate, we don't regulate this sort of thing, but I would certainly anticipate that forestry expertise would be referred for that kind of application. We would have their input in considering those applications. I don't know if that's sufficient for what you're talking about, but.
Yeah, that's what I'm alluding to. And Commissioner Brown, sorry if you didn't follow that, but what I'm envisioning is, there be a higher threshold than what is being suggested here with 1/2 acre. I mean, someone certainly could clear cut 1.5 acres, and that might be problematic. But it does seem like a pretty reasonable starting point. But for anything bigger than that, that caveat that the West Region Wildfire Council or Colorado State Forest certainly has to check off any project. And like Hallie's saying, that she did that, but there was no formalized process. Perhaps we create a little bit more of a formalized process that either of those two entities have had their eyes on any given project, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Galena, I think the conversation that you've missed is my deep concern with formalizing that process, because what that means for an arborist is a new application for every single day of work they do. And because almost every day they're on a new property if they're working small properties. And that level of bureaucracy for an arborist seems outrageous to me. Especially for some of these smaller properties who are doing beetle kill management or wildfire mitigation. And then also for staff, seeing new applications coming in every single day saying, I'm gonna spray and cut, I'm gonna spray and cut, I'm gonna spray and cut. Like, that's just outrageous. There's no need for that.
Recommendation, maybe you could give us a suggestion and we could talk that through.
I love the idea of the general permit.
At what acre, levels?
I think-
you said that.
I think we could bring down the 40 acre to a 35 acre, just to make it have some basis on something that's already established in the county. In terms of the lower threshold, I don't know how many small acreage parcels we have in the county, but I would think 10, 15, 20 acres should be sufficient for that. Because that balances the need for some oversight on those larger-ish parcels. But it lets landowners still manage their smaller acreage with their consultants without having to apply to the Western Regional Wildfire Council and apply for a $300 permit.
So right now, we say half an acre or below half an acre, go for it. So we could raise that up to an acre and a half or 2 acres, something like that. And then what was that 10, 15, 20 acre?
Well, I'm suggesting raise that up to 10 acres or 15 acres or. 20
Oh,
acres.
I see, raise that, okay, the no permit required.
Or have a general permit that
Mhm.
covers that 2 acres all the way up to the 35
Mhm.
acres. And just say, thou shalt follow BMPs, and if you don't, we will come and we will find you.
Or it could be 0 to 40,
Yeah, it could be
0 to
zero.
35, right?
Although-
Everybody should be following best practice.
Well, section 3 says for activities consisting of 20 to 40 acres of service disturbance. Assuming we're taking your tree cutting as disturbances. The landowner or contractor shall submit a notice of coverage to the county planning director. That's just a notification. There's no requirement that they do anything with the council except for what's in B.
Isn't that just for the qualifying people? Qualifying entities?
Right, so
Section
even with the
3?
general permit, you still have to submit that
Yeah,
notice at 20 acres.
that's for the qualifying people, isn't it? Or organizations.
Right, because then as it stands right now, everyone else has to get their own permit.
Mhm.
So there's no need to notify because you're already applying for a permit.
But the half acre isn't about the size of your property, it's about how much work you're doing and the impact of it.
Right.
Everything you described would be under.
Not based on the definition of disturbed area.
Well,
Here's
and
what
that's
I
we
had
should
done.
look at, because
I cut down 20 trees over approximately a 2 to 3 acre area. Some of it was mulched, some of it was chained up the hill to become wildfire, and some of it was hauled to the burn pit that my HOA maintains. So I've checked every single box in terms of minor forestry.
But did you disturb any of that property?
Of course, I dragged trees up with a chain.
Did you create roads, trails?
But that's not that's not our definition
well,
of
isn't
disturbance.
that the definition we should look at?
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, my property is 22 acres. If everyone had that much land, just went to town, we would have a big problem.
Of course, of course.
So I just don't, I think trying to funnel people who are doing larger scale stuff to the wildfire council makes all the sense in the world. I'm not in support of just lifting that acreage cap to 10, 20. I mean, that's kind of what we're trying to address. And I have seen problems with people just clear cutting, and it's mostly because they want to see things better. It has not, often does not have much to do with wildfire or fields. But I have a question. Can you walk us through, if someone contacts you, what's the process? How long does it take? How does it work?
So you're talking about the process where we would help someone mitigate their 10 acres, if we use that. Is that what you're talking about? So the first thing is a request for us to go out and do a site visit. Those usually are scheduled within 6 to 8 weeks. We're a little longer than that this year, but that's about an hour of the landowner's time. Do a full walk around of the house. They get a full report. We go out to, it depends on how much they want to do, that we can do defensible space or we can talk beyond that. But it's primarily about defensible space. At that point, if I'm the one doing the site visit, I look at that 10-acre property and I say, if we're going to fully mitigate this property, how many trees do I think we have to cut? That's a very general sort of statement. If it's more than about 6 or 7 trees, then I'm going to recommend it for our vegetation management program, which is the program that then helps with that. The homeowner has to put in an application. It's done online, takes about 5 minutes for that. Twice a year, we sit down and say, okay, we've got X number of applications. We have this much funding. How much can we do in this time? And some people will say, I don't need your funding. I just want to get this done, and then we will track them, obviously. At the point at which we decide we're going to work on a project, then a forester goes out, who's the expert in which trees have to be cut. And they will go out with blue paint and also mark the outside of the property line. And they will mark all the trees that have to come out in order to fully mitigate the property. At that point, then once we get a bunch of them together, we will have a contractor showcase. And usually the last one we did in San Miguel County, we had about 20 contractors show up. We showed them, I think, 17. Were you one of them?
There were 4 on the list of the day that they did.
Oh, they did yours. But the last one we did in San Miguel County, I think we had 17 contractors show up, or no, 15 contractors. We saw 17 properties that day. They have a 2-week timeline. They get us their bids. We bring the bids back to the homeowner and say, which one do you want? And they choose the person they want. We then give them an estimate that says, this is how much grant funding we have for it, if it's a grant funding situation. They decide whether or not to move forward. And then once that's signed, we act as the general contractor. We inspect all the contractor's equipment to make sure it meets all standards. We make sure they've got all their insurance, all those sorts of things. And then the homeowner will schedule with the contractor when this work's going to be done. The operational window will involve the pinion, whether or not we have pinion IPSPEDL restrictions or not. Once that's been set, then the contractor goes out. Usually, if it's a multi-day job, a lot of times our forester will go out one day while they're cutting. If it's a one-day job, usually not. But then we come back afterwards before anybody has to pay anything and make sure that it meets all the standards of the Colorado State Forest Service, all those best management practices. Then the landowner pays for the work once we certify that. And then they send us their confirmation of payment, and then we send them a check. So I went through that pretty quick, but that's the whole system.
And yeah, from my experience, there was a bit of a lag in getting the initial property inspection. I think I submitted my application last fall, November probably.
After field season, yeah.
Yeah, it was October, November, for the actual work. And then last month, they contacted me and said, hey, we're ready to come out and inspect your property. All the flagging went up, and it's been moving very quickly. And the contractor, they say, some of them said when they would do the work, and it ranges from like now to, fire restrictions notwithstanding, to, oh, well, we'll do it in November. And I don't have beetle on mine. So, that's a factor as well. So there's a lot of vetting that goes on. And, whereas with, people, people say, well, I'm doing this for wildfire mitigation. They're not necessarily following the best practice. They don't really know. It's not as simple as just cutting all the trees. I could see, exclusions if we wanted to change that to like 2 acres of surface disturbance and then put in a definition of surface disturbance.
There is one.
Yes, the fees are.
Yeah, we did add one.
Pardon?
Sorry, we did add a definition of surface disturbance. It's in section 6.1 or 6-1, and that was new after the last work session to try to help with some of these same issues.
Okay.
And to your point, Hallie, about dragging trees, it uses the word grading. Like, I don't think just dragging trees counts as surface disturbance.
I mean, again, all of that's great. I'm thrilled to know that I can work on my land. It goes back to my question though. Who do we expect to be permitting for a minor forestry permit? If not me, then who? Because I don't know who else would be doing. I guess I don't know. And it's not that I don't want to do this, it's that I think it's an undue burden. I mean, really what it comes down to is I just don't want to see any kinds of financial, time, bureaucratic barriers to someone being able to go and cut down dead or dying trees or do mitigation around their house. Because we have fires literally on every side of us right now.
And I mean, that's very much at the heart of what we were trying to do here. But also, you know, retaining some control, on that.
Hey, I don't know, based on our conversation, if it would be helpful for folks, I have 4 ideas. I think to your, you know, your point of asking Hallie for, you know, an idea to respond to. I have 4 ideas for right sizing that I could put up on the screen for folks to respond
That's
to,
great.
if that would be helpful. I don't mean at all to make them exhaustive either, but I thought that it might be helpful to I don't know, to give something to respond to.
Leah, I might need to take a bio break here in a minute too.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's some, I don't know what this first one looks like yet, but here's some ideas based on what I've heard so far to clarify the definition of property maintenance, to tighten that up and make sure, I mean, I do think the intent is to be pretty expansive, but number 2 would be to raise the forestry exemption to 1.5 acres. It sounded like going a lot higher, there wasn't consensus on. So these numbers are just for you to respond to, but 1.5 acres based on what Tim said, I think is helpful and something we hadn't found in our research.
Is that 1.5 acres of surface disturbance?
Of surface disturbance, yes. Yeah, and just to clarify that, we did, after the last work session, consider whether a surface disturbance was right, or whether it was like some sort of a project size.
Yeah.
Like consistent with everything else you all have looked on, if you're interested in land use impacts, it really is the amount of surface disturbance versus how big the project site is. It gets at the scale and intensity better. So that's why we did keep it there, but we added
But
that.
Tim's point about 1.5 acres was actually the project size, not the surface disturbance, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so that might also be a generous threshold. So I'll just say raising it to something, but yeah, it seems like that's an idea that's come up, but I see what you're saying, Ann. To something.
Well, the thing, as I recall, and as I'm reading the surface disturbance definition, we talk about alteration of existing vegetation includes all contiguous areas and non-contiguous areas disturbed. So I think the way that you defined it for us last time was if there's a tree here, here, and here, I draw a triangle between those trees and that's my disturbed area. Is that correct?
That's fairly close. It depends somewhat on methods, right? So if you go in with a chainsaw and just drop a tree and then buck it up and carry it to where your wood pile, that's almost zero surface disturbance. But if I come in with a tracked chipper to chip your trees, then it's that whole area where that chipping has occurred.
But Tim, what are you talking about? Why are you all calculating surface disturbance? Because I would have answered that differently for the way I envision the county's calculating surface disturbance.
That has the way we do that, almost always we just use project area because it's just easier for us. But sometimes and that's why it's different from an individual homeowner cutting a single tree. But if we're chipping, right, which is we do in probably 85% of our projects, and then broadcast those chips, then there's a track chipper going through there, or there's whatever other wheeled equipment, then we take the whole area. We don't just measure out the area between the tracks or anything like that. So most of the time, for our purposes, surface disturbance and project area is the same. But there are some examples for a single homeowner where that would not be the same.
But what, Tim isn't the one that's going to calculate that for the county. It's the county definition, which is very, very genuinely, you literally have to be doing maybe clearing goes away. Clearing might not be right. Because to me, you actively need to be scraping the ground in some way.
Which is what a track chipper is going to do. It's going to go as low as it can. And this is, by the way, this is also the way Colorado State Forest Service is going to calculate it too.
Okay, let's let Tori finish her list of 4 and then we'll take a short recess.
Okay, and sorry, if this isn't helpful, you can put it aside too, but the other idea is for general permit, you could raise this, you would want to match the same threshold as the exemption. So you would change the general permit to be for 1.5 to 35 acres. Another question is, do you want it to be qualifying or do you want it to be all wildfire mitigation practices? I think we heard both ways, so.
Right.
And then this was another thought that I haven't mentioned, but if the cost of the administrative permit, and maybe when you come back, you might want to hear from Kay about how streamlined an administrative permit is. If the concern is really whether someone's getting a general permit or an administrative, how big of a deal that is. One thing you could do is exempt minor forestry practice from an administrative permit costs. You could put that in the regulations that they're just exempt from costs. I think I haven't asked Kay about how that works, but.
Yeah, and we do have precedent where we want to, things that we want to encourage. We have reduced or waived fees, for example, solar projects on individual houses. There's no fee for that because we want to encourage it. So definitely the BOCC could entertain modifying the fee schedule relative to wildfire mitigation and get rid of that barrier.
Okay, and with that, we'll take a recess until promptly 11:45.
Okay, do you guys want me to leave this up? Is it helpful to think about or take it off?
Helpful, I think.
Yeah, leave it up.
Okay, I'll leave it on the screen.
Hey, I wonder if during the break, you could think about Hallie's question of like, who do we expect to apply for the minor permit? I think like just to have a couple examples or an example of that might help us in our own mind understand how these are going to be applied. That's possible.
Okay, we're on pause. Thanks. Everybody back?
I don't really want to say that on record, but.
Okay. Our marathon session continues. We are now called back to order. I'd like to propose that we task the development team, to listen to what we've expressed our concerns about, strengthen the definitions for property maintenance, for disturbance, so far as, whatever clarity we can bring to that. And what was the third one that you said? Because I like what you said.
I think it was forestry practice, but if we just add in like the primary term that Tim
Right, that
suggested,
was it.
that might take care of it.
So that we include the application of the term primary.
So we're really pulling apart property maintenance and forestry practices.
I have a couple questions that might help us.
Please.
First of all, is there a jumping off point, like if people contacted the wildfire group and then they got that initial assessment and then they wanted to just hire their own people to do the work? Would that count under that general permit for like they had done the consultation and were doing the work in line with the best practices?
I don't think
I
who
think
does the
that
work
could be
is,
helpful.
I don't think who does the work is in any way key.
Okay, so I think that's helpful to know. And then my next question is, can we put something in where it wouldn't just have to be an individual, but like an HOA could work with the wildfire council and then hire whoever they wanted individually to do the work, but they have that overarching.
Umbrella permit, whatever.
Jim has an opinion.
The only thing I would caution you, I like that idea a lot, and we work with a lot more and more HOAs all the time. The only thing I would caution you about is just the site visit won't make sure that you do best practices. And so the place to insert that, if you want to go that way, is to maybe say after a forester gives the prescription for the property, whether it's us or Colorado State Forest Service comes out and does it too.
So
That-
that's like step 2.
Yeah, that would be the place where then you could actually say that that mitigation work is being done because it's meeting certain standards. Does that make sense?
So I think if we recognize that under that general permit, if they go through step 2, either as an individual property owner or an HOA, and then they can choose who they bring in to do the work in line with that. It may not be perfect, it may not be exactly the way you guys would do it, but I think would that help ease some of your concern?
I think so. Like I said, I had the Forest Service, the State Forest Service offers these site visits. We did that and then we hired someone. Would that make me eligible for this general permit?
Under Jocelyn's proposal, yes.
How do I
But the
demonstrate
second
that?
step to have the forester come and create like a formal plan, so it would take a little bit of time. But I think it's important to understand too that, especially in a smaller property like that, you might have to go through that process once, and then over time, you're doing maintenance in little bits, but you're not gonna clear 30, 50 trees on an acre and a half year after year after
Right.
year,
Right.
hopefully.
I think if we were to add the term homeowners association to 3604I3, and then also do the same thing in the major, because you're talking about acreage of disturbance, not acreage of the development. That would give the opportunity, that would open the window for the homeowners associations to participate as a whole.
One thing I would tell you as a person who's been on HOA boards is that the HOA very well might bring someone in to consult and give recommendations, but we cannot, as an HOA board, tell you who is going to work on your property or hire a contractor or really even tell you what to do per se. So the HOA could certainly get things started, depending on the HOA. But it would still be the homeowner's gonna have to give permission for the forester to go on land. The homeowner's gonna have to hire their own consultant, because the HOA is not gonna. Some HOAs might hire a consultant, but you just get into really weird insurance world when you start having consultants work on private land, even in an HOA. So.
Okay.
We certainly add it, but I don't know if it's an end all be all though.
Lee, I'm curious, I'm sorry, I couldn't see where you were looking because my screen was taken up with the screen share. Do you mind just
Oh, yeah.
saying again where?
I was referring to 6401I, general permit,
Uh-huh.
and that's actually specifically under wildfire mitigation. Item 3, activities consisting of 20 to 40 acres of surface disturbance.
Oh, I gotcha.
The landowner, comma, homeowners association, comma, or contractor.
Oh, yeah,
So that an HOA could manage multiple smaller parcels. Yeah.
yeah.
And the HOA could aggregate the demand for services and negotiate with the permission of the landowners.
Yeah.
We just did a wildfire mitigation in Lawson, but they just did, the HOA paid for it, but they just did the common areas. They didn't do the individual properties. Yes, sir.
And I was just gonna suggest, I know when we say HOA, a lot of times for you, Lee, you think of Lawson Hill, where all the property is commonly owned. Whereas in Hallie's case, right, there's an HOA, but the property is not commonly owned. It's individually owned and prescribed by an HOA. So we will have both of those scenarios. And it may work slightly differently. The HOA can absolutely do some coordination and some assistance in both of those cases, but we will have shades of gray between that application.
Okay, there may be a better term than HOA.
I love that though.
Association.
That's a good start.
And you probably want to make the same change in the list for 3A as well. And I bet Maura will take a look at the language and tell us how best to express that. Okay.
So did we get a question or an answer to the question of, if not me, who would apply for the minor forestry permit? If it's not folks doing what I'm doing, who is it?
So by way of example, a couple of years ago, we had a project, on a property out on Wrights Mesa. I just looked it up, they were under 100 acres, so that would be a minor forestry, permit, under this. And they had worked with, State Forest, Service to, develop their plans. But yeah, they would be one, that would come in for a minor. Instead they had to do one step to the DOCC because of the way the current code is written.
And they did what?
They were doing as forest health, removing, pine, spruce, and aspen. They had some dead, standing, and their whole plan followed all of the BMPs for timing, for the beetle, timing for the Gunnison sage grouse, how they were treating the land, everything.
So how is that not property maintenance?
Because of the volume.
The size of the disturbance.
Yeah, size of the disturbance. There's a certain point where, property maintenance goes from a minor activity to little impact to, although they were maintaining the overall, property, they were affecting, about 95, 97 acres. So they were just under that 100-acre threshold under the regulations here. They were over the 300,000 board feet of hauling, which is what tripped them into the one-step VOCC review.
Okay.
It's kind of like, houses. We say up to 12,000 square feet. By right, over 12,000 square feet in the SUV. And just determined there's these thresholds in our code where the impacts become greater. And
That is the question.
I think what you said in describing that project and got to the word hauling is where my ears perked up and I realized hauling is different from what Hallie's doing.
Yeah.
Hallie's,
And the foresters who are here, can correct me, but generally, once you reach a certain threshold, you're not just mulching in place, there is hauling, removal. I would imagine, once you're hitting about the 20 acre point, it's being removed.
May or may not. In some cases, particularly if we're in, say, pinyon juniper, it's probably all going to get chipped because there's no market for it. In some cases, generally, the general rule we have from our contractors is if they can't get 3 full log trucks, they're not hauling anything. And once they can get 3 full log trucks, it can be financially viable for them.
Is there, oh, go ahead.
Do we care at all hauling mulch versus hauling usable board?
So the excess haul permits are based on, weight.
Same amount of wood?
It all depends on the size of the truck and weight and the number of trips.
Okay, one other related topic before we move on. Oh, I'm sorry, Kalina, go ahead, you.
Just a really quick question for Tim. It's really kind of not totally related, but I just for my own knowledge, is West Region utilizing air curtain burners ever for larger projects?
We do not do prescribed fire. Getting a prescribed fire permit in the state of Colorado, if you're concerned about this level of bureaucracy, we can talk. Yeah, we avoid that.
Okay.
So one element that has come up that is not currently addressed is the issue not just of fire mitigation, which is the most important thing at the moment, but also forest health. And I would have to reluctantly raise the question, should we broaden the scope of this existing proposal to include forest health as a component of things that you might want to do forestry for? I don't think we want a separate piece of code for it. But it would seem like we either need to put it in now or we need to make sure we come back and do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big part of what I've done is, we've cut lower limbs and cleared out brush, but we've downed sick and dying trees, and that's forest health.
It's not a planning commission meeting if I don't make Kay hold her head and sigh.
In some of these other aspects of forest
Oh,
practice,
yeah.
like
Yeah.
practices to remove these trees?
Yeah, I think the mechanism is here.
Okay, so you're just saying, you're talking
Just,
about,
we should include, broaden the scope to include forest health activities as a contributing factor to forestry activity.
Yeah, I'd have to do a word search, but I think somewhere in here, we're using the phrase forest health.
Yes, I think it's in there.
And, but, that means, a lot of things to a lot of different people. And, I think, in terms of how we define, forestry practice and, everything else in here. I think forest health is just kind of
implicit.
Yes.
Isn't it implicit little in these?
Well,
It's,
I
in the
do think-
definition of wildfire mitigation practice.
Yeah, I think the intent is that the things in the minor, the activities that are described as minor wildfire practices,
Mhm.
that is what we were trying to get at, Lee, but trying to just prescribe that more, what that means and what would qualify in or out as forest health.
Okay.
Yeah, it's,
But and then I would so that's an administrative permit. So I wasn't sure if you were saying that you wanted to bump those all into general permits. I mean,
I would ask you not to do that.
yeah,
Again, there's people are self-certifying, their general permits. As I mentioned, we've had. I know I can think of examples where people have claimed that they're just doing this, and they've actually done a lot of environmental harm. So, yeah, self-certifying general permits. Not not a great idea.
Mhm.
There's just no, not enough sideboards in that.
Okay.
So maybe to ask the question that no one really wants to say, what teeth do we have though? If someone just goes in and clear cuts 5 acres with or without a permit, those trees are cut down.
So we have, we would have our code enforcement process, and part of that would be then retroactively looking at what they did. And then, what do we need them to do to mitigate what they did? And if, for example, they, left unstable slopes, or if they impacted wetlands, they cut new roads, any of that, we're having them go back and fix it. And, I don't know if we would get, we would definitely require them to, they brought in dirty equipment, it caused a thistle infestation. So having them fix that.
All of which we could do under a general permit.
Actually, no, under a general permit, it'd be very hard to do that.
Why?
Because if people are self-certifying, that aren't going through, either the Welfare Council or the State Forest Service, we have no point of contact or control.
Well, as with any violation though, we would get a complaint or we would notice it, and then we would say you are in violation of the BMP's requirement under the general permit, and therefore we can step in and do something.
No, it would be really hard because, is Laura still on?
Well, I have a note that Tori said that under a general permit, that still allows for enforcement.
So yeah, if we issue a general permit,
Tori, do you want to clarify that? I thought that, I made a note that you had said that. But
Yeah,
then
I do. I
understand
mean,
it.
Kay, I don't want to contradict you. I don't like, as far as enforcement goes, I don't think that you have different options. I think that they are pretty much the same. I think what Kay, so, can you enforce a general permit similarly? Yes. Maybe what Kay's talking about is the policing of whether or not you actually fell under that general permit is a layer that doesn't exist if you just had to get your administrative permit, but I don't know if that helped.
If you get an administrative permit, does the county do a site visit?
if necessary.
Okay, but it's not like you're out there to certify that they've done it and followed.
No, and unless until the county hires a forester, we don't have that expertise. So the qualifying practices for the general permit, we know that those entities have the qualified staff, they have the expertise.
And in terms of the enforcement mechanism itself, rather than the question of what qualifies for enforcement, it's the standard tools. If we have to go in and do the mitigation for them, we'll do it and then we'll charge them. And if they don't pay it, we'll put a lien on them.
And that would be the same under a general permit.
I think so. I think Tori's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of the conversation to me seems like it's the difference between a general permit and an administrative permit. And something I realize that you guys tell me if this isn't helpful, but I realize from Kay is like, I don't understand how burdensome or not an administrative permit is. So if we're really trying to understand if things need to be off-ramped from getting an administrative permit, if that's too much, we need to bump them to a general permit. I don't know, but I feel like it may be helpful to the group to know how efficient or inefficient an administrative permit is.
Administrative permits are pretty efficient in our office. Somebody gets their application. If they've met all the requirements and the standards that are laid out, it's not going to be a big thing, but we're giving them a piece of paper at the time that says you will meet these BMPs. If they're going in under the general permit umbrella, which means you aren't going through a process if you're under 20 acres. That's where we run out of, where it becomes very difficult for us to go in and enforce.
What if we added language saying sorry,
WRWC.
the council or the state, or a certified forester or arborist? And we don't say who the certified forester or arborist is.
Yeah, that's the problem that, going back to, like I said, Tori and I did a lot of research on that.
Yeah.
And we could, there isn't a one single description
Fine,
of what that would be, or one single organization.
but it's still encouraging people to hire a professional as opposed to doing it themselves.
But is the professional that they hire the right one? Because.
Is it our job to say it is? I mean.
I think it is, if we get, if we're, we need an engineer.
Require a PE all the time.
There's certain things that a civil engineer does that a structural engineer doesn't, and vice versa. We want, if it's something we need a structural engineer, we need a structural engineer. And when it comes to arborists and foresters, there just isn't that, I mean, there is testing for the certificates that are issued, but it's not as uniform.
And I think just to put a fine point on it, what I envision is we'll have an applicant come in and say, well, I hired somebody and they're a certified arborist, right? They stamped a piece of paper, they got on letterhead somehow. And we as staff will be in a position to say, we don't think so. And we will have to make that case. And what Kay is mentioning is there are, unlike filing with the Department of Regulatory Agencies to be a hairdresser, which does exist, right? There is not the same kind of provision for an arborist or an engineer, or there is for an engineer, there is for, frankly, a hairdresser, but there is not that same certification for an arborist. So we will be kind of slicing in a gray area that leaves us at a less than comfortable level. I think we do exercise good judgment as staff, as, is this place a fly-by-night? Is it something that's established? Do they have a track record? But if that gets written in that way, we are gonna have to make that call. And
It's not under a general permit, you wouldn't.
Well, there's a terminology shift we can do here. If we wish to impose an expectation of expertise, don't call them certified, call them qualified.
Sure.
And then that gives the county the gray area to say, well,
We have to then define what's qualified.
only if somebody asks.
So
I would need it in the code, because if I'm rejecting somebody because I say they're not qualified, I need something to back me up.
see.
But you wouldn't be rejecting them under a general permit. They would be qualified, they go do the work. If they screw it up, we go in and enforce, and if they don't, they haven't had to apply for an administrative permit.
They'd be self-qualified.
Yeah.
And it just from.
It's very vague.
It's very vague, and from a code enforcement perspective, I'm just not comfortable with that. Having seen not just for forestry, but any number of things where, we've, had, things happen that shouldn't have because people were very overconfident in their abilities.
And ultimately, in that scenario, I envision if they're self-qualifying, we would begin to develop a list of those who have disqualified themselves through evidence, right? The second time around, we'd say, oh no, they're not qualified. They really did not do great work last time. But we have to have that failure before we have disqualification.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the thing is, are we willing to accept less than, work that's been done that is not to the standard we would have liked, in order to kind of have that kind of regime?
Yeah, I would say the other piece about this lack of clarity that would need to happen on the staff level is it just cuts against the idea of streamlining. It adds in another point where you need like a staff determination and there could be a back and forth. I mean, at that, if you were headed in that direction, I would say why not all landowners then? And then it's going to be very, very, very few people that are doing their own work at that scale of surface disturbance. They're almost always going to be consultant contractors. I don't know.
If we do the cleaning up of the definitions, I think it sounds to me like we might be okay with just letting those two entities identified as qualified being able to qualify for the general permit, because it's gonna be so much more clear who's excluded from even needing a permit.
That could be.
So I think we should move on and just let the staff revise this and give us something to react to.
I would
The
support.
other thing that Jocelyn suggested, do you all want us, I think we could work with the Wildfire Council and the Forest Service on better language here, but that concept of a site visit or at what stage, because I think that could open it up more if we clarify that too.
That allows people, you still get the expertise up front that allows you to have the general permit. But then it allows you to hop off and hire whomever you want to do the work quickly or whatever. That takes some pressure off of you in terms of trying to find grant money to support all the people who want that expertise.
Okay. Are we expressing our thinking here clear enough, Tori, for you guys to
I think
Work.
so.
go?
The things I put in red, I'm saying it doesn't sound like there's an interest then we can look at it after this, but for now, don't raise the thresholds, work on other clarifications.
Oh, I fully support raising it to at least 1.5 acres.
I
I
think,
think we all do, don't we?
no,
No, maybe not.
no. I think let's get a better definition of surface disturbance and then we'll know what we're playing with.
Cause it's surface disturbance, it's not project size.
Yeah, I would support 1.5 acres, but not necessarily 1.5 acres of surface disturbance, because those are two very different numbers in theory.
Yep. Okay,
The final thing I'd just like to advocate for too is a no fee permit if we are trying to push people through a process.
Yeah, fees are set by resolution of the county commissioners, and certainly commissioners, if you're interested in entertaining that, when we ultimately bring this to you, we could bring a fee amendment to you as well.
Yes, please.
Agreed. So you can put that in black, right?
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. This is plenty for us to work with for sure.
okay. I'm at 6405 W, revegetation plan. Yeah, I'm pushing. Because the pizza's here.
Yeah. 6405.
What page number is it?
I'm trying to avoid the page numbers because people are looking at different versions.
No, where did they do?
It's section 6405. Letter W, revegetation plan.
I don't know where my comment is because it's on the memo. Can I just ask a question?
Beg pardon?
Can I just ask a question? I commented on the memo, not so much the text. So
Oh,
what's 6405?
Revegetation plan is 23 of 32.
Got it.
What's your question?
I don't have a question. I'm setting a new marker.
Okay.
Because some of my other stuff got mentioned
I don't know where my question fits
and
in.
covered. So does anybody have anything before that? Now that we've,
Tim has his finger.
I do, I think.
Tim does, yes.
There's a couple of things, and this is an overall observation for you that I'd like you to consider. There, during a lot of your best practices, you cite Colorado State Forest Service, which I think is a really good thing to do. There are a couple of times when you cite, you say you have a variance with Colorado State Forest Service. One is the riparian zones and high water marks. And that's a concerning one for us in wildfire mitigation. And the example I like to use is the road going up to Ophir. If we require 100-foot buffer on either side of the river going up to Ophir, we don't mitigate that road, and that's on your CWPP as a major issue. So something to think about there, maybe matching the Colorado State Forest Service there. The other place is, I noticed in a couple places you're using this is 35 years in higher education that worries me when I see this a little bit. You're using individual research in the sage grouse area, for example. You're using just one publication to set your boundaries. And because in the other areas you've used state numbers or federal numbers, I would suggest trying to find those for those areas. The problem with using a single research paper is sometimes we find out they're not right, or they get outdated, or whatever it may be. And when you use governmental best practices, those are compilations of many research projects. And so just as a way of looking at that, I would suggest you might want to look at that. But the one that's the biggest question for us is that 100 feet of the high water mark or the riparian zones.
Can you point us to which section? Okay. I remember spotting it too.
It's 6-404A
Here.
which is on page 11 of 32. But then you move to page 12 of 32 because it's 6-404A.
I see.
H, thank you. A something, A2H. And just to supplement what Tim said, that 100-foot flood or that 100-foot buffer is consistent with your land use code for all other activities. That's where we got that from. But I think
that's in the footnote, actually. Yeah, it's in the footnote that's where it's from.
So are you okay with that, or
it's
still concerning?
If I live in Ophir, that's concerning to me.
Based on Tim's example and the concerns about wildfire, I think that we would like to make an exception in our land use code for wildfire mitigation that is WRWC certified within the wetlands, riparian area, or fence boundary. But we'd like to discuss that carefully before we do.
I'm curious, can I ask a question here?
Please.
How do you handle dead cottonwood along a river right next to my house?
The honest truth is, in most cases, dead cottonwood is not a major wildfire risk. It's more of a hazard risk
Sure.
than it is a dead. If you've ever tried to burn cottonwood, you know what I mean. You get smokes, it doesn't really flame. So we don't worry too much about that. But the places where we do worry about it, again, in Ophir, where you may have some steep sides and then a river at the bottom, and horizontally speaking, the 100 feet may go all the way to the road. And if I were mitigating that road up to Ophir, I would want, and I'm not going to get this, but in the best of all possible worlds, I want 50 feet clear cut on either side of the road. You can't get that in that canyon in some places. So then you're going to have to figure out what part of a forester, again, is going to figure out how much can we take and not mess up water quality, not mess up erosion on those steep sides, all those sorts of things. So putting in a blanket 100-foot buffer becomes really difficult, particularly when we're talking about something like life safety, which is really what the Ophir question is.
It's also problematic in several sections of the San Miguel.
It is. Yeah.
So aside from wildfire, my question remains, how do we handle that in the riparian zone or along a power line or along a highway?
Can we say something like as practical in front of H?
I think we will look at this and see if we can come back with a better solution. For the highways and the utility easements, we already have that exemption. Tri-State did a lot of mitigation work through the Ophir Valley a couple of years ago. And where they did get a wetland special use permit from us where they were in certain areas. it was actually on private property at that point. But we do have, you know, exemptions and exceptions, but we'll definitely take a look at it.
Yeah, I think you need to give yourself some criteria by which you can waive
Yeah.
that.
And, yeah, regarding Gunnison sage grouse, that's always kind of, it's still a little bit of a moving target. We refer to, CPW, BLM and US Fish and Wildlife Service because everybody's just a little bit different right now. But, you know, trying to come up with the best solution.
Regarding the Gunnison sage grouse, we mentioned it in two different places, one under best practices and then also under the review criteria for minor. Do we want to do that? Seems like it's duplicative. Page 10 and page 12
And 18,
and 18, okay.
wildlife and wildlife habitat impact assessment. 60406 so where am I? 405 is which.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if we change anything, Gunnison sage grouse, we'll change it to all the sections.
Or what, just put it under best practices and not have to have it in so many places.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I think the only reason sorry, I'm just digesting, but the reason it's carried forward as a criteria in minor forestry practice and not just a best practice is just to give it it's like an elevated like it's clearly a condition or a requirement of your permit versus just a best practice. So it's elevating it, I would describe it as.
well, yeah, it's positioned as a review criteria by which we could decline a permit application.
Yeah, this is tricky though. If activities are prohibited within a 4-mile buffer zone, but my house is within a 4-mile buffer zone and I need to do wildfire mitigation work to keep everyone safe. That's a conflict.
Where are you? Which 4-mile buffer zone?
She's on page 10,
10 of 32.
4A.
I completely understand the need to have a buffer zone to protect the leks and the habitat. And also, if a wildfire busts through there, we're all screwed. So
Yeah.
how do we,
Same language that Kay's gonna concoct for
Yeah.
riparian corridors is going to be useful for the Gunnison sage grouse, whether it's a health, safety, life exception.
Unless otherwise.
Yeah, it's gonna be discussed.
but obviously treated with gloves. I mean, we've got.
Well, it's already
Yeah.
there, unless the applicant provides a mitigation plan that avoids, minimizes, and mitigates all impacts.
Yeah.
Avoid
All,
or mitigate.
Yeah, that's tough.
all is hard. I mean, they're gonna
All's
hear your
hard.
chainsaw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Kay, could you weigh in for that project that you were referring to, the large project up near Miramonte, which is really adjacent to some of the most active Gunnison sage grouse habitat in the county, and how that kind of shook out? What were these boundary lines applied during that project, and how did that work?
So yes, these boundaries were applied. They, you know, were very careful to, you know, follow the, you know, we have others, you know, there are other standards and best practices for Gunnison sage grouse. And one of the key things, so they didn't have active leks on the property. And, you know, they were far enough away that they were able to start work on the property, start clearing trees and stockpile them. But because of the haul route and where that went, they were not able to haul until July 1st. So, you know, again, each property is very specific and the activity is very much customized based on its actual impacts and its needs.
Okay. Let's keep moving forward. We have minor. Get the general problem. So section 6403, we've talked about a lot of elements that sort of wrap around the minor forestry practice permit. Is there any other substantive comment on that section?
I think, Lee, if I could just make one comment, the question was asked about what's the effort or what is getting an administrative permit require? There's the permit fee, which we're gonna waive, but kind of looking through the criteria, it looks like maybe an hour of work.
It really will depend upon the quality of the application that we get.
Right, but I mean, like minimum, it's gonna take you about an hour to come up with a very simple, like if it were for my property, it'd take an hour just to like print out a map, mark it up, make it look good and send it to you.
And your question?
And I think my comment going back to earlier was if a forester or an arborist has to do this every day for every project, that's a lot of effort.
But again, they won't if it's property maintenance.
Exactly. So I just was pointing that out. I think it's not insignificant if it's not included in property. Yes.
Well, a plumber has to pull a permit for every house he plumbs, right?
That's not true. You don't have to get a permit to fix my leaky sink.
No. But
New construction. too.
Yeah, new construction you do. for
Yeah.
sure.
okay. All right. So we're working past minor. Best management for minor. We've had comments on that. Permit, how about 6405, permit application materials for major forestry practice? Lots of highlights of the new stuff.
Did this start at 40 acres or at 100 acres?
100,
So what happens between 40 and 100?
that's the minor. The administrative.
I thought minor was half an acre to 40.
No, that's general permit.
So between a half acre and 40, there's several different thresholds and several different standards. That'd be sorted out. At 40, it clearly becomes, even if it's so stuff right now under 40 that could go under the qualifying permit. At 40, 20 to 40, it's a notice coverage, and at 40 but 40 to 100, it's minor, and then 100 or more, then it's major.
And again, we're talking disturbance area, not acreage.
Area of disturbance.
Okay.
And, just under 100-acre project that I mentioned, I think there was actually about 1,000-acre property. But they were only disturbing about 95, 97 acres.
Was their project area 97 acres?
Their project area, and they gave us maps that clearly delineated where they would be working within the larger property.
Yeah. That brings me back to surface area versus project area. That actually makes me really concerned that you could have 100 acres of disturbed area, which could actually be 1,000-acre project, and it's still considered minor.
No, they weren't working with outside of those 97 acres, so the surface disturbance was part of that 97 or 95 acres. They may not have been, it wasn't a total scraping of it, but that was the polygons that they were working within, in which they were definitely doing activity.
So their project area was 97 acres.
Yeah.
Seems to me like aligning with their language is really gonna be useful, especially on the larger projects. Cause are you gonna use GIS to map out every single road that they're going to build, or are you going to use project area to determine the affected area? Like on a mine site, you have the mine boundary, and that is the impact area. Using a chainsaw is no different. I'm impacting an area even if I'm not disturbing the surface.
They're gonna be giving us polygons of the areas in which they're doing the forestry practice. And yeah, there might be a few random trees here and there outside of them. If they have to build a new road to come in, yeah, they're going to have to give us the GIS line showing the whole area of building the new road. That's part of the surface disturbance too.
And a lot of that's like detailed here in
Yeah.
bullet point number 4. About surface disturbances and skid trails. Things like that.
Yep, that's true. It's all new text. Anything else for the major application materials? Going once, going twice. Okay. Then skipping ahead to 406 permit review criteria for major, which parallels the information provided. I had one comment under 6406D technical feasibility. It's on page 25 of 32. And item 2, whether appropriate equipment and materials exist. This is the criteria for evaluating technical feasibility. And I thought it would be appropriate to expand that a bit and include methods or practices. Because that's part of the technical feasibility, how they go about resolving the technical issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I have a question about the housing piece. I thought that when we were doing mining, it was decided that it was too hard to measure how people would speak to that impact. So I'm just wondering how we imagine that, like if we get an application. So what it says is the major forestry practice will not reduce the availability nor increase the cost of housing. How do we expect people to demonstrate that?
So if you go back to the application materials, we asked them to tell us how many employees they so since 6405.
405P, 21 of 32.
Yeah, an estimate of the number of workers associated with the construction operational phase of the major development. Construction doesn't exactly apply in forestry. Description of the direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts of construction operation of major forestry practice on housing availability. And then what they'll be doing to mitigate that. So, for example, they could say, we expect that we will have this many foresters. They are coming from this location. They will be on site for this long. They're commuting in daily, or they're camping, or, wherever it is. Forestry being a, somewhat shorter term activity. Not likely that we'll be seeing anybody that triggers a demand for housing. But it's in there. So they'll need to tell us where their employees coming from, how many are there, where are they going to be living, and how long are they gonna be?
Joss, it is in there for mining as well.
So you're talking about Q6, 406Q housing?
Yeah.
That's criteria.
P, oh, sorry. Yeah, P for
Services.
application, Q for STEM. Yeah.
Can we say that the practice will not reduce the availability of or raise prices of housing? That seems so absolute.
Jim, when I looked back, and that's exactly what we have in solar too.
Yeah.
I think we're saying you've got to mitigate it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Alright.
and like when we did the Wilson Mesa permit, they told us people were coming from Ridgeway, they lived in Ridgeway, so that was all they had to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our concern with projects is that they're not coming in, they're not taking up housing that's otherwise used by existing employees, or creating something that increases the cost to existing employees.
So what's the alternative to bringing our? To
Or they stay in a hotel.
Build housing.
Up to them to figure
Or
out.
they buy a hotel.
So
As
the truth of the matter is that for forestry practices, this is probably never going to be applied.
Yeah.
But if we want to leave it in, because we don't want to have another 4 season situation sneak up on us.
Yeah, and it's keeps the regs balanced. I like it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that pushes us through the qualifications. Criteria for deciding on an application. Stop me if you got some,
I feel like the rest of it has all now become boilerplate, right?
somewhat.
Natural resources.
Yeah.
Regs.
And yes,
Look at, I'm trying to find it, where it talks about cumulative impacts.
I think we have cumulative impacts in.
Tori knows it backwards and forwards. She knows where it is.
I'm not sure which part you want to talk about, though. I'm actually searching where it says cumulative.
There's a
I
section.
think there's a lot of the impacts analyses where it says that the applicant needs to give a description of the direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts, but that comes up a couple of different times.
See if there's noise, vibration. It's kind of in each section.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're sensitive to that, Tori, because even as far back as the East End Master Plan, there was a lot of concern about making sure that we had the mechanism to consider the fact that I marked where we were talking about when a plan, when an approved project expands. And the description described on that location. But I flagged it as, do we have to do anything about expanding to the next property and the next property? But I think the cumulative language that we have gives us permission to do that.
Yeah, so I looked through the other natural resources and yeah, it's saying description of the direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts in the application materials.
Section 6-406, first paragraph, last sentence. Says. The evaluation of cumulative impacts shall consider other forestry practices, permits, and other special use permits in the geographic area.
Yeah, it's that the one.
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah.
So what I think this is getting to is
6-406, right at the very beginning of major criteria.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Joss, I think what this is getting at is the possibility of several major logging operations happening simultaneously and clogging the roads with a lot of logging trucks.
Yeah, I just also think from our perspective, it's one of the more powerful tools we have and to reassure the public about, because if we're getting a lot of large scale applications, that's a big area of county that we have the ability to look at that. We don't just have to work person to parcel when we're considering the max.
Does the
So
language
to make sure.
that just read give you comfort?
Yeah, shall consider other forestry practice permits and other special use permits in the geographic
I
area.
like that because I do think that's kind of the burden is on the county in some ways to look at cumulative impacts, not on the applicant, so I'm glad it's in that first paragraph.
Yeah, that's good.
Nice.
Great.
Is that sentence broad enough to cover forestry and mining and oil and gas all in one geographic region? Like those would all be under special use permits, wouldn't they?
Okay, question. Do special use permits include all the other natural resource permits?
The natural resource permits that are going one step or two step are a type of special use permit.
So that's a yes. All right, anything on section 408? Enforcement of penalties. Pretty boilerplate. Dare we turn page 32? Okay, we have pizza, we're ready to break for lunch, but let's just make sure that everybody has said what they need to say so far. It's not grammatical in nature.
We do have a few people online who might want to speak
That's true.
and,
Thank you.
you know, they've been waiting very patiently.
They have been,
They probably have things to get to.
indeed. So let's open it up for public comment. The general rules apply, 3 minutes, please. Identify yourself at the beginning and would be happy to hear from you. Questions or feedback.
Agree too.
And they know we're coming back.
But not on forestry, are we?
Okay, well, I'll close the public comment period. Just again, remember that this is a work session, so your next opportunity to comment on the regs will be after they have been revised according to our feedback this morning and early into the afternoon. And that will be, okay, do we know when we're going to see these back? They're going to be in August?
Yeah, we'll get these out, for public review, again, probably no later than, like a month. Early of the second week of August would be our latest that we get it out.
Okay. For consideration at the September meeting.
That would be our hope.
Yep, okay. All right. We will now take a 20-minute recess to gobble some lunch and give everybody a break. And we'll be back at, what's that?
105?
1:10. No, 1:05. You're right. Yeah, fast math. And Tim, my apologies. I think I called you Jim.
Oh, I didn't hear it. If you
But
did,
your comments were so Jewel-like.
Oh, nicely done. Thank you for having me today.
Of course, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much.
Very nice. Yeah, that's why I do. And we're back. Can't see the, there. Got it? Okay, if you're still chewing, turn off your camera.
Oh.
Life is heavy.
And we will now reconvene our meeting. So, the red line is presented in our packet as a helpful thing, but I don't think we need to review it further because we've already gone over the content.
Oh, I'll talk about that at the end, the related amendments. I just had to find some place to throw it into the packet.
Right, okay. And the charts.
I came so close to rewriting all of chapter 3 while I was at this. For Article 3.
All right, so I am paging through, we're skipping through the red lines, because we're going to come back to that. You have that in your packet.
Yeah, the related amendments, so I'll talk about those at the end.
And now we are on page 81 of the combined handout for the memorandum from Kay on a work session on draft regulations for oil and gas operations. This will be a walk in the park.
Sure. No problem.
Don't look at me.
And, yeah, I'm not sure if we still have somebody online from ECMC. They weren't sure about their availability today.
Mhm.
But there has been a very significant regulatory shift in oil and gas from the state over the last several years. So our current code, section 526, oil and gas exploration and development, is quite comprehensive. In some ways, it's similar to what we've been doing with all of our natural resources, in that it's pretty much a standalone, specific topic section. So we have had very comprehensive regulations that were consistent with the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission rules and regulations, or COGCC. And it set minor and oil gas development being allowed in all zone districts under also under administrative review. And basically that was a project area of 8 acres or less. And then major oil and gas development is permitted in the forestry, agriculture and open zone, Wrights Mesa, WMRA, and West End zone, subject to 2-step review. And major oil and gas development can include things like compressor stations, gathering lines, and other related facilities. So minor is, typically the wells themselves, whereas major is more the ancillary activities. So a couple of years ago, COGCC became ECMC, the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. And what led to that was Senate Bill 19-181, which changed the COGCC mission from fostering to regulation of oil and gas. So that was a very significant change statewide. And then in SB 23-185 expanded the regulatory authority to include deep geothermal, as well as underground natural gas storage and carbon capture and storage. So with all of that in mind, the ECMC regulations were rewritten. They focus on protecting public health, safety, the environment, and wildlife, whereas before they were almost more of advocating for development of oil and gas. And they also gave local governments much more latitude in regulating and permitting. This was a very significant factor, especially along the Front Range, where they were starting to see wells get extremely close to houses and schools and, what have you. So that led to all the change in regulation. So, now we need to get our regulations in line with what PCMC requires. In terms of recent oil and gas projects, we really haven't had any new projects in recent years. Every so often we'll get a notification from ECMC that they're doing a workover on a site or something like that. Some wells have recently been capped, out in the West End. The majority of the wells and facilities that are located in the West End, I actually put a map in the packet from their site. That you had to really look to find the active wells underneath all the inactive wells. So we have a lot of inactive capped or abandoned wells. This is a example, this aerial photo is in Disappointment Valley where most of the wells are. And you can see well pads as well as a facility that has compressors and what have you. And you can see straight lines that are, probably was trenching at some point, putting gathering lines and so forth. Again, yeah.
Is that active or inactive or doesn't appear to be reclaimed? What kind of a site are we looking at here?
I don't know exactly what these sites are. The fact that there's a compressor station there, that's still active. It really varies out there as to which ones are still producing. I didn't fully delve into that. I found about 80 wells just on a quick check with ECMC. I didn't sort out, I did a little bit of sorting to get down to that level. But I didn't do the whole GIS mapping exercise on that.
When a well is capped though, can they leave that disturbed surface?
There's usually reclamation.
That hasn't happened here in this picture, right? Just trying to get a context for what we're talking about. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Quite frankly, since this is largely on BLM land, they're gonna be the ones dictating the level of reclamation. So as with all of our natural resources, the intent of the oil and gas operations regulations is to mitigate the impacts of proposed activity in the impact area. They will provide reports, plans, and studies that show how they will describe those impacts and how they will mitigate them. We may waive or modify requirements depending on the scope of the activity. And as always, we are very much accepting of the federal and state permit documents. And our referral agencies may ask for conditions that we then impose on them. So section 6-5 lists the zone districts where oil and gas operations may be permitted. Contains all application requirements according to type of activity, as well as the review standards. And the application requirements and review standards correspond to each other. And we have very limited cross-reference to other sections of the land use code in order to avoid errors and omissions. The focus of the oil and gas development or oil and gas operations regulations is emphasizing the impact area outside the state or federal permits. So in this case, it's somewhat similar to mining, where, the permit focuses on, say the well pad, and we're focused on what's happening out around it. And it does align with the new ECMC regulations.
Do we say that in here like we did for mining?
I
really like
No.
that.
I actually would like to
Clarify
that, Kay. So, I can't tell. Can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, all right. So oil and gas is actually fairly different than mining. If you recall mining, there's explicit preemption for mining that called out anything that was defined as reclamation and any bonds that the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety issues. What you have for oil and gas regulation is a very explicit, essentially co-regulatory relationship for local or excuse me, for land use impacts of oil and gas. And so in that 2019 Senate bill, the legislature amended your land use authority in the Land Use Enabling Act. So in statute, the legislature clearly said that local governments have the authority to regulate all land use impacts of energy and carbon management operations, so that the same theory will carry over to geothermal as well. And so there is not that same scenario of inside or outside of the same permit area. The statute says explicitly, let me make sure it's statute and not regulations, but the statute explicitly says, yep, that local government regulations may be more protective or stricter than state requirements. So you can overlap topic areas with what the state is regulating, and you can explicitly be stricter on your land use requirements.
Tori, is that also on federal land?
So yeah, so the equation for federal land is a different question a bit, but I would say, like, in general, the same theory holds, which is local governments can regulate private activities on federal land unless there is some very specific preemption of a particular aspect of what the county seeks to do. And we did refresh our preemption research and do not see any specific preemption research for that general principle, which is on federal land, counties can regulate the impacts of private activity on federal land.
Thank you for clarifying that. It's, learning new things all along the way here. So again, we're trying to protect public health, safety, the environment, and the wildlife. In terms of contents, very similar. 6501 is the general provisions. So applicability, zone districts, level review, activity notice for state or federal. Oh, bingo! I knew I was going to do this at some point. Oil and gas operations and definitions. I thought I caught them all. This is called recycling. And then we had general requirements are in 6502. Permit application materials are in 6503 with review criteria in 6504. And then we have 6505, which is seismic testing operations. So we no longer have minor and major. We have oil and gas operations, and we have seismic testing operations. And finally, financial security and enforcement penalties.
Yeah, just flagging that the ECMC also does not have a major or a minor oil and gas permit. And we couldn't really look back and retrace the steps, but didn't find really compelling reason to differentiate between major and minor. So got rid of it.
Yeah, under the old regulations, if a new well was being started, we basically get a letter saying there's going to be a new well. That was kind of the end of it.
As opposed to now.
Now, very different process.
Has to be permitted.
But that's also not the sort of thing that, like, a dude with a chainsaw is just gonna go dig a well, right?
No,
Like, it's
no.
we're talking totally different ballpark here.
Yes.
Yes and no, Haley. We've had some operators that have been less than above board about paying taxes. We've had operators that have been difficult to contact when it was time to clean up. So there are folks that in the oil and gas business who are somewhat wildcats.
Yeah, and actually, so in 6501H, because I did include it, I don't think I put it at slide, so I'll just read it now. And our, Brandy Hatfield, our treasurer, had popped up for a minute, asking about this and what do we do about the, the entities that have to pay taxes. And what we've done through all of our natural resources is put a requirement in this case, it's 6501H, if I could ever find that.
Transfer.
I might not. So any transfer of a permit for an oil and gas operation. That's been approved by the county may be transferred to another owner operator only after a public meeting and approved by the board. And that's to make sure that they know that they're going to be complying with it. With all the terms of their permit. Collecting the taxes is a whole other thing. If somebody comes in and, applies for new permits and they owe us taxes, we can withhold the permit. But, the situation we're in now with the existing wells and the taxes. We can't really solve it, but we can try and prevent it going forward, at least by vetting each of the successive owners, because that is a definite pattern in oil and gas, that it begins at a certain level and it moves down the chain of operators.
Hey, does 6501H allow us to not approve the transfer if the current permit holder has unpaid taxes?
That would be a very good question to discuss at that point with our attorney.
But
That's
can,
exactly the conversation we need to have.
but can we write that in right now?
I
I
would,
know we can't for the
I
existing situation.
don't, I don't know if Maura's still on, but we can certainly ask her, but we've never got anything that, I would not write it into the code. I think it needs to be a discussion on a case by case basis, based on the analysis of the case before us at that time.
We had a similar discussion about mining though, and transferring mining permits and holding bonds. Do we have any kind of bond requirement here that would allow us to force payment of reclamation or force payment of taxes?
So if they have bonds for the operation with us, the new operator has to provide new bonds.
But can you use the bond to collect taxes? Probably not, no.
Why not?
Laura is on, let's ask her if we could add something in here.
So is the question just about prohibiting a transfer of an application, not initial approval?
I think it's both.
They wouldn't know any taxes at the initial approval.
Yeah, well, it depends.
Talk about a new permit for the same property owner, same entity. I think
I
it's
don't
just,
have an answer off the top of my head. I know this has come up in the past and the general consensus was that we couldn't use the land use code to collect property taxes. But I can certainly look into it more and see if there's something we could add to that effect, if that would be legal.
Why can't we use the land use code to collect unpaid property taxes for an existing operator?
I mean, we have, because there are other mechanisms in state statute for doing that through the treasurer's office. So those avenues may not be as direct or simple, but there are avenues if they're followed along the timelines.
I think it'd be useful to know if there's anything we could do in the land use code to refuse to transfer a permit or refuse to issue a new permit to somebody who owes us taxes. It sounds like maybe not, but should we double check?
So, well, what I would imagine the way that this might go now, that wouldn't involve changing your regulations, but I think that you can look at the financial capability of the applicant to pay for all the mitigation, everything that they're doing, their financial feasibility. And I think that you could consider evidence that they are unable to pay their taxes as an inability to financially either, take a transferred or a new applicant that had some other operation out there. So I think you could use that as evidence, of appropriate land use considerations like their financial capability to carry out the project.
Well, in the case of a transfer of control, normally the person transferring to, or the entity transferring to, has to assume all the debts and obligations of the selling party. So they're on the hook.
Oh, we're getting a.
Well, that's normal and customary. It may not be required.
situation we're at also involves bankruptcy.
Exactly.
Oh, even better.
Sounds like we got Tori saying that, yes, we could use the financial capability concept to refuse a new permit. But probably maybe not a transfer permit. Yeah, but Maura, if you have the time to look into that, do you think it's worthwhile, or do you think it's unlikely there'd be anything there?
I think it's worthwhile. I mean, I can certainly look into it more. And this question has come up from the treasurer on like land use applications in general, not just oil and gas, so.
Well, any number of regulatory efforts and banking efforts require a statement, require that you get a certificate of good standing from the state, from the Secretary of State office. Why not a certificate of good standing from our finance department?
If I may, I think one of the things I want to make sure we're keeping, I guess, good track on is to Maura's point, we do have statutory avenues of collecting back taxes and other fees, right? And we have court procedures. So I like having an extra avenue, but I don't want that to be the focus of our land use process. You know, we need to think of the good actors, the bad actors. And so I think it's great to look at what options are available, but I don't want that to hang us up on making these regulations work for us. So
I think including some ability to consider that under the financial capabilities will fly or it won't.
If I could just add to this discussion, there's a known practice in oil and gas whereby you consolidate your low earning wells, you put them in a shell company, you declare bankruptcy, walk away. Everything's easy peasy, and then you just move on with the profitable ones. And so diving into not just the bonding issue, but also the transfer part, because that is where transferring to the shell company, it might be a company that looks on paper to be very financially stable, but then also then transferring to the next operator. Like that is our avenue to try and recoup those costs. So I think it is worth Maura's time to dive into that specific aspect of it.
Yeah, and we've certainly seen that where, you know, it was an oil company too, and oil company also. And surprisingly similar names, and yeah, it is that consolidation and packaging.
And it's not exclusive to oil and gas.
It's somewhat unique to oil and gas that you don't necessarily see in other land use activities. In the general provisions, we've got the zone districts where permitted, both for oil and gas operations and seismic testing operations on non-federal lands. So that's the F, Wrights Mesa, WMRA, and West End zones. And then oil and gas operations and seismic testing operations permitted on all federal lands and on private land with subsurface federal mineral estates. Because especially as you're getting into mineral rights, you do get into that split estate situation. The permit level of review, so oil and gas operations would be a two-step planning commission board of county commissioners review. It does require the additional notice requirement to neighbors that we have in our current code. Which is to property owners within 1,500 feet, excuse me, as well as municipalities within 3 miles. So that's something that we did preserve and, you know, felt was important to carry over. And then seismic testing operations require administrative notice and approval. In the definitions, we have the definition of impact area, those geographic areas which adverse impacts are likely to be caused by oil and gas operations. And then we define oil and gas operations, which is all components, activities, and facilities associated with the following. So exploring for oil and gas, except for the seismic testing operations, which are separate. siting, drilling, deepening, recompleting, reworking, or abandoning a well, reducing operations related to any well, including installing flow lines, generating, transporting, storing, treating, or disposing of exploration and production waste, and any constructing, site preparing, or reclaiming activities associated with such operations. And Commissioner Gleason raised her hand.
Yep.
Thank you. Kay, could you just give clarification on those distance parameters from the previous slide? Is that like industry standard or related to SB 19? Whatever it is, the legislation, where are those numbers coming from, just for my understanding?
That is existing within our current code. So when the current oil and gas regulations were created, the additional notification requirement was put in for oil and gas. And we felt those should be preserved and carried forward. So that's ours.
And that same notice is also, it matches mining also, and that was above and beyond what the DRMS requires for notice also.
Thank you.
And then back to the definition, seismic testing operations, all activities associated with acquisition of seismic data, including but not limited to surveying, shot hole drilling, reporting, shot hole plugging, and reclamation. And gave me memories of my high school days in the Williston Basin where I tried to cover rather a lot. So 6503, 6504, oil and gas operations says the application materials and the criteria similar to that developed for mining and solar. Some specific items in there are surface use agreement, technical and feasibility assessment. So that's where we were talking about, you know, are they financially able? Would also fall under that. Waste management plan, vibration monitoring and control plan, final plugging, abandonment, decommissioning and revegetation plan. Well setbacks, what we have put in here is 2,000 feet from residential structures, schools, childcare center, hospitals, medical centers, senior living facilities, public trails and trailheads that are owned by the county or a municipality. And then, and it would be, you know, residential structures not under control of the permittee. So if they control the house that's on the property, then they're okay. Doesn't have to be 2,000 feet away. That was similar to what we did in mining.
But we're only required to notify residences that are 1,500 feet away. So I wonder if we should make those numbers.
I think we should. Good catch.
Should they be 1,500 or 2,000?
If you've got
Well-
got a 1,500 notification, you're picking up the 2,000s.
You're not.
Sure, you're.
If the well has to be 2,000 feet away, but I'm only notifying you 1,500 feet away, there's a 500-foot gap whereby I don't know what you're doing. So the 2,000 feet versus 1,500 feet, there's air quality modeling that really depends on how tall your stack is and what the airflow conditions are around your house. And I'm just curious, have we ever seen any modeling from any of these wells? And I mean, it's a really simple calculation. It was on the PE exam for me, for example. Like it's pretty basic, but it tells you what your plume impact is anticipated to be given whatever conditions you want to calculate it for. And I'm just curious if the 2,000 feet comes from some criteria somewhere in the world that says this is usually what plumes look like from these burn off towers, or are they even doing burn off?
Tori.
I mean, it is based on the ECMC.
Okay.
It matches theirs. So
So there's that.
I do know that there is a ton of data out there on emissions and plumes and health to these specific sensitive populations.
It's extremely site specific.
Right.
But
So this is at a minimum, and then the way that you would think about if an additional setback is needed, is the ECMC also allows for greater setbacks upon analysis. And then you have also air quality considerations, wildlife. You have other considerations that may call for a greater setback. So this is an at minimum setback that matches the ECMC.
Cool.
So if we were reviewing an application and we were to determine if there was going to be burn off, then we could say, well, in that case, we need 3,000 feet.
Or do some modeling, tell us what it needs to be.
Do we have any burn off activity going on? I thought that was a refining
Might not be
thing.
allowed, well, who knows what's allowed.
Again, it's case by case basis
Okay.
on based on the well and facilities. So the 2,000 setback is for wells, and then for other facilities, it's a 500-foot setback from residences and also designated scenic byways. So compressor station would be an example. And then also if ECMC's requirement or permitting is more stringent, then that setback applies. So if ECMC, because burn off says, hey, we're gonna need 2,500 feet, then that would be what applies in this case.
So 500 feet is the minimum requirement for a compressor?
Yes,
Bad boys are loud.
they can be.
There's something in here about mufflers, though, isn't there?
Yeah,
we have,
So then we have standards, I think,
Audio.
at this point, just, to,
right.
for any interest of slide size. We have requirements about noise, vibration, and air quality, so all of these things get taken into consideration.
Okay. Good.
And then seismic testing operations, section 6505. The standards there are, because this is administrative, much more objective and, a little clearer. Avoid sensitive wildlife areas, times and seasons. That includes gunnison, sage grouse, elk, deer. And then I think bighorn sheep come into that too. And then 100-foot buffer to riparian areas, floodplain, wetlands and fens. Minimize new road creation, maintain erosion control measures, limited to the hours of operation in the approved permit. So if they say that they'll only be doing this between 8 AM and 5 PM, they can't start at 6 AM. Can't work at 9 PM. They do have to provide weekly reports to us. And then there's also a notice of property owners requirement within 800 feet of any source point in the vibration monitoring control plan 10 days prior to the activity. So basically notifying the neighbors within 800 feet that this activity will be occurring.
A question about the 100-foot buffer. Are dry creeks and arroyos considered? Dry drainages are not considered riparian, are they?
No, they generally don't meet the definition.
Describe seismic testing.
Sorry, what was the question?
Just asking if she could describe seismic testing. I don't really
Oh.
understand what's,
Yeah, so basically, I don't know how much they're actually still using, where they drill holes and drop explosives down it, and run a line. Or there's technology, whereas they have machines that vibrate, that send vibrations down. I think our ECMC person was not able to stay online.
We got Tori here. She knows everything.
Yeah.
I
But
could not have explained that better, actually, sadly.
it's
You did great.
basically, somehow, we do. John Morgan, if you can bail me out here, please do.
Yeah, John, please.
Hi,
Oops.
can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Sometimes my microphone doesn't work all that well with Zoom. So in my struggle there to get able to communicate with you, I kind of lost track of the question. Could you please refresh me?
Yeah, the question is, what exactly is seismic testing operations? And I know, generally it's sending, causing some sort of vibration that, is monitored much like an earthquake seismic.
Yeah.
To get
Okay.
a sense of what's happening geologically.
Yeah, okay. So seismic exploration like this is, they used to drill holes and use explosives, but it's typically done now with like large like trucks. Like by that I mean something like the size of a garbage truck. And they have huge steel plates on the bottom of them and machinery in the body of the truck that vibrates those steel plates. And most of that vibration is subsonic, so you can't really hear it, but you can feel it, especially if you're like a worker on the truck. And for miles away from that truck that's doing the vibrating, they'll string out lines of geophones on a grid pattern, and then the vibrations descend through the stratigraphic layers of the earth to various depths and reflect and refract and reflect according to the different rheologies or stiffnesses of those rocks. And then that data is like captured digitally from the geophones and then taken to laboratories and digitally processed. So that's the procedure.
How big is the net of geophones? I'm just trying to picture it.
It depends on how much money they want to spend to shoot the project. And like it depends on basically the size of the potential oil and gas prospect that the geologists and reservoir engineers are working, right? So they'll have an idea based on their knowledge of the structural geology and stratigraphy subsurface. So like, oh, the pool should look basically like it this big. And they'll design the shoot to get all the data they want at the minimum expense that the engineers who generally are in charge of the finances of these oil companies will let them spend. So scientists always want to spend all the money and engineers always want to like keep costs down. So that's like the give and take of how they design these projects.
Sure.
Then they're essentially exploring for oil and gas using this method. Is that why it's in here?
Yeah.
They're trying to find where the deposits are and quantify them.
Well, more so than that, they're trying to refine their models of what the subsurface looks at. So in petroleum geology, there's the stratigraphy of the rock or the structure as it's bended and folded over geologic time, as tectonic forces have acted on that stratigraphic package, will sequester off little traps where accumulations of hydrocarbons can concentrate. And so they have, by studying the geology and outcrops and that kind of stuff, they come up with models of what they think these traps look like, and then they'll shoot seismic to confirm if their model's right or not. And then if their model is right, then they go to try to get more money from their companies to drill exploratory wells.
So are we likely to see a seismic testing application ahead of seeing someone asking to actually drill a well?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
Yeah, the question was if we'd be seeing seismic testing operations before applications to drill wells, and I think the short answer to that is yes.
Yeah, almost always. Like the only reason to shoot after you've confirmed the presence of hydrocarbons would be to try to extend the play outwards from where the known deposits are.
And how long does the process take?
Like well, I would say that the permitting is probably longer than the actual shooting of the seismic data.
Yeah, sorry, like how long would there be potential impacts on the ground in that area when they were doing the testing?
I mean, sure, like they'll just having crews of workers out there and the trucks that are in off-road situations, there'll be effects on, vegetation where those activities are, but like long term, I mean, you're just vibrating the ground. You're not blowing things up or fundamentally putting things in the ground or anything like that.
Yeah, sorry, I understand that. I just mean, is this something that happens like over the course of days or weeks? Or
How long is the
how
truck
long does
there?
it take?
Yeah, again, like I'm sorry to sound like I'm avoiding the answering, but it depends on how the size of the shoot they want to do, right? And as far as like a back of the napkin thing, like just to make something up here to try to answer you in some kind of way. Like if you want to do like a relatively small shoot, you can probably get that done in, I don't know, a day or two. But if you're shooting like dozens of square miles, that's going to take time because you have to move the trucks around and string up and pick up the geophones and string them up in your different new lines as you work the grid you're shooting.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're welcome.
And the seismic testing would fall under the last bullet there of notice to properties within 800 feet.
Yeah, because, yeah, seismic testing operations is an administrative process which normally doesn't have notification to neighbors. But in this case, there would be a permit requirement that they have to do the notification of the neighbors within 800 feet of any source point 10 days prior to the activity. So people are aware, you know, if they've got you know, pets that are sensitive, that they want to make sure are secured that day.
Yeah.
Or just be aware that, you know, that's why the china cabinet's rattling. So I said, this is triggering childhood memories.
Yeah, I know, I'm aware that this can be a major issue for marine wildlife, but do other wildlife, do we have any documented negative impacts to other wildlife?
I'll say our sensitive dog didn't appreciate the china cabinet rattling.
But it's in the literature though, like, does it interfere with bats? Does it interfere with
I'm sure it has impacts, but it's
nothing that we've documented?
temporary, probably.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, like a big thunderstorm.
Yeah.
Kind of like, yeah.
Or worse, I don't know, but
Yeah.
not a
No,
permanent impact.
I'm not aware of any studies on work trauma.
I was just.
I want to say that even for, sorry to interrupt, but I want to say even for mining, some vibration concerns came up for sage grouse. But, you know, like, is that perfectly the same size and level of vibration for this? I'm not sure. So we left it up to an applicant to just say if there are sensitive wildlife populations and why they might need to avoid them.
Well, I would say it goes back to, are they doing 2 days of seismic testing, or are they doing 2 months of seismic testing? Because it's a very different impact on our local elk habitat, for example. So is that all just a standard administrative review?
For seismic testing, yes.
Yeah.
And John, thank you so much for joining us today. Is there anything you'd like to add about what ECMC does and help us understand it? We'd be happy to have you tell us. It'd be very helpful.
He's muted.
Yes, I had stepped away from his microphone.
Yeah, hi, I was on mute. I was pushing the button over and over again to unmute myself.
Oh, we've all been there.
Yeah. So I have a lot of thoughts, but I don't really have much to add that I think is pertinent to what you're doing in your meeting here today. I will say that it looks like you've put in a lot of work, and updating the code, it's a monumental task, and you know, we're appreciative of it, and we look forward to interfacing and finding streamlined ways to work together in regulating these activities to be protective of your communities. So that's my main comment for what you've done in the oil and gas stuff. But I did want to let you know that I am our lead geothermal scientist here. So I kind of run the geothermal program, and I provided review of your proposed regs there. I didn't so much go over what you did in your updating of your oil and gas regs. So thanks for the opportunity to be here.
And we'll do geothermal next. We did get the ECMC comments yesterday.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at them and probably be reaching out if we have questions and want to discuss more. Yeah, so I'm through my presentation, so.
Okay, great. Let's do the page by page with efficiency and alacrity.
general question.
Yes, ma'am.
When we were doing the mining regulations, we were really extremely thoughtful about that because we recognize that the Uravan Mineral Belt runs through San Miguel County. Do we have a sense of the sort of magnitude of the resource here for oil and gas? Or it doesn't seem like we're a hot spot, or are we and people are just avoiding us?
Yeah, we're definitely not on the same level as, say, the Piceance Basin. Up, the northwest part of the state. But we are in an area with known, oil and gas, resources. It is primarily in the west end, hence the concentration around Disappointment Valley. If you, happen to be, that, extends over into Utah, it extends southward, into, Dolores and Montezuma counties. I was looking at the, the Ferris Fire map. It's like, ooh, I hope those wells are shut in. Because, that was getting near some wells there. So it's a little more dispersed than what you see up in, like, say, Rio Blanco County, Moffett County, Garfield County, and even Mesa County.
The fact that we've seen such little activity, even with the market forces being what they are, probably tells you.
That's sort of what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I had a question about, there was a statement made when we were discussing the previous topic about state land board properties have to come to us for leases. Would that apply also for oil and gas?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, the way the state landlord is set up, for the most part, they own the land, but they don't develop the land. So what they do is they issue leases with the condition that they, get all necessary local permits.
Okay.
There may be state lands other than the state land property that might be under different rules.
Right. Okay, soliciting feedback on section 501 top line section. General provisions. Yes, ma'am.
I'll just ask the same question I kind of hinted at. Do we think that seismic testing operations that are more significant than a couple days, say they're a 2-month operation, should that be one-step review? Is there a threshold there?
My sense is that seismic testing is rarely not running that long, because of the expense and, they tend to be more focused.
And I'd point out too that even though something is admissible or permissible by administrative review, the director always has the option to get up to the planning commission for,
Yeah.
if
Now-
it's overly complex, one would think they would do that.
I mean, hypothetically, I could see them submitting a print saying, okay, we're gonna start on this site, and then once we're done with this one, we're gonna go to this one. So they might have a phased plan for us, but it's all the same best practices and requirements, so. Yeah, I don't think there's any.
Question.
Fine.
When we were doing mining, we were talking about there are certain groups that exist to do mining remediation stuff, and they come in and clean up old sites and whatever. I wanted to make
Make it
room
easier
them
for
to
'em.
come and do it.
Yep.
Liability and lots of red tape. Is there the equivalent here? Are there groups or organizations that come in and clean up abandoned wells and reclaim areas?
Yeah, so, the best of my knowledge, there really isn't an equivalent in the oil and gas world. I know that right now, the BLM has been working on, they have their own programs where they, work on, abandoned, well cleanup and capping, on their own lands. If we happen to have it on private lands, there you go, Orphaned Well Program through ECMC. So yeah, there are programs.
programs, state and federal programs, it's a really good question. I'm not aware of any companies or like private entities doing that. For mining, it's a little different because they can remine the tailings, and there's like some ways that they're making money off of it that drives that I haven't seen. And nonprofits, to your point. Anyway. No, and the ECMC would still regulate the plugging and abandonment of well shafts, whether or not it was, no matter what entity was doing it.
But if somebody came to us and said, we want to start doing this as a civilian operation, we'd certainly have that conversation.
Mhm.
Make sure that they could get through it.
And it dovetails a little in my mind with geothermal, because that's the only likely use, I think, for a existing well hole. If it isn't, plugged first. There are some people looking at reusing, oil and gas wells for geothermal.
Mhm.
Sense.
Yeah, that's a good point.
A scenario in my mind for continued use or reuse.
Of that impact, yeah.
I
Yeah,
think that would probably be, all things considered, that'd be an acceptable remediation plan.
Yeah,
Sure.
I have heard of examples,
John might want to weigh in on that.
with, small data centers, basically, storage container size, going onto well sites and, powering them using, the burn off, materials. But we already have our data center, right, so. Yeah.
John, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to flag for you all that at ECMC, when we had our deep geothermal rulemaking, we did contemplate this, and we do have a structured permitting pathway by rule for converting wells and locations to deep geothermal use.
Excellent.
So just baking that into our oil and gas process to somehow allow for an easy transition as a remediation option, maybe.
Cool. I didn't know that was a thing.
John, did you raise your hand again, or is it still up?
So that when we get to the remediation part.
I forgot to take it down, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. That's fine. Just checking. Okay. I have just an observation in 6503A subsection 8. So it's page 5 of 29. Description of whether the applicant or any officer or owner thereof has ever been the subject of a local, state, or federal enforcement action. I think that's great, but that was a wow for me.
Oh, right.
Didn't we have something like that for mining?
I don't recall that we did. We talked about it.
We talked about having something about being a good person.
Well, there's good actor, bad actor stuff, but
Yeah.
I'm surprised Maura didn't flag that actually.
As something that's an overstep, you mean?
That's pretty significant statement. Yeah. I mean, in terms of officers, owners, you're talking about overlapping boards and related nested companies and all kinds of stuff going on.
This does go back to what we talked about earlier about the, repackaging.
Yeah, exactly. I think I like it a lot. I'm not complaining. I just
Yeah.
didn't want us to not realize we were doing that.
In general, an application material, there's not really any case law that says that a county can't ask for whatever it wants in its application. So in that way, it's not the same analysis as the basis that you make your decision on.
Mm-hmm.
But it's borrowed from other places. I actually thought maybe it came out of mining. I'm trying to look too, because I don't remember at this point, but I thought we used it other places as well. But
Okay.
I mean, if Maura has concerns, we definitely can.
Universal.
Lee, I have a question on 501I definitions, the impact area.
Yeah.
I'm very curious how we're drawing that, and I'll give as an example. My undergraduate supervisor was part of research in the Four Corners area that showed that there are elevated concentrations of hydrocarbons in the atmosphere over the Four Corners region, likely due to extremely widespread oil and gas drilling. is that the impact area? So how are we drawing that?
Yeah.
No, ECMC suggested that we define that, that said this is poorly defined and that we should, determine it in consultation with state and federal agencies. What do you think about that, staff?
We'll need to take a look at that, but, you know, more global impacts, you know. We really can't tie those to an individual,
Totally,
you know.
totally agree. But that, I guess that was it. An example of impact can be extremely broad.
So maybe we should more clearly define it.
I think we define impact in, the 6-1. Which I don't have.
Yeah, a couple of things there. Oh, I think I just already lost one. On the idea of impact area and whether that needs to be more clearly defined. I understand ECMC's perspective there because they have worked to set like some base, you know, assuming it's a water body, I think it's a mile is presumed to be the impact area. I think there's some other presumptions for different types of wildlife, but I could be wrong there, but the water sticks in my mind. A couple of things is that you have not done that in any of your other regulations, and we regularly draft these types of regulations all over the state that just say impact area and don't put that prescriptive floor on it because a mile may be way overblown for a small water body on the west end also. So the burden is on the applicant to establish what the impact area is. Oh, and that was my other thing, Hallie, to your point about regional impacts. Without an IGA, the county doesn't really have any authority to look at or to deny a permit based on impacts outside of the county boundaries, because that's your jurisdiction. So I think air quality is a unique one where you could look at impacts throughout the whole county. You would make the evidence based on what's before you. And so you would need some evidence that the impact area was greater than what the applicant said it is and why they provided evidence that, you know, here's the air shed, here's why this would be the impact area. You would need some evidence that says otherwise, and then they could refute that.
Do we require air quality monitoring? Or sorry, air quality modeling for any of these?
I don't think we explicitly require air modeling here.
Yeah, because that's usually coming from the, state.
Air quality impact assessment.
Yeah.
Description of current air quality conditions, assessment.
There we go. So yeah, 6503M is the application. And then 6504M is the standard.
So yeah, we leave it to them to figure out how to tell us what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that would be something to be highly aware of with air, but then also water, because you're intercepting groundwater potentially. So groundwater plumes can travel miles before you detect them, so. But that
Yeah,
also.
and the state does also highly regulate that. So the instances where I think the county would want to come over top of that are few, but the opportunity is there to be more stringent. But not prescribe anything more stringent.
Okay, I have a point in 6503C, the vicinity map. Page 6 of 29. I just recommend that we include historic and archaeological.
On the same map. Okay.
There's a phrase that we use that works.
We do have a requirement for them to submit, that as a reporter study, so that's often separate and not overlaid on the general vicinity map.
Oh,
So there may be many maps throughout the application,
okay.
but not necessarily having every single bit of information on a single map, because that would be unreadable.
Yeah. It's a little complex.
And archaeological generally can't be mapped due to privacy and security.
Yeah, it's generally worth considering your audience, who's gonna see the map. And
Yeah.
are they the type to go
Yeah,
and use that map to go dig up pots and stuff?
Beautiful untouched pot here.
right. Well, you know, there's an analogy there to a sage grouse whack. somebody needs to know so that we can protect it.
This vicinity map that we're asking for is kind of a general overlay of, within, say within 1 mile. So what are the general conditions? And then as you go down through all of the submission requirements, there'll probably be more specific maps, and what have you. To help us out.
Okay. Any other comment on general requirements for permit applications? Returning.
I'll be honest, I have not read this in super detail yet. So are there things in here that we touched already on with mining, like interfacing with the fire department and the EMTs to have an emergency management plan and a spill prevention plan and all that?
Yeah.
Yep, that is all in there. We have the pretty much identical language for emergency preparedness and response plans, spill prevention control and countermeasures plan, and the hazardous materials management plan.
Great.
And then compliance with thereof.
And I see John's hand again.
Yes, John. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Just a quick question. I also have not read all of your proposed regulations. But as far as the informational requirements to the permit application goes, I know that on our side, we allow for substantially equivalent information to be submitted to us. So if an applicant has developed a plan for a federal or local government permit that's substantially equivalent to what we require, we allow them to attach that to their permit application with us. And I would just flag that if you haven't done that, that's something that you could contemplate.
Yeah, that's actually in not only in this section, but numerous places in our code. Yeah,
Great.
include general requirements that we are more than happy to receive the documents and plans and such prepared for other agencies. So
Great. Thank you for that.
In 6503W, the lighting plan, does the referral back to Article 5.710 exterior lighting requirements, does that include our normal requirement for dark skies protection?
and drilling rigs are notoriously bright
Yes.
for safety reasons. So, that would come into play with the review, but, yeah, we didn't write a separate, lighting requirements here. And the, section 5-710 does have safety exceptions. So
Just making sure.
Long term though versus short term drilling maybe is one place to flag dark sky compliant downlighting. For sheds and buildings that stay all the time.
Yeah,
After
that
the rig
absolutely
is
would
gone.
be part of our review. Anything that is feasible for us to say that you review the shielded, downlit lights. So, to limit, light spill, we'll put that in there, but, if they're, they're out there working on the rig at, in the middle of the night, they're gonna have the big bright floodlights on and you're gonna see that rig.
For miles.
So that begs the question, are we okay with that? Or does that need to be down facing lighting as well, shielded?
Yeah, with the safety exemption.
It's, yeah, it'd be a safety exemption, and I think we would get significant industry pushback if we suddenly started requiring them to redesign all of their lighting on their rigs.
Not to mention OSHA. Who'd want to have a say?
Night vision goggles for everyone.
For everyone.
Finally.
Restrict their hours of
That would be a very specific case by case consideration. But I think we would get, because it's a very expensive undertaking. They want to get the rigs in and do their work and get out. They do tend to run 24/7. I think we get a lot of pushback if we, but case specific, we'll be looking at each one on its own merits.
We did do some time limitations on compressors. I remember right. Or we talked about it anyway.
Again, it would be case specific.
Yeah. Yeah, this one was the compressor way the heck out of nowhere.
Yeah.
so.
You've been on the planning commission long enough to remember when we had a permit for that.
I do, yeah. Don't need to hog the microphone, but I'll keep going. Okay, 6503 AA. Economic Impact Assessment and Mitigation Plan. Another one that I think is fabulous. Should be in each of the segments. And for me, it raises the question that we may not want to decide or talk about here. But I think we would be well served as a planning commission and as a commissioners if we had the ability to, much like Congress can do with the Congressional Budget Office, if we had the ability to refer to the finance department specific applications so that we could assess their economic impact or even just the accuracy of the applicants' numbers.
We always have the ability to refer applications to other departments and agencies that are qualified, or if necessary, to consultants, like we do with our outside engineers.
Yeah.
That we don't have the expertise to evaluate in-house. We can, find somebody that does.
Yeah, I'd like to see us be able to adopt that as a practice. I'm thinking back to when we were doing the knockdown drag out over Society Turn. And we were basically forced or left to take the economic projection numbers, which were part of the basis of what we were going to allow at face value. I'd like to be able to do better than that. Jared.
I'm looking at the mining regulations and it has the same section.
Good.
I haven't pulled up solar yet, but yeah, great, it's good.
Okay, review criteria. 6504 starts on page 17 of 29.
I think I have a question on 504Q,
Okay,
wildlife and wildlife habitat. I believe in forestry just now, we had a bit more beef in there about, grouse habitats and dates of impact. And I've seen in the past, we have more in there on elk and on bighorn sheep and winter habitat. Do we want more in here, especially as it relates to exploration? Well, I understand once the pad's in, that thing's just gonna be pumping. But during the exploration and the development stages, do we care more about specific wildlife?
So this is the criteria, and the criteria tend to be simpler statements. Without as many prescriptions in them. That was something that we worked out through mining. So we had been extremely detailed in the mining standards, and we're asked and we agreed to kind of hold them back. But if you go and you look at corresponding application requirements of 503R, you'll see that there is more detail that's habitat specific, and they're going to be having to prepare the reports that demonstrate all of demonstrate that these standards are met.
Where is it stated our rule? Like, I think we just had it in forestry about grouse leks between December 1st and April 15th or something like that. Like, why was it stated in one place but not here?
It's a great question. I think I'm picking up on what you're asking. So that was in the administrative permit for minor applications. And so the goal for that administrative permit is to have everything be very prescriptive and measurable. So K is not making subjective determinations. So we were very much like, these are the dates, and we will qualify that and put something in about, you need to prove, unless you prove otherwise, we'll have something in there. But ironically, this is more open-ended because we're leaving open for the applicant to go above or below, really. But the point is that they may need to go above that, so you don't want to set that threshold.
The same line of questioning, with bald eagles, it's been referenced several times over the couple of years that there's like a bald eagle threshold of a mile and a half, 1,500 feet. I can't remember what the number is, but is that federally enforced, and where does that? Where do we keep track of that in our heads related to this?
So that'll be coming out of the biology reports. And they're using all of the standards and practices that are coming from, you know, Fish and Wildlife Service or CPW or, you know, whichever entity might have, you know, concerns and thoughts on that.
So the oil and gas company will say, we want to put a pad down here, there's an eagle's nest there, we're more than X feet away, so we're okay.
Yeah, CPW on the referral would comment to that.
Got it.
Galena?
Thanks. I would advocate for putting those dates in around the Gunnison sage grouse in section in the 503R, just so it is explicitly understood, and kind of setting that parameter of these are dates that mating is happening and there cannot be disturbance during that window. I don't see the harm in explicitly laying that out in the regulations.
Yeah, Galena, I'm guessing that we pulled it out of mining because we got pushback from the mining associations. Is that who pushed back?
I just think we never had prescribed it that closely until we got into an administrative permit for forestry, and then we did something different. So all these ones were using the same pattern. I don't think we pulled it out. I think it just was never there until we added it for that forestry, but I think I don't see a harm in putting it in by any means.
At least for a few of the really specific things like bald eagle nest and lek period. And like, we just know there are a few critical habitat features in our county that are worth calling out. Not for operation of the pad, but for specific activities related to building the pad or.
I don't know. I kind of think what we've got is broad and solid.
I might also just point out that we've got wildlife and habitat sentences in 2 different places. Just making sure they agree with each other in 504Q and 503, one that Galena just brought up.
Yeah, one of them's going to be the
Application.
submission requirements, and the other's going to be the criteria.
Okay, got it.
So they're all if you go to the
Yeah.
table of contents, you'll see they're all duplicated.
Okay.
You guys, they're in the criteria in oil and gas on page 20 of 29, it does give some very specific dates for the sage grouse. It says, the very bottom of the page, the oil and gas operation will avoid disturbance of sage grouse breeding areas that may impair the acoustic component of the breeding display within 1 mile of known lekking nesting, at key times of day, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. during the breeding season, March 1 to May 15th.
Where are you?
I'm in the review criteria, I think it's,
504K nuisance impacts.
yeah, 504K and then 5.
So not under wildlife.
I think it's because we had it under noise.
Yeah, okay.
I forgot that it was there too, so sorry about that. Good job, Ann.
That's
Well,
great.
then-
That's absolutely adequate because it's spelled out.
How does 5-407 wildlife habitat areas tie into all this? I don't even know where I am, but I'm just looking at the land use code and I looked up bald eagle. What is that? Because there's all this stuff about like
Areas of state and local interest.
Yes.
That's the 1041 regulations. And so we've got a wildlife section in there now that we rely on heavily, and STAR is actually working on the wildlife section, especially related to Gunnison sage grouse.
we just call that out.
The areas of state and local interest always apply.
Okay.
If it's part of an application, then it applies.
So should we just say that in the wildlife criteria section, like
And
that
now
shall consider this?
elsewhere,
The application process.
yeah, it's probably, yeah.
The way it's drafted right now, I don't think it would apply unless it's explicitly called out. But we had also reviewed those, and they're not perfectly cited, and thought that for this has been reproduced many times, but we thought that it was adequate. So but I just don't think, I think we have a statement that says that you don't have to follow the rest of the land use code unless it's specifically called out to avoid an applicant not knowing when the other land use code applies versus this one. So I do think we should
Right.
clarify that.
I thought the whole point of this was to have like
Yeah.
a standalone oil and gas section.
Yeah,
This is
I
what
don't think that would
matters.
apply.
So. I mean, I don't see it, but
Yeah.
I'm scrolling quickly.
Yeah, and pretty much everything that we've got in the 1041s for wildlife are in these sections or more.
Okay.
But yeah,
We just make a note to confirm that that's clearly stated.
Yeah, but so the philosophy here is that these natural resource projects are major intensive projects where it makes sense to have the applicant do the work to prove that whatever mitigation they're offering is adequate. And I think there are places in your land use code that are going to be more prescriptive because they're also used for a much bigger variation of applications where a prescriptive standard may be preferred. And so that is just like a drafting approach that we've taken and we employ, is to not do as many prescriptive standards for this intensive level of an application. So I think that's why it doesn't match perfectly, because we didn't address those prescriptive pieces.
I agree with that approach. I will say though that there have been projects we've worked on in the past where, at least from my perspective, what we got from CPW was not adequate in terms of environmental protection. And then all we were left to do was say to the applicant, like, we want to know more about this. And so that gave them the opportunity to assure us that there was nothing to see there. And it did not feel adequate. I think the way this is written is different than those other standards we've used, to your point, Tori. But I do think that if we take this approach, we as bodies have to be prepared to push for more stringent environmental consultation when it seems appropriate.
Just, I can't agree more, but that is also our role, is to look at
Yeah.
things case by case, and if we smell a rat, to dig it out.
Yeah, and this is where I hope that you all would take advantage of the applicant paying for you to have the right expertise. When this comes up, you get the watershed scientist that you need, the hydrologist, the wildlife expert. That's how we operate when we help a county with the actual permitting process, is we will build out the team based on what the impacts are of a major project like this. So I'd really encourage you to do that, because absolutely most planning commissions don't have the knowledge. I don't have the knowledge to say exactly, what the water quality impacts of an oil and gas operation might be.
John? Thanks, Tori.
Hi, sorry, it's like 3 clicks to get my audio to get me unmuted. I just wanted to flag that in our permitting process, we have a pre-application consultation built into rules that involves all of you as well as the applicant and CPW and our other state level regulatory partners. So as part of our process already built in, you guys should already have at least one forum to have all of that help that you need in evaluating those sorts of things.
Great.
And the way ours work, we do pre-application meetings, but we don't gather all of the agencies that might be involved for that. We do advise applicants to consult with them. And then once we get an application, we send that application to the agencies. And especially CPW, and we frequently, almost always get really good, thoughtful responses from them, so.
Okay. Clicking along here. Anything else in 6504? Lots of letters, got double letters.
Can I just take a moment to say I absolutely love that there's a live table of contents embedded in each of these sections. Like that makes me so happy. So thank you guys for doing that. Please do it forever.
Well, once it gets codified, we lose it.
Don't codify it then.
Well,
Just don't.
It
Make it an
doesn't
appendix.
exactly get get lost. But when you're looking at online, then you have to click on it and it will expand it.
Yeah, that's fine, but for our packets, this is just, makes me so happy.
I have one in 6504X, effect on local government services, oil and gas operation will not have an adverse impact of the current or future capability of local districts to provide services. Does that give us the opportunity and authority to say to an oil and gas development, you're doing X, Y, Z. We've been told by the Norwood Fire District that they need another paramedic if you're going to do that. So that's now a requirement for your application. So that gives us the authority to do that.
That could be it, because yeah, we would be sending it to the appropriate fire district, the sheriff, pretty much everybody in, all the departments in the county usually. We do custom tailor sometimes, but yeah, if an emergency service provider came back and said, I don't have the equipment to service this, we would then go back to them and say, okay, how are you dealing with this?
Right.
And it could be that they go anywhere from, well, we're going to have staff and equipment on the site, to we're going to help beef up the local district. See, my name's over too.
Yeah.
Yep.
What does that look like in practice? You say, could you kick in an extra 20 grand a year for an EMT? How does that look?
Really varies.
It could be funding for a piece of equipment. It could be funding for training. It could be,
We ask them to make a donation or we write it into their permit?
it becomes a condition of a successful application. That would be our recommendation forward if it's a two-step to the commissioners. That they be required to mitigate this problem,
And here's how they.
this shortfall, and they can, all they have to do is tell us how they're going to do it, and we approve whether it's adequate or not.
Commissioner Gleason has her hand up.
Well, then we'll let her speak.
Thanks. Well, this is just kind of on the heels of a lot of discussion recently around community benefit agreements, and become very clear to me that CBAs are not, that's not a place, the regulations are not a place to write in potential CBAs, but I could see that as a time and place to ensure that the applicant sees through that support of local law enforcement or EMS in the form of some sort of community benefit agreement with that agency.
Yeah, we don't have to spell it out here.
Yeah, I agree. We are seeing a lot lately. Community benefit agreement is very much like of the moment to call everything a community benefit agreement, but it's usually it might be an intergovernmental agreement, it could be all sorts of forms, but we have seen as evidence of mitigation for local government services, then you give that IGA or that community benefit agreement, whatever, you give that as your evidence of how you're mitigating. So that's how they connect. And then that does give the county an enforcement mechanism. If they don't follow through with their community benefit agreement, then their permit is actually, you could revoke their permit because they're out of compliance with a condition of their permit.
Thank you, Tori, for answering that.
Okay. 6505 permit application materials and review criteria for seismic. I think we talked through this one pretty well, but if there's issues or comments, it's 24 of 29.
That was seismic, I probably should have said, is this in the area where we talk about 6504 GG, final plugging, abandonment, decommissioning, revegetation? That looks like the reclamation part, or is there a whole other reclamation part?
That is the reclamation.
Okay, do we want to say anything here about conversion to geothermal that we've mentioned a little while ago? I have no idea how that would happen, but
I think if we did, it would only be that we are willing to entertain the option of an eventual conversion to geothermal based on current practice and science. I don't know if we could get much more specific than that, because it sounds to me like Butcher's technology is just in its early development, so.
And I wonder too, if it actually might go through the geothermal permitting process, right?
Hmm.
That's maybe
That's
that's
what
where
I would be
it
inclined.
we're talking, Fletcher, about. A method for decommissioning or reclaiming oil and gas being a conversion to geothermal and whether it belongs here. Or in the, and maybe it is just a matter of them applying for a thermal permit and saying, this is the. Property I'm using and the infrastructure that's already in place.
How about if we expand 504 GG number 1 a bit? So they'll comply, because we know from John's input that ECMC has a whole thing about
Right.
conversions. Shall comply with all ECMC rules regarding plugging, abandoning, decommissioning, or repurposing.
Yeah,
That's-
or repurposing sounds great
That's
to me.
nice, yeah.
Bravo, Lee.
Elegant.
Elegantly.
That was my Franglish.
But to Kay's point,
And,
subject to
Oh, we got a thumbs up from John.
subject to all applicable land use code requirements. So that that lets us kick in our geothermal.
Yeah, I definitely want a review process if there's a conversion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And you know, at the time that there's, you know, getting their well, they might not know that they're
Right.
thinking of a conversion. It's only as they're moving along, you know, in the life of it that they start to think, hey, maybe we want to convert it. They would come and say, what do we need to do to convert it?
Mhm.
And I think my direction would be, you need to get a permit for geothermal.
Mhm.
And, you know, because the well's already in place, that might, you know,
Make it easier.
shortcut some things, but it would still be, you know, doing the two-step.
Well,
process.
they may find out they've got a quicker path to geothermal resources than they do have natural gas.
Lee, are you suggesting we should add something in the same section about complying with our own land use code? Or is that,
I think,
that's kind of implied, right?
I guess I would make the referral to the code itself, generically included, yeah.
So how do you rewrite that?
Decommissioning, or repurposing, subject to applicable land use code requirements. Or words to that effect. Tori's better at that stuff than I am.
Yeah, I do. I want to make sure will you tell me exactly where you were looking at putting that?
Oh,
'Cause I
sorry,
think
sorry.
I had it marked on 5 on that one. but I
It's,
think that's wrong.
6504 GG number 1, so it's
1.
page 23 of 29 on in our packet.
I got it. I was looking further down. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Lee, would this be a place to discuss a bond again? I know there's a bond to ECMC, but you know, we've had the whole bankruptcy, reconsolidate, walk away conversation already. Do we wish to have a bond for these operators?
There's that possibility under 6506.
Sorry.
That's all right. Just following the structure. There's a financial security that ends that's the end of the thing.
That's great. Good job.
So yes,
Don't you get this all back to your brain?
right. We should have that. Oh, look.
3 in 1 day is a lot.
It is.
Okay,
I know you are.
Referring to my printout.
permit application going once, review criteria going once, going twice.
And I just want to go to side, right?
Um,
Or you already did.
just to acknowledge that financial security is in, and it seems to be a little bit more detailed than the others. I remember
Really good. If you're looking at financial security.
pretty close away.
And we didn't really change anything from the
Okay.
other sections.
Cool.
Let's see if there's the same cumulative impact statement. Review criteria for oil and gas. I'll see it right up front.
I couldn't hear that at all. Sorry.
She was asking if cumulative impact was included in the criteria.
Does not have that same introductory language. It doesn't look like. I
This
don't
is-
remember why.
Jocelyn, you're asking in the context of the seismic testing, or did you jump ahead?
I'm just looking at the beginning of 6504 for the review criteria for oil and gas. I would recommend that we have that same statement that we had for forestry about cumulative impacts when we're reviewing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I think this is the section where I noticed it's in some of the sections, but I like the idea of just like one broad statement.
Dory, can you make that happen, please?
Yep, I'm not really sure why it's not there, honestly, so, yep.
Thank you.
Well, you took that weekend off that time. That's just what happens.
That's what it was.
Okay. Any other feedback, comments, improvements, suggestions for oil and gas? This round. Last call. All right, we will open up for public comment. If there is a public that would like to comment, we'll give you a moment to make yourself known. Oh, thank you. That helps. Oh, I saw my mouse on Tori's. I thought she was raising her hand. That's my hand. Okay, I think we will go with what we got in terms of changes. Thanks very much. Does anyone need a very short bio break before we start? Because you've been waiting patiently.
Yes, please.
Okay.
We'll take, it's 2:37, about 2:45.
8 minutes. We will recess for 8 minutes. Thank you.
It's also just a cure.
Anyway.
Oh, that's okay. We haven't started yet, but thanks for the warning. I don't really understand or know much about what geothermal really is. I mean, I know what it is, like hot, warm, all that. But, I can't picture in my head what a geothermal installation might look like. That's something you're gonna cover.
I'm gonna talk about it a little bit, then hopefully, John Morgan can back me up on this. And, I also have Wendy Fenner here, who is very much interested in geothermal, so they might, she would be able to add on to it as well. But yeah, we're ready to get going here.
Yep. I just, I don't want to ask the question and slow us down. We're looking, it's been a long day already.
Yeah.
So if it was just for my edification, I could hold it.
Yeah, I imagined that the question would come up. And Commissioner Gleason, a question?
Yeah, thanks. I might have missed the first part of that because the recording just came live again, but I also have some questions just based on what I've learned recently about geothermal and some of the really creative applications that are being utilized. For instance, the city of Aspen is utilizing old mining tunnels to heat and cool some of their municipal buildings. And in my mind, geothermal, up until learning about this, was more like tapping into hot water underground, and it suddenly like kind of changed my perspective as to what geothermal is and how it can be utilized. And so I just wanted to preemptively kind of pose the question as to how those kind of creative utilizations might be written into our regulations to enable that kind of potential utilization in the future, if that makes sense.
Excellent. Okay, let's take that under consideration as we reconvene, which we have now done. We're back in session. Take it away, geothermal.
So yeah, this is the final section of our natural resources topics. And we're focusing on deep geothermal operations. There are other types of geothermal applications. But borrowing this from the ECMC page, geothermal technology taps into the natural heat found below Earth's surface to provide heating, cooling, and electricity. Geothermal use generally falls into one of three categories: heat pumps, which are shallow geothermal systems that provide heating and cooling; direct use, where natural hot water is applied to tasks that require heat, such as warming buildings or pasteurizing food; and 3, electricity generation. Deep geothermal resources are generally accessed using a pair or pairs of wells. One half of the pair is the production well, which draws fresh hot water from the reservoir for direct use and or power production. The other half of the pair is an injection well, which returns spent cooler water to the reservoir, where it's reheated by the earth and can then be reused. So that's the basics of it. And then I would note that the San Juan Basin has known geothermal resources. There are hot springs around, and is considered suitable for geothermal electricity generation.
Okay.
Hey, how much of that are we aware of in our county versus in Rico or in Uray?
So, I mean, where you have the hot springs, it's very evident, it's right there. Within our county, it is, believed that there is geothermal development potential. We've definitely known about, we've definitely had people do the smaller scale, not geothermal. But these regulations focus on the deep geothermal.
Do we have a GIS mapping layer of geothermal resources?
No.
Maybe John can clarify this, but I thought for geothermal, you didn't even really need like a resource. I think you're just going down into the earth where it's a different temperature.
deep geothermal, it does kind of need a resource.
Does,
Whereas if you're just using the the natural earth heat,
yeah,
because, as you go down, it's, warmer. Like residential scale, that doesn't necessarily need a resource.
It doesn't have to drill far enough to get to a resource, that's what you're saying.
I might be able to just kind of speak to this briefly.
Fletcher.
Yeah, Fletcher, come on.
Pumped in my jam. And so I know enough about that type of geothermal. But the terminology is kind of an umbrella term that's a little confusing. So ECMC's definition is great that they break it out into the three key things. Shallow geothermal, or what's used to like exchange heat with the earth, understanding that the earth is basically at a 50-ish degree temperature when you get below frost depth, etc. That makes heating with heat pumps more efficient than if you're robbing that heat from 0-degree air, for instance. So in my mind, geothermal residential heating and cooling is the only way that Mountain Village, for instance, is going to get to net zero and have enough BTUs to heat those houses without burning things, if that was something they were planning on doing long term. Then the direct use is kind of a niche case in my mind. It only works in certain places where there's already hot water bubbling out of the ground or something, unless you can capture hot enough rock, not too deep, to make it viable for, pasteurization, for instance. Also just involves drilling into the earth, and the heat from the core of the earth as it approaches the surface is not very uniform. It bubbles up higher to the surface in certain places, whether or not there's water there. John just said something that I missed. But there are hotspots, and there's a geothermal mapping resource that I just looked up through the Colorado Geological Survey. And they talk about certain areas that have more heat potential. Sometimes that's really dry rock, which can still work. But then there's different types of rock that are more or less conductive. And I think John's going to probably fill in a lot of gaps here on what I'm not saying. So I'm happy to hand the floor to you, John, and just say that deep geothermal is what a lot of like industry experts in this big conference in January at the Colorado School of Mines was mostly about. Deep technology going deep enough to generate steam, which then allows you to drive a turbine and create electricity.
That's probably what most of us think of classically as geothermal. Hot water from the center of the earth.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. John, do you want to fill that in?
Sure, thanks. I don't really have a whole lot to add. I thought that was a really accessible way to describe these various use strategies for geothermal. Mostly what I wanted to, the reason I raised my hand is I'm going to put in the chat here a link to our website where we warehouse our technical reports. And if you scroll down that page to the blue bar that says geothermal and you expand it, you'll see that in 2024, we did 2 different studies, one on geothermal regulation and another one on, it was our resource studies. So in cooperation with the state survey and an outside contractor, we did a full comprehensive geothermal resource assessment of the state that went into detail about all these various use strategies. There's a whole chapter on environmental impacts from all the various use strategies. And also on this page, all of the actual raw data is there. There's like 60,000 wells of bottom hole temperature data that we normalized and corrected. There's geothermometry and geochemistry of hot springs data. So we have this resource assessment broken out by these use strategies that were just highlighted. And we'd appreciate it if you have any questions. We're more than happy to talk through any of this with you.
Okay, thank you, John. That's a wealth of resources.
The
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask, John, if you could answer the question about any adverse impacts from either deep or shallow drilling. For instance, this comes from an experience I had in Placerville where the local warm spring turned into a very tepid spring because of other water drilling and other, and also people trying to take advantage of that. Would there be a negative impact on those pools of hot water, for instance, or hot rock that might change the geology, might, I don't know, if earthquakes would be involved, or just some change in the temperature of the earth because of that would have a negative impact? Are you familiar with anything like that? Unmute.
Okay, so he's struggling to unmute. I think that I might just say that the impacts of drilling are always, you're gonna get a big like shrug from a lot of people, because it's underground and it's hard to predict what's gonna happen when you go drilling next to things. One case study just to watch for all of you guys to be aware of, in Rico, there's this geothermal coalition that's attempting to take advantage of that resource for community benefit. And they are moving forward with a monitoring well and near the hot springs. And we'll see. Just keep an eye on, a real world test case.
I think it would definitely have relationship to a live, say, a hot spring somewhere that could turn into a tepid spring.
Yeah.
And another potential impact is earthquakes. If you look out in the West End, there's a deep extraction well and a reinjection well out there for desal.
Oh, yeah.
They experience frequent earthquakes.
John?
John, it looks like John was able to unmute.
Yeah.
Just
John?
in case he's scared to
Yeah,
interrupt.
I know, I just didn't want to interrupt anybody. It's not my meeting. It's not my meeting. Usually I'm the one doing all the talking, trying to be respectful. So I had trouble hearing all of that question, but I think I got the general gist of it. And we intend on protecting geothermal resources that are in place in any of our permitting decisions for deep geothermal. It's built into our comprehensive rule suite, and it's our philosophy here. And we'll evaluate projects as they come up in that through that paradigm. And I did want to say that last year, on one of the bills that would run through on geothermal, we actually, in conjunction with the state engineer, the DWR, we have a built-in protection for prior geothermal operations that includes historic hot springs and bathing and geothermal bathing pools like that. So anybody that has an existing facility like that needs to register them at DWR. You can do it right on the website. And then when anybody seeks a permit from us, they have to screen against that list at DWR. And then if there's a prior existing geothermal operator there that's in proximity to their sought for deep geothermal permit, then they have to prove that the permitted operations they want to do through our permit will not adversely affect that prior existing geothermal operation. That was in state law. That's in state law, and it's built into our processes.
And also, I think a lot of these, if you're going deep enough to make steam to produce power, you're just shooting right past existing closer to the surface springs and things. And then they, case that, isolate that.
So basically you're drilling through the water table down below it.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, that stuff will be treated by us similarly to how we treat oil and gas well construction, where we make the applicants and us, we look through all of the underground sources of drinking water that they might penetrate on their way down, and we have drilling and well construction rules to make sure that all of that's behind a couple layers of steel, of casing and cement. So that, and then we also make them run cement bond logs on the cement jobs themselves, and we take a look at it a third time that way. So yeah, the pre-existing shallow geothermal operations and consideration for them is heavily weighed in our processes.
What kind of depths are we talking about with deep thermal?
What kind of depths are we talking about for what?
Deep geothermal.
Okay, so deep geothermal is defined in statute, and it is deeper than 2,500 feet. And so if the deep geothermal operation that an applicant seeks is deeper than 2,500 feet, and if the geothermal resource is associated with water, if that water is non-tributary, that means that they can permit that entire operation through us, through our permit. They don't need a separate DWR permit for that.
It is a big distinction between non-tributary and tributary.
Yes.
Permitting.
I'm sorry, what does tributary mean?
Okay, so in Colorado, these are state constitutional issues actually, because tributary water is actually a public resource and administered by the state engineer under the prior appropriations doctrine, but non-tributary is not. And the actual definition is that when you're pumping groundwater, if that pumping of that groundwater affects surface waters in streams or ponds, if it affects those flow rates of water at the surface, it's tributary to, and then therefore that groundwater is a public resource. If when you pump that groundwater, it doesn't affect flow rates of streams or levels in surface waters and ponds, then it's non-tributary. That's the basic definition.
Like it's connected, right? It's connected to other water.
Interrelated, yeah.
That's pretty.
Sure, yeah, hydrologically connected, yes.
And if there's water is the other piece of it. A big part of deep geothermal for power production, all it really needs is hot rock. And
Correct.
you push the water down there and bring it back in a closed.
It might not be a water source, it might be just a heat source.
Exactly.
Okay, and wells generally are drilled into tributary.
Water, like residential water wells, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll go to slide 2.
No, it's, you know, it's
Wait, no,
background.
take
This is something that's a little bit new to all.
This is
of
new
us.
to all of us, yeah.
So our current code does not have geothermal regulations. The most similar permitted use is oil and gas exploration development. So if we were to get an application for deep geothermal operations now, we would use the oil and gas regulations of section 5-26 to review and permit that. And then also I want to note that shallow geothermal has been developed to serve individual properties as part of their development permit. I know we had one a couple of years ago that the House put in shallow geothermal, and they've got a whole specialized mechanical room to convert it to their heat, but that is how they are heating their house. So not super common here, but you know, it has happened. And you know, y'all are absolutely right. There's all sorts of possible applications out there that are just being tapped into now.
Does this draft in front of us touch what you just discussed? Does it have anything to do with someone who's going to heat their house with an underground system?
Nope.
These regulations are solely for deep geothermal. So if it does not meet the deep geothermal definition, then it's not part of this regulation and it would just be part of their regular development permit.
And our definition is 2,500 feet also?
This section is specifically deep geothermal operations. That's all it applies to.
Which the ECMC gentleman, John, just said was 2,500 feet.
Yes.
Were you the same?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So you've already seen the state regulations, slide for geothermal. Tori, if you've got anything to add. You know, it's the same set of regulations as for oil and gas. So, okay. Or similar, you know, as, you know, what we have for oil and gas. And again, you know, we're looking at a regulatory approach to deep geothermal. We're mitigating the impacts of proposed activity. So we get the reports, plans and studies. We can waive or modify based on the scope and expected impacts. We'll gladly accept the federal and state permits. And then again, you know, impose conditions as needed based on referral agencies. So, deep geothermal operations are contained in section 6-6. It lists our zone districts, application requirements, review standards, corresponding to the, you know, application and review standards correspond, and limited cross references. Again, well, I should correct this slide. You know, deep geothermal is regulated very similar to oil and gas, so we do have the ability to look at all of the impacts of the operation, aligning with the new ECMC regulations and protecting the public health, safety, environment, and wildlife. So, in here, we've got 7 sections, the general provisions, and then the application requirements for deep geothermal. Or general requirements rather, and then application material review criteria. Application materials and review criteria for seismic testing operations, and then finally the financial security and enforcement and penalties. So zone districts, where deep geothermal may be permitted. Got that in the forestry, agriculture and open or S zone. Wrights Mesa Rural Agriculture and West End Zone. Deep geothermal operations and seismic testing operations are permitted on all federal lands and on private land with subsurface federal mineral estates. Does get a little bit different in there for geothermal, as we noted earlier today. But you know, very similar. You know, again, you know, these are, you know, areas where there's most likely to be the resources.
Okay, good question. I'm sure we probably have to allow operations and testing when subsurface federal mineral rights are involved. But that basically overrides any kind of restriction as to what zone districts it could apply in.
Yes.
If it's federal. So if the feds found a source in San Bernardo, then we wouldn't be stopping it, we'd be mitigating it.
Depends on whether or not they retain the mineral rights.
Right.
Depends on who owns the rights.
I would also just say that
That's just water.
it's worth considering the grid and power infrastructure, because ideally you want something that's producing electricity to be close to large wires and
Water wires.
substations and stuff.
Mhm.
So I would hesitate to rule out, you know, certain areas where we have existing electrical infrastructure, because that could be a really practical place to put it.
Yeah, and so we didn't include rangeland grazing, but I think, you know, in the future, if somebody came in and said, hey, this is a really good option. We could consider amending the code to add rangeland grazing in here. But rangeland grazing is just kind of a specialty zone where it has a very specific intent purpose. So we didn't open that up. And likewise, high country areas, specific intent purpose, you know, trying to minimize the new roads and infrastructure and facilities going in there. So, but if suddenly it becomes a thing and, you know, we do have major transmission lines, traversing part of that area. That could be something to think about in the future, but for now, we didn't do those.
If we anticipate that there might be applications in rangeland grazing, is there a reason we wouldn't put it in now?
Well, right now, we don't anticipate those, and it kind of goes to the larger purpose of the rangeland grazing zone.
Which is,
It's really conservation
Yeah.
focused. But if someone should make a case, we didn't want to presuppose for that right now. So
that's fair.
That's like
Yeah.
the Mesa tops, right? Basically,
it's, the east side of Wilson Mesa, go back to the map. So it's this,
Olive green.
kind of olive color here.
oh, it's right there.
So yeah, this is, the Wilson Mesa neighborhood, this is Silver Pick Road here, and this is Sunshine Mesa over on this side.
So the whole last dollar area is forestry?
Awesome.
Most of it, yeah.
North of 145, you mean?
Yeah, just that, all the yellow that's kind of north of Saw Pit and Placerville, that's all forestry.
So this yellow piece here, that's Elk Sorrel Ranch, and then all the rest of this light green, that's all forestry. Forestry agricultural. So permit level review, deep geothermal operations. That is a two-step planning commission and VOCC review. And similar to oil and gas, requiring additional notice to neighbors within 1,500 feet and municipalities within 3 miles. And then seismic testing operations would be administrative.
Are those numbers consistent with our mining numbers? Cause I'm thinking we're mostly concerned here with like noise, vibration and light now.
Deep geothermal development is very similar to oil and gas, so that's what we follow closest.
So are we upping that to 2,000 feet then?
Well, we brought up, when we had our discussion on oil and gas, we had the discussion of, setbacks being 2,000 feet, versus 1,500 foot notification. I'll get the setbacks in a moment. So deep geothermal operation is defined as any exploration for or production of. And we had a recommendation from Division of Water Resources to change that definition and say allocated geothermal resources, as opposed to that being associated with not tributary groundwater. So we already, in our presentation here, have already made an edit based on that comment. And then geothermal resources are deeper than 2,500 feet below the surface. So that's, again, look to our definitions to tell it, just say what it is and isn't. Then it includes the activities related to the operation of a deep geothermal well. So conducting the geophysical operations, drilling test bores, monitoring wells, siting, installing and operating flow lines. We had a question as to why that was still in there. And I think we'll figure that one out. Drilling, deepening, recompleting, reworking, repurposing, and plugging and abandoning. It also includes any constructing, site preparing, disposing of geothermal waste, or reclaiming activities associated with the activities described in part B1 of this definition. It includes geothermal science wells, which are basically exploration, unless specifically exempted herein. It does not include ancillary heat production, which would be the, heat production for, say, a house or a building that's shallow. And it does not include any exploration or production activities for allocated geothermal resources or geothermal resources that are deeper than 2,500 feet below the surface conducted by a federally recognized Indian tribe or an entity owned or controlled by such tribe within the exterior boundaries of an Indian reservation. So, Corey, you want to add to this?
Yeah, well, I did want to add one piece. If you're wondering, this is based on the ECMC's regulation, that very first term, allocated geothermal resource. We had tried to shorthand that because the definition there is that it's it's a geothermal resource that's not associated with tributary groundwater, and it does not include groundwater in the Denver Basin aquifer. And that second part was so obvious to us that we dropped it and tried to combine it. But I think if state agencies would like us to use like the actual definition, I think that's fine also. So that's hence why we changed that. The other piece I wanted to flag that, thank you, John pointed out, is that the ECMC's definition of deep geothermal would not include the ancillary transmission, infrastructure. And I think that, we didn't write up any edits, but I think we should clarify that for the county's definition, you intend to include the ancillary transmission infrastructure. Your application materials ask for that. There's some standards based on, you know, your ability to connect to the grid or an applicant's ability to connect to the grid. So we just had it we had just missed clarifying in the definition that is different than ECMC and should be included in this type of operation for your review.
Okay, John, I see your hand up. I just have a quick one for Tori to follow up. Do transmission facilities, would that also include hot water if there was a implication or an application that was going to pipe hot water out?
Yeah, those would generally be considered flow lines. Yes, so that is intended to be part of this.
Okay, thank you. John?
Yeah, hi. So I had a couple of thoughts here. Under ancillary heat production, I had been assuming you meant flowing geothermal heat off of location to be used downstream in a cascading use scenario. Is that not what you mean by ancillary heat production?
Yeah, it's funny. I saw your comment on that, John. We got that straight from you all and then used your definition of ancillary heat production, which has to do with oil and gas. Now I'm not finding.
Okay, that's somewhere else, and I wanted to actually flag. I don't know if we've gotten to that rule yet from my comment, but that's so ancillary heat production off of existing oil and gas wells and operations. We term that co-production. In other words, co-producing geothermal heat off of an already permitted oil and gas facility. Prior to last year's legislative session, our language in the statute said that you could only use that ancillary heat on that permitted oil and gas location to decarbonize that operation. However, in that legislative session in 2025, that was changed at the state level. And we now allow for cascading uses of co-produced heat from oil and gas operations to be used off location we want to encourage those kinds of uses. And that was my comment, was that you're more than entitled to, I think, I'm not a lawyer here, but as I understand our co-equal siting authority, you might want to be more stringent than us, but I'm unclear on, I just wanted to flag that is an apparent conflict with what the current statute is.
Yeah, I would frame this for the rest of the folks. I would frame this as something where we have not heard specifically that the county wants to go above and beyond. I think this is an unintentional conflict and like a technical update that I think unless other folks followed this, I think it's something technical that John, maybe I could follow up with you on, because I think the intent is to be consistent with how you all regulate this. I don't think that there's any like specific concern about how ancillary heat productions worked. It's not something the county's talked about. So I think it was inadvertent. So, for this meeting, if you all are comfortable, I think you could flag this as cleanup for us.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just
And then, I'm sorry, I had one last thought about that last question was the flow line thing. So yes, flow lines will be transporting fluids containing geothermal energy off of the primary location for cascading uses. And that we, under our regime, I guess, for lack of a better word, our regulatory structure framework. We fully regulate those flow lines on our permitted locations. But once those are off of our locations, we just have them registered with us, but we don't really have any siting authority for those that go off of our permitted locations.
John, can I pose you a question about what you just said?
Sure.
Where does your permitted location boundary exist? Is it at the edge of the site of the geothermal operation, or is it the edge of the property that it's situated on? I think what I hear you saying is once it goes away from your purview, there's going to be a pipe with hot water running through it that somebody might want to confirm is up to snuff and inspect occasionally and make sure it doesn't rupture and cause a surprise.
Exactly. Yeah. So what the locations we permit will be, we'll get shape files on the permit and whatnot, but our location that we have authority over will be the exterior boundary of the disturbed surface.
Okay.
So that'll be larger during the drilling phase while there's a rig and maybe a small man camp out there or whatever while they drill the wells and they do the testing they want to do. But then afterwards, when they go to actually start operations, we make them do what's called interim reclamation and bring that size of that location down to the minimum they need to do the operations they want to do long term. And then that will be the location that we have authority over. Does that make sense?
Yes. And what I think I hear you saying without saying it is that we probably want to take over inspection and locationing and permitting the flow lines outside of that final boundary that you establish.
Yeah, that's because we don't have authority or staff for that. But we will have those registered and shape files that's publicly accessible, more than happy to share with you. But as far as like how they permit those rights of way to make those work, that's not us at all. So I would assume that would be you.
Yeah.
And then if I may, I had one other thought, because I've heard heavy electrical transmission brought up in power generation scenarios. And I just wanted to be clear that that power generation is not deep geothermal operations, like at all. And we have no authority over it. That siting of those isn't really us at all. It would be probably Public Utilities Commission in conjunction with you all.
Do you mean that deep geothermal is not used for energy production, or just that tie-in is not part of your purview?
Yeah, I mean that if deep geothermal resources are accessed, right, that's absolutely permitted through us. But electrical power generation is not deep geothermal operations, and we don't have any regulatory authority over it.
Are they ever co-sited? And do you guys like talk to each other and hold hands, or does it need to be literally across the property line?
We'll figure that out when
To be determined.
like that's going to be a collaborative process, because I know the paradigm we have here is like avoiding, reducing, and mitigating impacts, right? And in light of that, if it makes sense and surface impacts are the least they could be if that electrical power generation is co-located on our deep geothermal permitted facility, then we could take a look at that. But there's going to be legal complications there, because since we have no authority to enter and inspect that electrical power generation facility that would be on our location, like how does that work?
And it's all brand new stuff that, as far as I know, John, you might correct me. There's only really one site so far that's doing all of these things in Utah, just west of where I-70 ends. Fervo Energy and their Cape Station site is kind of pioneering all of these things at once.
Yeah, that's correct. But there is movement globally in this direction, and we really feel that it's only a matter of time before we start seeing science wells drilled in Colorado with the intent on converting them to deep geothermal operations. That should happen in the next year or two, I would imagine.
Keep an eye on Rico.
We, we are asking for in our application process, as we'll get to that. All the information about the surface disturbance and what's going on, so. I think we can take another look at our regulations to make sure that we're covering. That piece as well. Yeah, we were aware that there's a. The ECMC permit does stop at a certain point.
I have a question going back to the beginning of that slide. Have we defined, for those of us sitting here, what allocated geothermal resources are?
Okay, so I did put it in the slide, but because we're making this edit. If you look at page 6 of the memo from Tori. She's recommending adding a definition of allocated geothermal resource. And then also a definition of geothermal resource.
Yeah, I'm happy to read it. It's actually not that long. If that helps you avoid flipping.
Yeah, or I'd just like to know what it is as we go.
Yeah. So, and this is from ECMC, but an allocated geothermal resource is any geothermal resource that's not associated with non-tributary groundwater. So you can see the first part of where we got our definition, but it left the screen for some reason.
Quick correction, that is associated with.
Oh, yeah. Did I
Right?
add the?
I
didn't even hear myself. Okay, well, what I'm reading from does not have not. So, okay, any geothermal resource that is associated with non-tributary groundwater.
What does that even mean, though? I mean, I know now we know what tributary and non-tributary is.
I could take a stab at that if that's
Sure.
okay. So what the legislature did there is prior to Senate Bill 23-285, geothermal was basically the same as water rights in Colorado, but that unwound that right to the geothermal resources. And therefore, if you're accessing geothermal resources that are associated with non-tributary water, that geothermal resource is allocated to and owned by the overlying surface property owner. So that they're allocated to the surface owner, similar to mineral rights. And they're also severable, similar to mineral rights. So a surface owner could sell their geothermal rights. But the term allocated just means that belongs to the surface owner.
Sorry, maybe we could add, depending on how much it shows up in here, flow lines too, because that just means so many different things to different people.
Well, further ahead. Just to
Yeah,
respond
and
to that.
also, as we get applications, we will rely heavily on the ECMC definitions. So we were focusing on the ones that we felt were most important for the understanding of what we were regulating, but then also deferring to the already established regulations and not trying to redefine.
And there's more specific expectations in the criteria, the decision criteria for surface setbacks and disturbances. It talks about flow lines, fresh produced or wastewater pipelines, and so forth.
Yeah, this is jargon that shows up in other worlds too, meaning different things, so it'd be helpful to have it.
Good.
Okay, so a couple more definitions here. We have the definition of geothermal resource. Natural heat of the earth. It includes the energy that may be extracted from that natural heat, the material needed used to extract the energy from a geothermal resource, and geothermal byproducts. A little bit different from what Tori had in her memo. but we're close. And then geothermal science well, a hole drilled for the purpose of obtaining subsurface information to support geothermal resource development. A geothermal science well includes geothermal gradient wells, geothermal observation wells, and geothermal monitoring wells. A geothermal science well is a type of deep geothermal operations. And then finally, the seismic testing operations, it's identical to what we saw with oil and gas. So if we're all okay on the, all the definitions. Moving on to, 6303 and 6603 and 6604. Skipping over 6602, because that's the general requirements for permit applications. And it's largely similar to every single other section. So within the permit, the application materials and the criteria, again, very similar to for that developed for mining and solar, and extremely similar to oil and gas. There may be a couple of places where we accidentally still said oil and gas when we meant deep geothermal. And we're still encouraging all of those. But some of the items, specific items that we're looking for is the surface use agreement, plan of operation, technical and feasibility assessment, waste management plan, vibration monitoring and control plan, final plugging, abandonment, decommissioning, and revegetation. Well setbacks. So this is different than oil and gas. This is 500 feet from residential structures not controlled by the applicant. And other facilities, 200 feet from designated scenic byways, and 50 feet from road rights of way or property lines. And then again, if ECMC's setbacks are more stringent, that setback will apply. So we still have that 1,500 foot notification requirement, but we only have a 500 foot setback requirement. And because in this case, they're not producing the hydrocarbons. I think that's the reasoning behind it.
What if they have that like connectivity to the grid and there's all that infrastructure for the connection? Is that something we need to consider a further setback for?
So that would probably fall under the other facilities of 200 feet. From designated scenic byways and then 50 feet from roads and rights of way.
But visually, a deep geothermal facility looks like an oil well.
Well, so, when they're drilling it, you're gonna have the rig in,
Yeah,
and
of
it's the big rig, it's not the domestic well drilling rig. And then once the rig is removed, then you will have some surface stuff that's much,
Lower profile.
lower profile.
Than for oil and gas?
It really depends on the design. What they're then doing to convert the geothermal resource or use it.
I think the issue here is not the visual impact, it's like the off gassing and things like that, right? That's why the oil and gas is a bigger setback.
Yes.
I think here we're probably concerned with vibration, noise, and light.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
visual impact. And
No,
vibration and
it's okay.
noise.
Yeah.
Probably not toxicity, although there could be something in the water, so if there were a leak or a release, that could be questionable, but that's anyone's guess. But I think on a day-to-day, I mean, these, depending on what you're using it for, there could be compressors and equipment.
Stuff's gonna be running, it doesn't flow by itself. I don't know, that seems short. Is that in line with, is it in line with the government, with ECMC?
Tori's nodding her head.
Yeah, that's where we got this from. I also, for the 200 feet, when, Ann, to your question about, transmission and ancillary facilities, if you think of that part of geothermal as comparable to the same infrastructure for solar, it matches what you have for solar also.
Perfect.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
there's a basis, all right, thanks.
I'm also curious, I know Chaffey County took a look at this because they've got the hot springs at Mount Princeton.
And there was a pretty big public response, at least from my parents. And I'm curious what they've done and what direction they've taken, what kind of public response they've given. I don't know if you looked at that at all.
We didn't, except that I did know that Chaffey County was like the first in the state to regulate geothermal. Interestingly, 1041 for a very long time gave local governments authority to regulate commercial use of geothermal, and that's what they relied on.
Well, I'm curious.
But no, it
how
could be
we
worth
stack up.
looking at. Mhm.
Well, I would think commercial use like heating buildings would be a much more subtle presence than electrical generation. That's turbines and stuff.
And even your house isn't nothing though. So think about that larger scale.
And then the final things that I wanted to point out here were the utility interconnection agreement. So, if it's generating power, it's going back into the grid.
Sure.
And then, any nuisances or vibrations, always, can be part of that.
Is there any other use? Or are we just really just talking about electricity and heating? I mean, there's not really another use for heat, is there?
Yeah.
There is.
There are a couple things. They touched on the byproducts idea briefly in this. And depending on rock conditions and chemistry, geochemistry and stuff like that, the briny water that can come back up from the well can contain like critical minerals, things like lithium and things we need for batteries and whatever. So there's some value there possibly. And then the heat that comes off of it after it's used to spin a turbine is that's where the flow lines maybe then cascade off to do other things like heat large buildings or houses or neighborhoods or whatever. So the whole world of what's possible with deep geothermal is just growing, and there's like new companies innovating all the time with like what could be done. So
a lot of industrial uses for heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colorado Mesa University, I believe, heats a significant part of their campus with geothermal, but I'm not sure it's deep.
It's not.
Okay. So.
Yeah, John says cascading uses include heating and cooling, aquaculture, greenhouse heating, industrial processes, etc. So, you have really hot water that spins the turbine and steam, and then it condenses to the hot water that's then still usable for all kinds of other things.
But do you know if the water this is kind of speculative still, but would it be traveling under quite a bit of pressure or low pressure? Do you know?
I mean, it gets hotter and hotter and comes back up at a pretty high pressure. But
as far as those pipes going down a road or underground.
I suspect that being in the arid Southwest, that's going to have to be a closed loop system. And so you've got the water that's going deep underground is kind of separate from the water that then leaves the site. Maybe John can speak to that, but through a heat exchanger, you could export the heat from the site without, have two separate closed loops that kind of interact with each other.
That has to be under some sort of pressure just to get.
Yeah, certainly pumped, circulator pressures.
I'm just looking at in terms of public safety.
Right.
Would you bury the lines?
Yeah.
Or what would you do?
I'd say standard water line pressures are more likely after it leaves the ECMC regulated site.
Mhm.
Yeah. Secondary loop.
Yeah.
That's
Again, John saying secondary loops.
Okay.
Okay. So nothing further on that, then I'm gonna move on to 605 site testing operations. These are completely identical to what we talked about with oil and gas, including the criteria that are associated with plus the notice property owners within 800 feet. And that was all that I had for geothermal. I was gonna talk about probably at the end, the related amendments and the next steps.
Okay.
So.
All right, let's do our through the book reviews. All
And
right.
anything you said on oil and gas, we'll probably also look at the geothermal.
Yeah, I think, we're gonna do this review on an exception basis.
Yeah.
Of what you've highlighted. Thank you. That was very helpful. So we've got the definitions. We've got operation. Or deep geothermal operations. Okay. That's either singular or plural. Okay, now I get it. All right. All those definitions are there.
I didn't have any comments other than just calling out what ECMC had, but you have all that. Is there any, you haven't reviewed that thoroughly, have you? So we'll just go over that next time.
Yeah, and yeah, ECMC did send us some comments
Yeah.
yesterday. They, we forwarded it on to you. We got, got it just in time to get it uploaded to the website.
Yeah.
But we haven't had a chance to go through any of those comments at all.
So 602 general requirements. Questions or comments?
Broadly, I'm really happy that ECMC's kind of
Yeah.
taking this on and providing a good example for us to follow.
Permit applications.
I'm curious about hours of operation. I don't know where that fits in here, but what are we saying about hours of operation?
So again, in the course of, drilling the wells and, all of that. Those again are probably gonna be 24-hour operations. And then once you have a system up and running, that's probably 24-hour op.
Yeah.
It's really gonna depend though on what the applicant is telling us. It's gonna be very specific.
So we haven't stated anything here that limits their hours of operation.
No.
But we could determine that maybe. But. Not saying.
Yeah.
That's how it works then. They show us they do the impacts.
One little term to be aware of here is base load power. It gets thrown a lot in this world, because you're interacting with the earth that's always hot. You always produce the same amount of steady power, which is great for the grid. As opposed to like wind and solar that are up and down a lot through the course of the day. So base load power is a term you're going to hear a lot, and that's a good thing.
Is that a way to regulate the size of a facility and have thresholds, or is that not what we're talking about?
Yeah, I don't know if it would be up to us to regulate it or if it would be up to the operator to decide how much power are they willing and want to sell. I know that there's some innovation that Fervo's been working through to create a better throttle for this thing so that they can kind of, over the course of a day, they can ramp it up and down a little bit as they need to offset peak grid demand times and stuff. But that's the kind of technology that's just improving rapidly right now.
But in terms of like board feet and forestry, that's not. what we're talking about.
I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna want to regulate anything on a kilowatt hour level or something, right?
Yeah, that's gonna go to what can the system hold
Exactly.
or support.
Okay. Driving right along. 603. Highlights plans of operation, technical financial feasibility, see that. Waste management plan. There's 604 lighting plan.
Is there something different about the waste management plan? It's in yellow. Probably the.
It's very similar to oil and gas.
Yeah, I think just different than the previous before oil and gas.
Okay.
Because there's waste produced before.
And waste heat is not something we're like managing necessarily. These systems are often likely to be rejecting heat with big
Yeah.
fans into the air.
There's too much, I mean.
That's just a thought.
So is that something that's totally cool, 200 feet from a childcare center? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, don't know.
Site
You know,
specific.
so exactly.
But I do wonder if these are located out like in the west end. If there's a wildlife impact for
Yeah.
little heat islands,
Mm-hmm.
but I bet CPW can tell us.
So is that something you should mention here under waste management?
I don't know if we ever elsewhere are considering heat as a waste product that we're managing.
Well, it'd be an,
But-
an opportunity to say like beneficial use of
Yeah.
waste heat, encourage beneficial uses or encourage secondary uses. Even if we don't regulate how they get rid of it, might be a way to say, I mean, is this where flow lines would come in?
Or big fans just blowing hot air up into the sky.
Right.
Tori, are we off the reservation here, or is this something that's been dealt with?
No, I'm listening. I think it's broad enough that the regulations wouldn't preclude you from looking at it, but I think it is something we could call out specifically, and we did not research that specifically, I'll say. So we're happy to like refresh our research and see if there's a place we want to call it out specifically.
Maybe, I mean, like we've done with everything else, just mention it and put it on them to say, what are you gonna do? Just so we know, like,
Right,
there are gonna be
right.
12 giant fans blowing out in the desert.
Yeah. Just put it in the list, so staff.
I mean,
and everybody knows what to
ideally-
say about it.
Ideally, it's an asset, you
Yeah.
know.
We also
Ideally, yeah.
still have some
Yeah.
public comment, but I think we'll bring some perspective to that.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Um,
Hopefully we're squeezing all the BTUs out of it that we can, putting it to good use.
Under 604 review criteria for deep geothermal operations, page 19 of 31. Actually, page 20, surface disturbances and setbacks. I'll just note that the way that I'm reading this language, nothing would be allowed to go off property because it would have to go through the setbacks. We say you can't run stuff through the setbacks. So it might have to go under setbacks, but just to flag that as a consideration.
Number 4 in that list
Yes.
is that setbacks don't include the gathering lines, flow lines, water collection. But we may need to call out utilities there that you're pointing out, I think, or like the transmission lines too.
Does 4 conflict with 2?
It's an exception to 2. Oh, wait, no, sorry, I was looking at 3. It's an exception to 3. No, I think they go together. Could move it up next to that one.
I think it's a valid thing to flag there, Lee, as a don't
Yeah,
shoot yourself in the foot kind of a thought.
We also have a duplication in there, 2 and 6 are identical. Well,
oh, yeah. Maybe it's better below it to. See. Huh.
we caught that in oil and gas and not in geothermal.
Okay, that was my second cup of coffee.
So on 604L nuisance impacts, we do have noise limitations and time of day noise limitations. Are those consistent with our mining operations and our other operations?
The 55 and 50 and the hours are the same.
Yeah, I think this like muffler stuff, the stuff that's highlighted in yellow matches oil and gas, but doesn't match any of the mining or solar.
Yeah, it's kind of odd that 55 and 50, it seems so close. Could that be a typo?
No,
No.
no, that's actually the standard and there it is,
It's a big difference.
it is noticeable.
Okay.
And what does the ECMC have to say about achieving that? Or do we expect these to be achievable, or do we need to increase setbacks because those decibel levels aren't achievable? Or curious what John has to say about that.
I think it's gonna depend on the technology being used at the time. I think John's gonna be able to forecast
It's also new also.
I will say the ECMC has its own noise regulations. You are allowed to be more stringent. Yours are calculated differently, and the ECMCs are frankly more complicated, but they also base off of property lines sometimes. And we were consistent with the way your other natural resource regulations are, which is based off of based off of the noise at the residence or the church or the daycare, not at a property line. We thought that was like more true to a nuisance impact. And then noise or wildlife could have its own considerations too.
John, happy to hear your thoughts if you want to unmute.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Just again to flag that the stuff that we regulate is the deep geothermal operations, and those shouldn't be that loud, right? There might be like a pump. There might be a production pump at a wellhead and an injection pump at another wellhead. But again, just to reiterate that the power plant itself, that probably will be the loudest part of these projects, is not deep geothermal operations, and we don't regulate that, so.
We will, up to 55 decibels.
What's that?
We will regulate it up to 55
Yeah.
decibels, yeah.
Do we have any kind of regulation of power transfer stations or whatever they're called? Nothing at all?
No, they just tend to hum, but that's just a transfer station, not a actual turbine.
Noisiest thing in the county is probably the airport.
At moments.
Blasting and scary.
Yeah, bless.
Gotta say the brown dog.
Yeah,
Brown dog.
yeah, the howitzers are a contender there too, but.
Depends on who's playing, I suppose. Yeah. Okay, 605 BD. And now we're to financial security, which is common cross. And then enforcement and penalties. And a hazardous materials closure. Under enforcement and penalties. And that's page 31 of 31. Anyone on the commission have any further questions before we go to public comments?
And I'd invite public in the room up to the table since we.
I would like to. We borrow a chair.
We've got
there.
2 microphones and 2 chairs.
Okay, you can sit right here.
Yeah, here you go.
If you want to come up by Ian.
Go for it.
I have one quick question before we jump into public comment. I'm just curious why in section 604U, visual quality, there is addition number 2, deep geothermal operations shall be cited to avoid crossing hills and ridges or silhouetting, and why that was called out here and not in previous regulations. Is there something specific about these pads that make them more like are larger and would silhouette? I just wanted an explanation why that was called out there.
I think I remember seeing that in oil and gas.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
And we've
Okay,
covered
thanks.
dual impacts in solar extensively. I don't remember with mining if
I think we had something in there, but it's more,
underground.
yeah. So, yeah, we've covered it just in different ways.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I do think there's potential for much larger permanent structures if there's power generation associated with it.
Which would be permitted separately. As ECMC has been clear to tell us.
Well, yeah, ECMC wouldn't permit it, but I would suggest that that should be part of your overall purview.
John, did you check to see if we have the cumulative clause or sentence in this one?
I already noted that you don't, and we'll add it.
Okay, great.
Okay, public comment period is open. I see we have 2 local in-house
Your
folks.
Somewhat subject matter expertise
Mhm.
on here, so maybe not limited them to 3 minutes.
I'd rather not. They've waited so long. Are you gonna talk at the same time or are we taking turns?
Should I start with you? Hi, everyone. I'm Siobhan Montoya Lavender, county resident and staff member of Eco Action Partners, your local climate action, sustainability, and energy nonprofit. And so just a few comments for you. First of all, I love this discussion and I appreciate the thoughtful attention everyone's giving to deep geothermal. Our climate action plan encourages renewable energy sources, and geothermal is a renewable energy source. Not only that, but to Fletcher's point, it is not intermittent, which is one of our biggest concerns with our other renewable energy sources. And as has been mentioned, this is a burgeoning technology that we're learning a lot about, but it also provides a pretty incredible opportunity for our region, both as an economic driver and as a source of energy. And so very excited to see this being permitted locally. One comment I had is under 6-602A, federal and state agency materials. Any applicant may submit application materials that have or will be submitted to the ECMC and or federal land management agencies with jurisdiction over deep geothermal operations and seismic testing operations to satisfy in whole or in part the corresponding county application requirements. I'm so glad John is on. I've had the opportunity to look through the 1300 series of what ECMC is working on for the regulations. And from Eco Action Partners' standpoint, they're quite comprehensive. They cover water quality, they cover noise, they cover wildlife, they cover air quality. And so I just would recommend to the BOCC that you lean on ECMC. And if this provision, I was a little unclear if this provision of allowing folks to submit to project developers to submit their ECMC materials, would they then need to have to like transfer them into a different format or anything? And just, I want to make sure we're prioritizing ECMC because I think they do have really clean and clear instructions. And I don't want to overburden the project developers in our region by having any duplicative measures. Yeah.
We agree.
Perfect.
Yeah. Put a 2 in the print job when you hit it and we're good.
Perfect. So no, they don't have to like change it into like our doc. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, and just again, I think the ECMC's requirements are appropriate and thorough for our region. I thought it was a great discussion around having, you know, the utility component, which is obviously going to be more regulated by the county. But I think that should be separate from deep well drilling. And so, you know, any utility tie-ins would obviously involve separate permitting and obviously the San Miguel Power Association, our utility provider, or Tri-State if it's going directly to them.
I don't know that it is separate permitting, right? We would be permitting in the same application, all that, everything that gets it to connectivity, correct?
Yeah, and I think we might need to clarify a little bit in our regulations that we hope to make this a one permit situation.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. As long as like one isn't, yeah, I guess the deep geothermal is independent of whether or not you're building, because some might have 3-phase transmission, some might not, and
You don't have to do
don't
that
have
other
to.
piece of it, but if you are going to, it would be one permit.
that makes sense. And then I also just wanted to say, in conjunction with the discussion going on, you know, heat is our resource with deep geothermal. And so I think any project developer is going to be pretty terrific at containing that or utilizing that on site. And that also many of the new deep wells are closed systems. You can do it multiple ways. Obviously, that would be within the application. But closed systems are just circulating and that water is never leaving the site. Anyways, that's our comment here. And thank you so much for considering these. Yeah.
Are there production level closed systems out there cranking away?
Well, Fervo is the only and they're an IPO. They've IPO'd recently, so they're now traded on the NASDAQ. And they are the only project developer that's in our Western region that I know of.
That's the one in Utah.
Yep.
There are several also in our communities, both in Mountain Village and in the town of Telluride. There are thermal energy networks currently under consideration. And just to remind folks that these are completely separate, and that we also hope to move forward as much as we can with the thermal energy networks for heating and cooling, not for generating kilowatt hours.
Those are shallow, right?
Those are shallow and they do not generate kilowatt hours.
That's the plug you weren't allowed to give yourself.
So,
That's all for me. Thank you.
Do you know if any current projects that are on the boards or under development are contemplating shallow geothermal?
Shallow geothermal?
Mm-hmm.
Again, would not pertain to these codes with deep geothermal,
No,
but
just a question.
yeah, there's several existing shallow geothermal thermal energy networks that are working wonderfully, including one I was able to tour at CMU. And they've out in Junction, and they've had that geothermal shallow energy loop going on for over a decade, and they keep adding to it because it's so cost effective for them.
Mountain Village is considering one in their core area.
Mountain Village has a grant to do preliminary studies, and they have. They're working with the Gray Edge Group, who is doing their feasibility study for heating and cooling specifically. So you wouldn't generate energy, but you could get all your heating and cooling done on the network. Town of Telluride is also exploring in the west side of town across from the school area, shallow geothermal.
And then just on a case by case basis, as big new houses are built.
Absolutely. Like those are two larger networks, but you can also do a thermal energy network on a very smaller scale using ground boreholes and stuff. And so those were a really great option for folks in our community because that's clean energy. It runs you get it all year long, and you get cooling, which is going to be more and more important for our region. And those connect to air source or ground source heat pumps to cool the buildings and homes in a really efficient way.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
I'll just real quickly, my name is Wendy Fenneman. I'm with CGO Energy, and I'm also with the Good Shepherd Ranch, which has 200 acres.
Do you tilt that mic towards you a little bit?
Sorry.
Thanks.
Is that better?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we have 200 acres of the Good Shepherd Ranch that's in San Miguel County. And then right across the county line into Montrose, we have another 760 acres. So right now we have the first deep geothermal permits underway with the ECMC. So we get to be the guinea pig. So I have a lot of opinions, but I'm going to keep to myself and not get on too hard.
We'll have another bite of the apple.
But I will tell you this, the state of Colorado is one of the most stringent in the US when it comes to environmental requirements and permitting. I think we're all in good hands. And as somebody who's been affected by, really bad Superfund situations, I really can appreciate what they've done. But I also am at the other end of it where I'm trying to develop a project. And I want to make sure that I can do this and make it a good demonstration and show that this is economically feasible to do. So, and the things that tie us up are, things like additional regulations and things like that. So beauty of geothermal is, it's a fairly clean resource. You are going deeper than the tributary water system. So you are getting into more of that briny stuff that, usually sometimes has sulfur smell to it. But it's going to be a closed loop system in that it's what they call a binary system. So, or an ORC, organic ranking cycle. And what that basically means is that as you take that hot brine as steam up out of the ground, you're going to run it through a heat exchanger. That heat exchanger is going to heat up a different fluid that's usually a cleaner engineered fluid, but that brine basically stays in the system. It doesn't go through all the equipment. It doesn't escape into the atmosphere or anything like that. It's all very, very contained. So that's the typical systems you see nowadays. Geothermal energy's been around it's been around since 1904. The first power plant was built in Italy. It's still in operation today. So, and it's generating 800 megawatts. So is there going to be maintenance on that system over time? Yeah, absolutely. But the fact that it's still there and it's still operating, compared to other energy sources that, are only good for maybe 25, 30-year lifetime. If managed properly, geothermal can be there forever. So as long as the earth is still spinning, geothermal will be there for us. So I just wanted to emphasize that. So the science wells that we're working on, because it's such an extensive process to do the permitting, they are going to be a larger diameter than, say, your typical gradient wells that a lot of early exploration projects do. So our hope is that, once we drill those, if there is a way to reuse those wells, maybe as either re-injection or, something of that nature, we want to make sure whatever we're doing is going to be useful you know, for the long term, we're not just gonna plug and abandon it. So, if we can get some other additional uses out of it, we will, including maybe even doing some kind of direct use type of project. So, you know, at the Good Shepherd Ranch, one of the things that we're looking into doing in the future is a mixed use component to that, where we can build some greenhouses that could be heated and cooled with geothermal resources. If we do any kind of housing, we'd love to do some workforce housing up there at some point. I mean, this is all in the future, just so you know. And then, you know, looking at how we can be a good neighbor in the community up there, and maybe even possibly utilizing the system to melt snow, like on the main roads, the county roads and things like that. So when you talk about setbacks, I mean, you maybe want to think about, well, how can we use it as part of our infrastructure? So those types of things. So you really don't need that hot of water to melt snow, as you all know, but it would sure come in handy, you know, if it's available, especially where we're located. Because we're right where they stop plowing right now. So I think it would be an awesome demonstration project, you know, at some point where we could, you know, show the world basically. We'll be a tourist attraction. I don't know. So that, you know, this is how we can use geothermal in different types of capacities, whether it's for heating, cooling buildings, powering them, those types of things. This particular project is very close to an existing WAPA transmission line. So if we are able to generate enough heat to generate electricity, there will be some kind of interconnection process with that. But I don't think that's going to affect San Miguel County. So it's more on the Montrose side of the line. So that's just a little background on what we're doing. So I'm really excited that you guys are doing this, and you know, grateful for the opportunity to comment on it. So one of the things about the interconnection process, just so you know, and part of my frustration is, you know, you want to be able to drill a well so you can determine how many megawatts can I generate in electricity. Well, you're not going to know that until you drill. So I can't promise you I'm going to have an LOI or even a power purchase agreement until, you know, we develop those wells. So there's got to be, I don't know if there's I know it's more of a front-end process with a lot of these permits, but until we actually drill the well and see what we have, it makes it harder to get that. I mean, I do have letters of interest, I should say, from some of the utilities, but I do not have a power purchase agreement yet until I know how many megawatts I'm actually going to generate, you know, to put on the system.
If I may, questions to follow up on that. And generally speaking, until you get to the source, you don't really know what's going to be the highest and best use of the heat. Anyway, whether it's electrical or other purpose.
Well, the whole thing about, you know, the deeper you go, the hotter it gets. So just a matter of how deep do you have to go to get that heat.
Okay.
So the temperature we'd like to see for electricity generation is in the range of, I mean, you can boil steam at 10,000 feet at 190 degrees Fahrenheit, but you definitely want to have higher temperature than that for the generation. So typically it's like 250 to 350 degrees Fahrenheit is what your range is targeting for electricity. If you get any hotter than that, sometimes that's too hot. You might start melting some things that you don't want to melt. So so there is kind of a range that we like to target, those types of things. And, you know, a lot of the seismic testing that you were talking about earlier. I mean, the thumper truck is the current method, things like that. You know, those types of things, I just don't see that being much of an issue.
Okay.
That's not a useful way to evaluate the land?
Well, it can
for
be
geothermal.
It can be. It's just that I think I mean, you're talking maybe a half a day's worth of work, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, of course, you know, you wouldn't be using sticks of dynamite like Kay was saying they used to do. So it's probably a lot less invasive as maybe it was in the past. So that was the other thing I was thinking of.
I have a question though, Wendy, when you mentioned that for your exploratory well, you wouldn't have all of this yet in place. Hey, would these regulations work for her just to get an exploratory permit?
Well, that would be, you know, goes back to, think about, an applicant can ask for exception to the application materials. And B, that because this is a science well, there is no generation and therefore this isn't applicable at this time. And then, y'all, in your review of it, would be saying, yep, that makes sense, we agree. Or not, depending on the question at hand, but that is exactly why we have that exception and waiver process in there.
So if I read this right, though, we have seismic testing and then we have geothermal operations, and that geothermal operations includes the science wells.
Yes, because that is significant well. There's a lot of activity that go and site disturbance and such that goes along with that well.
And so just that activity we consider a pretty big deal.
Yes.
So we'd be reviewing an application under basically the understanding, the presentation that it is at the science well stage.
Yes.
And so interconnectivity agreements wouldn't necessarily be required.
No.
Okay,
Right.
good.
We do have other sections in the land use code where we have specific review criteria and all that stuff for just exploration. Like in mining, right? But we don't need that here.
No.
Yeah, I think I'm following it. And Wendy, do you feel comfortable that these regulations would not be too onerous for exploration? If we can waive, things that clearly aren't relevant.
I just think that, if you guys kind of stick in parallel with what ECMC is already making us do, I mean, there's just so much of that, and I'm just worried that if you guys do your own thing, that I'm gonna miss something, and it's gonna cost me more money to, fix whatever it is that you guys need to add to that list.
I'm gonna try to assuage some of those concerns. Using some of the same language that we may have heard during the mining conversations, when there was deep concern from the mining industry that we were creating extra burden and being duplicate. And what I believe everyone on both boards wants to do is to do pretty much what Lee said, which is just have you submit everything that's necessary to the ECMC and hit 2 times copy, and then have a conference with the planning department, with the planning director, and we'll call it a pre-application meeting where you'll take the time, maybe an hour, maybe 2, if it's a really complicated new thing and you're a pioneer. But we'll go through and say, okay, this covers that requirement, this covers that requirement, and there'll be a bunch of NAs, not applicables.
Yeah.
And housing might be one where you say, look, I've got a crew of 4 guys that are gonna be up for 6 days, they're coming out of Montrose and they're done. I've got a maintenance guy who's gonna be around constantly, but he's already got a place to live. There'd be a lot of those. And you'll have the help of the pro staff that knows this inside out. Don't think you're gonna be hit with extra fees or extra costs. It will take a little extra time, but that's sort of the price of being a pioneer. But we are not out to make this harder. I think if you polled this group, everyone here wants to see you succeed. And as you heard earlier with forestry, what we're worried about is as this grows and we don't know which direction the technology is going to go, it could get really bad, it could get really dusty, it could get really big and require a lot of people. That would trigger traffic or EMS impacts. And so we need to set it up with some eye towards the uncertain future, but also keep it loose enough that you have some room to get this pioneer project done and show us all how it can work today.
I'd be happy to do that, yeah, just. I know how much everyone values, clean energy, and I think. Being the pioneer, it has not been easy. I mean, I moved back here 12 years ago and it's taken me this long to get this far. And it's finally, but it's all about divine timing too, because it's like, at the same time, I came back, they started making changes at the state level with the legislature and things like that to really encourage more of it. So I think we're getting to that point. And at the same time, we're seeing all of this improvement in drilling technologies. I mean, they're able to drill at about 80% faster than they were even just 3 or 4 years ago. So those are some of the things that can really reduce costs significantly. And I really do feel like geothermal is on the cusp of making a huge breakthrough. And like what you're seeing in Utah with Provo. But there's other geothermal projects in Nevada, in California as well. So that have been there, I mean, geysers have been there for decades. And one of the things they learned is that you don't let your steam escape. You want to keep it because it'll deplete your resource. And so so that's why we've come up with these closed loop systems, the organic ranking cycles. I mean, we've gotten smarter over the last 120 years on how to do this so that systems run more efficiently. And there will be, you know, there could be a little bit of heat degradation over time, but it's typically less than a degree and a half per year. And so what do you do when those things happen? You may have to come in 15 years from now and drill another well. Or something, drill a little deeper. Yeah, drill deeper.
Widen the pipe.
I just also wanted to comment that Wendy is not alone in the sense that Colorado is, the state is really pursuing geothermal, and the Colorado Energy Office has an entire geothermal department. And their staff have come out to our region and Wendy, and so there is state supervision in addition to ECMC. There's supervision from the Colorado Energy Office and support and resources, including funding, so.
Okay, I don't know how much of an administrative burden it would be. I know you don't like to hear me say that, but here it comes. Would it be? Could we consider in process of more cleanup and more review, if we could identify any areas? I mean, Tori's, citing chapter and verse of ECMC and how we're paralleling. What I'm after is I want to address your perception and concerns. And I'd love to see, this is what we're adding. This is what we're adding on top of ECMC.
Yeah.
If we could identify those elements, is that like?
The mining association did that for us.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
That was really fun.
Well, and I will say this, I did have a conversation yesterday with Julie Murphy, who's the director for ECMC. And she says, whatever we can, do to help assist the county with, understanding what we're doing, things like that. They definitely want to collaborate with you guys. And maybe help streamline things if at all possible. If it makes everybody's life easier. I think that would be.
And I get the sense that we are talking about adopting regulations that are broadly easy for people like you to follow. Because we are all in support of this kind of thing. And if you have any suggestions on, specifics, I feel open to hearing.
Oh, we would.
This part of we got stuck here, and it sure would be great if we didn't have to, whatever.
Right. Well, and I'll be honest. Okay, so I have another well project that's in Montrose County.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, it's a lot easier, just in terms of what they're very happy with what ECMC has, and they're satisfied with that. And there's so much, that goes into the environmental stuff that I know you guys want to see. The wetlands, all of that stuff, it's all being addressed through the ECMC process. So I think, that's just my take on it. I'm looking at it from two different angles, right? And being the first one going through the gate, I'm like, okay, yeah, this one's gonna take longer. This one's gonna be, that's why we're, we set our priorities and our scheduling and everything around, permitting, because it does impact the time frame. And when you're bringing in private money that wants to invest in this stuff, they want to see that you're permit ready and you're good to go before they hand over some money. So that's important to be able to get to that point where we are basically shovel ready.
Wendy, as you heard at the opening of our conversation about geothermal, it's pretty new to all of us, and we had to kind of get a foundation and understand all the various options before we could even begin talking. I think because of your first in line position, we are going to ask you to do exactly what Lee said, which is go through our permitting process, accepting that we may both learn some things, but that when you draw our attention to a regulation that isn't reasonable or is impossible for you to fill, or is gonna take a chunk of time or money that you didn't anticipate, we will be responsive to that. And so if you raise your hand and yell and say, hey, can't do it. The CPC, the Board of Commissioners are gonna want to adjust the rules to make it so you can. You've got a sympathetic group here, but we're also trying to mind the hen house for the future.
Oh, I understand that.
So I think I heard you say in a different conversation that Montrose County's regs were 8 pages and ours were 30 so. And you're right, but I also think that as you go through them, they look onerous and they look big at first glance. But as you go through, there's a lot of MAs.
And that brings up a question for me. Is Montrose County do they have some sort of geothermal regs in place yet, or are you under oil and gas essentially for that?
They're deferring to the state.
Okay.
I recently checked the website and they don't have any clear specific regs for geothermal.
They haven't had this meeting yet.
Right,
Yes, my-
that's what I feel too.
They may
So-
not, if what Wendy's saying, her perception is they're just gonna let ECMC regulate it.
On the other hand, it did take them several years to get their renewable energy, also known as solar regulations. So.
I don't know if this is a question for the commissioners or for Kay, but we're workshopping this right now. She's looking to get permitted. How does this play out? Is she a sitting duck until we have this adopted in our land use code? Or does she slide in before we get this adopted? Like what happens here?
That's up to Wendy, I think.
Any application that is submitted prior to adoption of new regulations. Any complete application that is submitted, I need to qualify that. Prior to adoption of new regulations will be under the current code. And the conversation that we had, the pre-application letter that we issued, not to, try and discuss the land use application here.
Yeah.
But it would qualify as a minor oil and gas because it's under 8 acres and therefore would be administrative. But we've been very upfront that, hey, we've got these regulations going. So
My concern is not just, for this initial, it's for the future, because we're gonna come in, if we're successful, we're gonna be drilling several more wells to maximize the number of megawatts we can get out of the reservoir. Right? So there will be multiple permits likely for this site in the future, and I just, want to make
Look
sure.
forward to that.
Yeah, because I want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that makes sense, and there's ways to streamline that and lawyers.
And I mean, if it's known that there's going to be multiple sites, it's done in phases. Applications can always present a phasing plan. We don't need to do it at each phase.
Wendy, by the second or third round of this, we're all gonna be so smooth to go out.
I hope you're right. Yeah, no, I feel the same way. So like we're developing our wildlife management plan with CPW, and we're hoping to wrap that up. But once that's in place, hopefully that we can just pull that plan out the next time and say, here it is. We did our sage-grouse survey. This is what we're doing, those types of things. So that it's pretty straightforward. So the first hurdle is always the hardest.
Right. Do you have any specific suggestions based on the language that we have in front of us?
I did look up while you guys were talking about decibels, and it says that the average noise level for a power plant is typically 70 decibels. So, but I don't know if that's
As measured from what distance?
I think at the property line. That's what I was.
It depends where the property line is.
Probably at the facility.
Yeah.
Right, so I don't know.
It might be at the edge of the facility, in which case they can be fine.
Right.
It's worth measuring from the nearest civilization.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Right.
I just remember one of the gentlemen from Ormat, he does this kind of stuff all the time. He's like, it's not really that much louder than a refrigerator. And I'm like, I saw like looking this up. Is it really? So I mean, we'll definitely, that was one of the things I want to verify for sure.
And noise is a tricky thing. And as noted when we were doing mining, that the low hum of the exhaust fans of mine can be heard clear across the valley.
Yeah.
So,
But it was a low level.
yeah, not 50 decibels, it wasn't 50 decibels by any means, so, okay.
One more tricky thing I might just flag is that enhanced geothermal requires fracking. And so I just want to say that, you know, before anybody considers like a blanket ban on hydraulic fracturing, it's not just for oil and gas. It's a technology that's been figured out and that we're finding better uses for in what they call EGS or enhanced geothermal systems. So if Wendy ever submits an application that includes fracking, I wouldn't be as nervous as it sounds to some people.
Yeah, I don't think we have that situation on our site because we get so much snow that we don't need it. Usually they do the EGS systems when they just have hot rock that's dry and there's not any groundwater. But we think we have quite a bit of groundwater in our location. But yeah, that's what they do is they engineer the fractures and they bring in outside water and heat that up. That's how they do that system. So, but there's probably about 3 or 4 major different types of underground systems, including EGS, the conventional systems. Ever has one that's like a closed look, it looks like a pitchfork with a loop in it. Things like that. So there's been a lot of more directional type drilling technology, we are borrowing a lot of it from oil and gas. And so our hope is that we will take a lot of these people that have been in oil and gas and bring them over into geothermal.
Yeah.
And one of the things I like about CMU is they do have a landman program already established for that, a deep degree program. And I would love to be able to, utilize our site as a training ground for.
Sure, get some interns in there to help you. That's great.
And Wendy, in trying to circle back to my original question, I don't hear you having any particular beef with any one section or paragraph or sentence in this. It's more of a general concern that our regs seem long.
They're very long, and I just worry that if there's a difference between what ECMEC is doing and what you guys are doing for the same thing, I understand that if ECMC is more stringent, then that would definitely apply. But it just makes makes you have to think a lot more about what you're looking at and making sure you've got everybody, including your consultants that are supposed to be doing this for you, and that they understand, what the differences are too.
Well, let's pose a question to our consultant who is on the line, Tori. In a nutshell, are there significant differences in our regs that are in front of us versus the ECMC requirements?
Trying to think, to Lee's request earlier, that's something we can give as a cheat sheet. In most cases that I'm thinking of, we defer to the ECMC, and the difference I've been thinking of is that it makes sense to defer to the ECMC in most aspects. There are some additional places, sounds like John might have thought of one. But the other thing I think that you are able to do, but you probably won't do in most cases, is if there is an impact specific to the county, you would have the ability to also condition some things if you wanted to go above and beyond the ECMC. You also can you have a different role with the ECMC as a co-regulator by doing this. But I'm not thinking of one. John might have one, and I had another thought, but maybe it'll pop into my mind while John's talking.
Yeah, I have 2 flags for you all in my review. One was what I already brought up with the ability to use co-produced heat from oil and gas off location. And the second one is that our deep geothermal permits are good for 5 years, and your proposed regs say 3, but with an extension available by going to hearing again. So those are the 2 major discrepancies that I came across.
Thank you, John. As I recall, we agreed that we were going to address your first issue with a conversation between you and Tori.
Yep, that's my recollection too.
Kay's got her hand up.
Yeah, and then, recall we said this a lot through the mining. regulations, we have, the way we set up our application requirements is almost a checklist to help guide the compilation of the application. And also, the corresponding review standards. And as, in that regard, if you have, the ECMC permit application or permit, and next to our application requirements, I would expect that we'd be saying, see this section, and cross-referencing it, and because we totally don't want it rewritten a single time.
Right, if something changes at one place or the other, you wanna just refer to that.
Yeah, we
Goes to the actual language.
So, yeah, we totally expect that applications will, when providing us with the other permits, will cross-reference for us rather than reinvent that.
Okay, do you want direction from this group on whether we should extend the term permit limit or maximum for 5 years?
Yeah, so the reason why we have it at 3, is, because that is what, vesting of development rights is.
Yeah.
But you as a body could say, go ahead and go 5.
My inclination is to stick to 3 with a hearing to extend it, just because everything is so new. And what if in 3 years, we realize that the regs we wrote are missing some big thing we'd like to, add in? That's just my point for discussion.
I feel similarly. What do you mean 3 years is the vesting? Can you
So
elaborate?
vested rights means that when a land use application is approved, primarily applies to subdivisions of PUDs, but can also apply to SUVs. It means that for a period of 3 years, that property owner is protected from any, has 3 years to begin transport. And in that time is protected from any amendments to the land use code.
Can I just say that, most power plant projects are gonna take longer than 3 years from start to finish, so,
And there's also the option of the BOCC to enter into development agreements with extended rights. So.
We get STP 25 years.
Yeah, we usually use them for PUDs, but you never know.
Okay. Maybe we can consider a 3-year review without necessarily requiring reapplication.
Yeah, for sure. Is that not how it's set up?
Well, we have the annual review set up already in there, I think. It's like, which section did we put that in? The extension would have to be a specific ask.
But would it have to be a full reapplication or just?
No,
Yeah.
no, it's a single meeting to the board, to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay.
Extensions, I don't.
Well, Wendy, I think what I'm learning is that we're gonna be seeing you annually anyways, where you're gonna give us a project update and we're gonna cheer you along. At third one, you're gonna say, hey, I would like an extension, and we're gonna say, great, everything's smooth sailing, or you're gonna bring us a problem and we're gonna solve it together. But either way, you're gonna be seeing us every year.
We might require a tour while we're in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was just thinking about that when you said that. It's like, part of our philosophy with my company is that we really do wanna do a lot of community engagement and outreach.
We'll
Because
meet
we
at
feel-
your place.
Yeah, we feel like education is very important, and, we can coordinate with our education system too, and, the more people that learn about geothermal, the better. So.
But Wendy,
Go ahead.
go ahead, I'm sorry to interrupt. Take it, Galina, you.
Oh, just quick question. When that extension were to be granted, then how long is that enacted for? I might have missed that, but what's the timeline looking like after that three-year time period? And if the commissioners were to give an extension, what would that look like?
I'd have to
For-
find the exact section of the code, but usually extensions are for a 1 year period, with, showing cause, but you're not limited to just 1 year.
Yeah, this provision is it took me a while to find it too, because it's called commencement of operation. I did not remember that that's what I called it, but it's 601F. And it does say it has a default essentially permit term of 3 years, or I'm trying to say this as short, it's very wordy. Who wrote that?
Tori, I saw this too. I don't think it's the same thing that John was talking about. This just says you have to start within 3 years of getting your permit, but it doesn't say anything about renewal or.
There's no other term of the permit. The project can go on indefinitely once it's permitted. There's no end to the permit, especially for geothermal. To your point in the room, it may go on forever. So the concern is you issue a permit and no activity happens for a period of time. So that's the term that the permit could
That's what the period is for.
become void and of no
Make sure
effect
you
if it's
start.
not used, if there's no construction started.
It's not the lifeline of the.
Then in that case, I really like the 3 years because things are changing so quickly and her project might teach us so much and.
Yeah,
anything
and it
longer than
is
that
a
can be
3. So the default is 3. I didn't quite finish that thought. The default is 3 or not failure to comply with whatever the time benchmarks are identified in the permit, whichever sooner. So it's essentially if you didn't spell out timelines in the permit, then there's a 3-year default. In case nobody ever said anything, it's 3 years. But I think in these instances, it would be very common to have an applicant explain what they would suggest as a proper timeline to construction. And then there is an extension and it doesn't say in our regs 1 year necessarily. So you're not limited to 1 year in this provision, the way we've drafted it. Kay might know somewhere else in the land use code it says that. So.
Yeah, I'd have to check it.
I'm just wondering, I understand why in this section you didn't do like minor and major. But I also, it could be just that I don't know that much about geothermal yet, but on the surface, it seems like there's potentially less downside than there is for some of these other extractive practices that we have been working on. So having taken like the most, sorry, I'm tired, so I have to really think about what I'm saying. We've now kind of copy and pasted in these different areas, from mining and solar and forestry and oil and gas and now geothermal. But because we're not having a minor one here, maybe we need to say something up front, such as like a small starting operation can start by submitting exactly what they submitted to ECMC. And we go from there. I mean, it does seem like for the size of project you're talking about, this does seem quite onerous, and the potential downsides, maybe I just don't understand them. They don't seem as big as they do for some of the other things we've been looking at. And there's not the same market pressure.
I mean, Kay did say that, she always has the right to waive materials. And Wendy did say that this well will be bigger than a typical exploration well. It's deeper, it's bigger diameter. So if you think about it in terms of oil and gas drilling, there's going to be a pad, there's going to be a big drilling operation, and there's going to be a big well. So in that sense, all the impacts are the same for the exploration piece.
Okay.
Just the other thing I think I'd add is we just have both Tori and John give us the 2 main differences between the ECMC requirements and our regs. One of them we're going to talk through that I think is going to end up in live. The first one that John and Tori are going to address.
Yeah.
And the second really was just meeting times to check in. And I think we all hunger for that. We plan to go to Wendy's Ranch and see it. So as far as I can tell from both sides, ECMC and our paid consultant and everyone that's really close to this, it really isn't much difference. It's not onerous. It's just that we've as you said, cut and pasted a lot of other things that are gonna end up being kind of.
I just wanna make it clear in the language for people who might be considering this and aren't in this meeting, that we are not. Because just reading through it, you might not understand right away that we're not trying to make it more onerous or duplicate, like I want them to understand that we're not trying to discourage.
Well, we had the same conversation about solar,
Yes.
remember? And we
Yeah.
reframed the opening. I'm gonna look at it
But we
right.
also had a lot more people from the public expressing a lot of fear about the potential impacts.
No, but we framed it in a way that said we want solar.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, this says for solar, the purpose of this section is to facilitate the development of solar. And I think we started with allow before, so maybe we say that, use that language in the very opening lines. Purpose of the section is to facilitate deep thermal development.
I like that, Em.
And maybe, Kay, just take a peek at that whole purpose in solar. It's, I don't wanna wordsmith everything right now,
Yeah,
but.
I like that. Yeah.
Lay out our intentions clearly. I
And-
like that.
We could even add in here some of the county's goals, so, you know, that protects the public health, and encourages alignment with our environmental goals or whatever.
Actually, that's what it says here. I'll just read the one from solar. The purpose of this section is to facilitate the development of solar energy systems in appropriate locations that prioritize such development on existing disturbed areas. We might not need all that, while preserving farmland and grazing, and to foster the county's sustainability related goals and policies. And its scenic agriculture, environmental recreation, and economic cultural values, so. That's, we're kind of talking out of both sides of our mouth here. But it is true, that's what we're trying to balance.
Okay, we've sort of Bigfooted the public comment section.
Galena has her.
And Galena has her hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this process has repeated itself through many of these iterations. Although mining is very different from geothermal, we had very similar comments from the industry and potential future applicants about the duplicative nature of those regulations. And we also created a statement in the beginning of those regulations about the purpose is to protect the public and the environment and the wildlife, and the purpose is not to restrict any kind of mining activities in the county. And I feel like, in all fairness, there hasn't been a geothermal permit that has come forward, and so therefore there has not been an opportunity for people to weigh in on this. We all know the story with what transpired with solar and that potential big project. I would hope that these regulations, based on the feedback John gave us, are not going to be overly burdensome for an applicant like Wendy, and that, you know, our staff are going to be willing to work with an applicant to really make it as easy as possible while, you know, mitigating the impacts we need to, because that's our responsibility in developing these regulations.
And Galena, to your point, there's a phrase in the purpose of the mining regulations that we tacked on to the end after, you know, some of what we had in the solar regulations. And it says, in a manner that complements and does not conflict with or duplicate state and federal permitting processes. So maybe we tack that on as well to the geothermal part.
We'll definitely take the first statement of that.
And relative to the other sections. Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, is there, Wendy, anything else you want to contribute?
That's it. You guys have been here all day.
You too. We're still. Anyone else from the public out in Zoom land have any questions or comments? If so, raise your hand.
Did we address Bradley Johnson's comments? That was the letter I didn't find in the packet.
He did get an email. He asked a question about FERC, and which is about FERC. and quite the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And then, you know, if there's FERC permitting, there's gonna be FERC permitting. And we will accept those documents as needed. And then he also asked, I believe it was about directional drilling, and that's kind of an ECMC thing.
Okay.
Great, thanks for.
Is geothermal a FERC purview?
Energy, generation of energy.
Okay.
Maybe they're perfect.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to close the public comment period. Thank you, Lincoln. And is there any further comment on this particular item? I know somebody's got to roll.
Oh, I just need to stretch my legs, but yeah, I am gonna have to bounce out of here pretty soon.
4:45.
I'm just gonna announce that the subdivisions thing, we're gonna continue that to August. So John can go next month.
I think that's a great idea.
Just had a couple more things to wrap up on.
Okay, let me ask a question about the subdivision thing. Would you be able to, because as far as I know, the special interest group, the special group, SSR, thank you, the SSR, I'm on it, I don't remember what it's called, doesn't really know officially or unofficially that we're looking at revising the subdivision thing.
We can let, yeah, we can inform them as part of what we're doing, but we look at the subdivision regulation amendment as an existing need in our land use code that is independent of the housing code update. So.
Well, except that subdivision is permitting the minor subdivisions, which you've long said
It
we
would
need.
definitely help in that regard. But the fact that we only have the 5-step nature subdivision makes us very unique among counties in Colorado and municipalities.
Right,
And
not in a special
most
way.
of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, we looked at it and said, you know, this is just something that should be fixed. And while it might facilitate housing, it is not the sole reason for doing it.
Good.
And, but I would love to tell you about the rest of the related amendments for natural resources.
Okay. What you got?
Okay. So as we go, you got the draft of the related resources or related amendments. So we have section 517 logging and section 526 oil and gas. Exploration and development, those will be removed in their entirety, but conserved much like we did for mining. And then we're gonna go through all of Article 5, the zone districts, and remove logging and oil and gas from there because they're now listed in their respective sections in Article 6 that they will be. And then going through Article 3 procedures and Article 4 submission requirements, you can reference Article 6 for all natural resource activities. And we have been going through, it's like solar and mining, and it's like, no, we're just going to say natural resources, period. So we don't have to keep changing that. And then we do have some changes in 6-1, adding applicability, which we talked about a little bit before. And the fact that the review criteria in Article 5 is replaced. And then adding some more definitions, and then also moving all the acronyms from mining to the general provisions, because it doesn't apply broadly, and then also adding something you get to add today. So those are all related amendments. And then in terms of referral and review, we first post forestry regulations in March, and then we did have our work session. We posted the draft forestry, updated forestry, and then the new oil and gas development and deep geothermal operations regulations on the county website on June 24th, and sent out to 187 stakeholders. And over time, staff and our consultant met with the Forest Service and West Virginia Wildfire Council staff. Got a number who had questions for us and concerns and a lot of constructive feedback. So we really incorporated that into what we presented to you on the forestry today. And then we have specifically did reach out, contact ECMC and ask for their feedback. So we really appreciate John's presence today. That was valuable.
That was awesome.
In terms of comment letters, we received one from Sheep Mountain Alliance in March. And that was in that packet. And then we received an email from Division of Water Resources with one suggestion on a definition change, which we put in today's presentation for geothermal. And then ECMC provided us comments that we were able to get to you in the packet supplement. And then CPW submitted comments that weren't included in the packet because they came in late. But we'll definitely be taking a look at that. And we did work a lot with CPW as we were going through solar and mining. They had very good, what we already had in there was worked out with them. Our compensatory mitigation and all of that was something that we had worked out. So, and then finally, we've got a lot of direction today. We've been listening, we've been taking notes. So we'll prepare amendments to the regulations and get those out in August, circulated to all of our review agencies again. There'll be at least 21-day review period. We do anticipate the public hearings for adoption to be September 10th of the Planning Commission, and then October 21st for the VOCC. Those dates are subject to change, but that's my goal.
That's for all three that we looked at today?
Yes. And given the depth of our conversations, we do hope that we can move along a little faster.
Got it all out of the way.
Okay, you mentioned we're gonna punt the minor subdivision till August. Will that be another joint meeting taking place during the planning commission regular meeting time?
Do you as the VOCC want to come to it?
Sure, I think this is productive.
We do have other development applications that day.
But can we just do this first?
What about the 29th?
29th is gonna be a full day.
Yay.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the 29th? Sorry.
That's the housing code update.
Oh, yeah.
Joint work session.
Blood and guts.
Yeah, we can look at it, the VOCC can't come to our land use item that's on that day, so. Because ultimately it goes to you guys.
Let's do this. Let's schedule that as a regular meeting in the CPC with subdivision as the first item on the agenda. If the commissioners want to attend and can attend, we will. And if we don't, CPC will still be able to do its job.
Except for me.
Didn't plan that.
In August.
So yeah, the August item is rezoning the Placerville. Park, schoolhouse and fire station.
Eclipse 3004
Access. The application's online if you want to read it.
So the 13th, he'll be gone. Are you here or are you not? You will.
Oh, I won't be here anyway, probably not day.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get it done. We'll
Yeah,
have
you
you
guys get it
something
done.
Okay,
We'll
sure.
Trust you.
Yeah, and as always, we always put our draft land use code amendments on the website for review at any time. Same with any development permit, development applications that are out for review. Those are always in our current projects as well, so we can see that ahead of time.
So
Okay.
at the September meeting, we'll be attempting to finalize our recommendations on 3 land use code changes. Plus the document that documents all the other changes.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah,
We'll do it in that sequence because.
yeah, ultimately, I'm still thinking about it, but I think ultimately when it goes to the VOCC, I'll be asking for 4 resolutions. I'm not sure yet. I'm still pondering.
Okay.
That'll be a really, really long resolution.
Yeah, whereas for days. Okay, thank you all for a mighty day. This is a heavy lift by the staff.
Yeah.
And we are rocking towards some good regs here. It's well considered. So,
Thank you, Tori. Thank you, Kay.
yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for joining us, Galena.
Thank you, John Morgan.
Yay, John.
Thank you all.
Any motion to adjourn?
We do.
So moved.
Second.
Approved?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
How efficient the commissioners are. They just knocked that one out.
We are done.
Professionals.
Meeting concluded.
Almost.
We need
Bang the gavel.
so we're really good at adjourning.
We'll take all your stuff up.
Before you get on the bus.
Whenever you need.
This is the